Chapter 922. At this moment, Sun Simiao was riding on a sturdy black horse. As the black horse galloped up and down, Sun Simiao's beard and hair swayed. If it weren't for the fact that he had practiced some Taoist Qigong for the convenience of practicing medicine, his entire body would have been shaken to the point of falling apart. The cavalry was as fast as the wind. It only took a moment for them to pass by Li Zishuan, so Sun Simiao didn't notice Li Zishuan on the side of the road. Besides, he was already dizzy from the bumps along the way. How could he have the time to pay attention to the pedestrians on the side of the road? Li Zishuan waved his hand and fanned away the smoke around his nose. Then he got on the horse and chased in the direction of Sun Simiao's group. In the imperial palace, it was already close to noon. Li Er had just come out of the Suite du Hall and was about to go to the harem to have a meal with Empress Xianxia. At this time, a guard came to report that Duge Exen wanted to see him. Li Er's heart moved and he immediately summoned him. Then he turned back to the Suite du Hall. After a while, he saw Duge Exen enter the hall with 2 soldiers. Behind them was a white-haired old man, Sun Simiao. Dr. Sun. Without waiting for Duge Exen and the others to greet him, Li Er came down from above and greeted Sun Simiao. He said excitedly, "Dr. Sun, you are finally back. I was just trying my luck by sending the guards to the Taibai mountain area to look for you. I didn't expect to find you. It's great that you can come back to Chang'an. I don't have to worry about the epidemic in Chang'an now." Sun Simiao shook his head and then cupped his hands to Li Er. He said, "Your Majesty is too kind. This poor Taoist took my disciple to travel around the world and planned to return to Chang'an soon. A few days ago, I happened to be picking herbs in the Taibai mountain. I didn't expect to meet your Majesty's imperial guards. This poor Taoist was shocked to hear that there was a cholera in Chang'an city, so I rushed back without stopping. I hope this poor Taoist is not too late." Actually, this old Taoist was still dizzy. Who knew how he had come all this way? Sun Simiao had been traveling day and night without rest, and had even lost a few of his horses. Although he practiced energy arts, he had never trained his body, and was only slightly stronger than the average person. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even as strong as the imperial guards around him. Therefore, the entire journey had been a huge test for Sun Simiao's body. At this moment, Dugexen finally had the chance to bow and say, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Guards were on a fast march last night. Yesterday afternoon, they found Priest Sun in the depths of Taibai Mountain. Then, they rushed back with Priest Sun in the middle of the night. During the journey, 20 of the best war horses were killed, and 10 of the war horses were severely damaged. They might not be able to return to the battlefield. Apart from the 5 soldiers who escorted Sun Daozhang's disciple, the remaining 27 of the 32 Imperial Guards have all returned." Li Er nodded in satisfaction. He didn't care about the war horses that had been damaged. To him, it was completely worth it to be able to exchange for Sun Simiao, this old immortal, to return to Chang'an in time. The Imperial Guards have performed meritorious service by finding Dr. Sun in time. All 32 of them will be promoted by 1 rank. They will be given 2 days of rest before returning to the barracks to report on their work. Dugding cupped his fists and said, "I thank your Majesty on behalf of my brothers. You may go and rest." After saying that, Li Er looked at Sun Simiao and said, "Dr. Sun has returned at the right time. Now that the number of cholera patients in Chang'an is increasing rapidly, the Imperial Court is, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience." As Li Er was speaking, a chamberlain walked in and said carefully. Sun Simiao was puzzled. He remembered that when he left Chang'an this year, the title of Marquis of Yong didn't exist. His puzzlement didn't last long. "Summon." Li Er's expression changed, and he quickly gave the order. A moment later, Li Zishuan walked in, travel-worn. When Sun Simiao saw that the person who came was Li Zishuan, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. When he left Chang'an, Li Zishuan was clearly just a county boy. How did he become Marquis in the blink of an eye? When did the Marquis of the Great Tang become so worthless? "Your subject greets your Majesty. Rise." "Li Zishuan, you came at the right time. I was just discussing the epidemic in Chang'an with Priest Sun's." After a round of greetings, Li Er smiled and said. Li Zishuan nodded, then cupped his fists at Sun Simiao and said, Priest's son, long time no see. I've been thinking about you day and night, and you're finally back. Now I can finally heave a sigh of relief. Li Zishuan couldn't be more happy that Sun Simiao could return so early. After all, his half-baked medical skills couldn't compare to Sun Simiao's. Now that Sun Simiao was in charge of Chang and city, the pressure on Li Zishuan's shoulders would undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. Sun Simiao stroked his beard and smiled. Little Xian, you've already been conferred the title of Marquis after not seeing you for a few months. Congratulations. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Fame and fortune are just fleeting clouds. Priest's son, if you're interested in an official career, I believe His Majesty will not let a bright pearl be covered in dust. To be honest, it wasn't that Li Er didn't want to recruit Sun Simiao, but this old Taoist always liked to wander around and was unpredictable. Naturally, he wouldn't accept Li Er's invitation. Sun Simiao shook his head and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Right now, the epidemic in Chang and city is like a raging fire. We should discuss how to quell the epidemic as soon as possible. Li Er agreed and said, Yes, Dr. Sun's words are very good. Li Zishuan, quickly tell us about your current progress. Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, I'm here today to tell Your Majesty a piece of good news. This morning, I went to the Sun, Cheng, Yuqi, and Prince Wei's residence. After my diagnosis, Cheng Chimo's cholera has been completely cured. Yuqi Baolin has basically recovered. As for Sun Zifan and Qin Ke, due to their weaker physiques, their recovery is slower. However, they only need one more day of medicine to basically recover. This means that the 3 doses of medicine I prescribed can be used to treat cholera. The imperial court can immediately start distributing medicine to the people to treat cholera. Li Er heard this and said in surprise, Is this true? Qin Ke and the rest are fine? Li Zishuan nodded affirmatively. Sun Simiao, who was at the side, asked curiously, Little Xian, can you tell me about the prescription? To be honest, the ancient books have always lacked records on cholera treatment. I've also been researching cholera treatment methods all this times. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course. My medical skills are not good, so I can ask Priest's son to help me. After all, it's a matter of life and death. Seeing this, Li Er waved his hand and a young eunuch went to fetch a brush and ink. Li Zishuan quickly wrote down the prescription he had written earlier. Sun Simiao took it and began to read it seriously. His mouth was still muttering in a low voice, as if he was mumbling something. He was trying to figure out Li Zishuan's prescription. Chapter 923. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. These 3 prescriptions advanced layer by layer, attacking the source of the disease endlessly. First, it warms the meridians to stop the bleeding, replenishes the yang, strengthens the yang and stops diarrhea, dispels the cold and stops the pain. Finally, it warms the stomach and reduces the nausea. Especially the hearth soil, it's really wonderful. I didn't expect Xiaoshuan's medical skills to be so brilliant, to be able to think of such a wonderful prescriptions. It seems that even if I don't rush back to Chang, the epidemic will be fine. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Sun Simiao exclaimed in surprise after reading Li Zishuan's prescription. Of course, Li Zishuan's prescription wasn't complete. Li Zishuan didn't mention the method of using toilet paper to smoke the patient. If he did, even the divine Dr. Sun Simiao would be stunned. Li Zishuan thought that this prescription was the crystallization of the wisdom of dozens of generations of Chinese doctors. Of course, it was awesome. However, he still had to be humble at this time. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, Priest's son, you flatter me. This prescription was summarized by my master. I don't dare to take credit for it. Do you think there's anything that needs to be changed? Sun Simiao sighed and said, Spiritual Master Ling Su is worthy of being an expert. I can't compare to you. Since this prescription has already cured cholera before, it naturally means that there's no problem with the prescription itself. Right now, we should prepare a large amount of medicine to pacify the epidemic as soon as possible. Fortunately, The herbs in this prescription are all common herbs. Even if we prepare a few thousand portions of medicine, it shouldn't be a difficult task for the imperial court. Li Er agreed and said, "Yes, I'll order the Imperial Medical Department to prepare the medicine quickly. Tomorrow morning, we'll start distributing the medicine to the people in the city." "Priest son, you've been running around and must be tired. Go back to the official residence and have a good rest. If the treatment of the epidemic doesn't go well, I'll need you to take charge of the situation." It wasn't that he didn't believe in Li Zishuan, but he always felt that Li Zishuan didn't seem to be confident in his medical skills. With Sun Simiao, an experienced doctor, by his side, there was no doubt that it would be safer. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave." Sun Simiao did not force him. He had been traveling day and night, so he was indeed tired. Li Zishuan had achieved his goal in coming to the imperial palace, so he took his leave. The two of them left the palace together. On the way, Li Zishuan told Sun Simiao in detail about the source of the cholera in Chang and the infection situation. After listening to him, Sun Simiao said in surprise, "Little Xian, your explanation of the cause of cholera is rather novel. According to the ancient books, the cause of cholera is clear qi in the yin and turbid qi in the yang. The yin qi flows in the meridians while the defensive qi flows in the opposite direction. If the stomach was in chaos, it would be cholera. What you're saying is that some small creatures that can't be seen with the naked eye can cause cholera to infect the human body. I've never heard of such a thing before. But if you think about it carefully, what you said might not be unreasonable. A long time ago, this penniless priest knew that it was easy to get sick from drinking raw water, but it was not easy to get sick from drinking boiled water. If there were really all kinds of small insects in the water, then it would be very easy to explain. But if there's a way to see the appearance of these small creatures, then it would be even more convincing." Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that? Just because they can't be seen with the naked eye doesn't mean that they can't be seen. To be honest, in a while, the Academy will have a tool that can directly see the general appearance of the moon hundreds of thousands of miles away. If such an incredible thing can be realized, then why can't it be possible to observe the small creatures in the water?" Sun Simiao had been a doctor for half of his life. Even though he had traveled all over the world and was very knowledgeable, he had never heard of such a bizarre thing. At this moment, the surprise on his face was even stronger. Ordinary people can actually see the appearance of the moon in the sky. "Little Xian, are you serious?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Of course. When the time comes, you can also go to the academy to see for yourself." "Academy?" Sun Simiao only just realized that Li Zishuan had mentioned the academy in the previous sentence. He asked curiously, "Little Xian, what academy are you talking about? Where is it located?" Li Zishuan replied, "Taoist son, the academy that I'm talking about is Yanhuang College in Yunshan. Currently, many engineering talents have gathered there. In the future, they will create even more novel things." Yanhuang College? Sun Simiao thought for a while and suddenly realized, "Oh, I remember now. A month ago, I heard of Yanhuang College in the Sui province area. Moreover, you are the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. I almost forgot about this. Speaking of which, little Xian, did you set up this academy just to spread the so-called engineering?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "I mainly want to carry forward my master's knowledge and not let it be lost." Sun Simiao said with a gratified face, "Not bad, not bad. If spiritual master Lingshu has a disciple like you, he would be very pleased." Li Zishuan secretly muttered in his heart, "If spiritual master Lingshu really has a spirit in heaven, he would definitely send down a bolt of divine thunder and blast this evildoer to death." "Oh, by the way, Taoist son, since you are living in the Chang, an official residence, why don't you live in Yunshan? There are mountains and rivers, and the environment is very quiet and secluded. I have prepared a courtyard for you. When you are free, you can go to the academy to take a look. It is also convenient for me to ask you about medical skills." Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and began to have evil thoughts. This guy actually started to have ideas about Sun Simiao. "Courtyard? No need, no need. I am used to traveling. Even if you give me a courtyard, it will only be a waste. What's more, how can I accept such a valuable thing for no reason? Sun Simiao hurriedly waved his hand. Li Zishuan smiled and persuaded, in the spring of this year, I was attacked by bandits in Zhongnan Mountains and was beaten down a cliff. If it weren't for Daoist Sun's help, I am afraid that I would not be alive to continue standing here. Therefore, Daoist priest Sun, you absolutely cannot say that you don't deserve a reward without any effort. As for the courtyard, it is a very simple house and is not worth much. Daoist Sun, please don't refuse. No matter how many days you stay, I will always keep the courtyard for you. Keep it, what if you need it in the future? Li Zishuan had already mentioned Sun Simiao's favor to him at Zhongnan Mountains. How could Sun Simiao refuse again? He could only agree and said, well, I will go to the Yunshan courtyard to rest. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He suddenly thought of Sun Simiao's disciple, Hu Jing, so he asked, that's great. Oh, by the way, Daoist Sun, has Hu Jing's eyes been cured? Did she come back with you this time? Sun Simiao said, it has been cured. Hu Jing's eyes were completely cured 2 months ago. This time, because I was in a hurry, I rode alone. Hu Jing fell behind and was protected by 5 imperial guards. There will be no danger. Chapter 924. After verifying the effectiveness of the prescription and Sun Simiao's return, the epidemic in Chang and city finally had hope of quickly calming down. The next step was for the Imperial Physician Department to prepare the antidote for the people. Chang and city had never experienced a large-scale epidemic in the Tang Empire since its founding more than 10 years ago. Looking at the previous dynasties, once an epidemic broke out in the country, it would usually cause thousands of deaths. It was extremely rare for an antidote to be developed less than 3 days after the outbreak of the epidemic. It was a blessing for the people to be born in this era. The 3 prescriptions that Li Zishuan had provided were all ordinary herbs. Therefore, even if it was more than 2,000 sets of antidotes, it would not be a difficult task for the Imperial Physician Department. Moreover, with the current financial situation of the Imperial Court, even if it was 10 times the amount, they would still be able to support it. However, there was one herb that was not easy to buy, and that was the stove earth. The main reason was that before this, no one had thought that it could be used as medicine. Naturally, no one would collect it and sell it for money. However, it was unrealistic to ask people to collect the stove earth because there was not enough time. Therefore, the antidotes prepared by the Imperial Physician Department's medical officers were lacking the stove earth. Presumably, every household had it. When the antidotes were distributed, they just needed to inform the people in advance. On Li Zishuan's side, when Sun Simiao agreed to stay in the Cloud Mountain courtyard, he immediately gathered people to tidy up the 3rd courtyard and quickly arranged all the commonly used furniture inside. Sun Simiao took some luggage from the official residence and arrived at Yunshan Villa. First, he stood outside the academy and sighed at the luxury of Yanhuang College. When he saw the temporary residence that Li Zishuan had arranged for him, old Sun suddenly lost his calm. In the morning, Li Zishuan had told him that the villas in Yunshan were very simple and crude houses that weren't worth much. But now, what he saw was a flat cement floor, a 2-story building and clean and bright glass windows. No matter how he looked at it, it couldn't be considered simple and crude at all. Ahem, Daoist Sun, this courtyard only looks good on the surface. In fact, the materials provided by my workshop and the manpower provided by the academy are really not worth much. When Li Zishuan saw Sun Simiao's expression, he knew what the old Taoist was thinking. Sun Simiao expressionlessly nodded his head. He was too lazy to argue with Li Zishuan. After all, he had been a doctor for so many years that he had long become indifferent to money. To him, wealth and glory were not as important as a medical book or a medicinal herb. Thus, this house was nothing to him. A few servants from the Imperial Physician Bureau brought Sun Simiao's luggage into the courtyard before taking their leave. When Li Zishuan saw that Sun Simiao was willing to stay in Yunshan Villa, he felt a little relieved. At this time, he went up to Sun Simiao and cupped his hands. Taoist Sun, I didn't expect that we would become neighbors now. Yesterday, I saved a baby who was infected with cholera. Now, his body is very weak. Although Han Xiaoyun's son was out of danger after Li Zishuan's initial treatment, his body was still very weak. The reason why Li Zishuan could come up with a prescription for cholera with his half-baked medical skills was all due to luck. Now, he did not have a good solution for the child. However, now that Sun Simiao was here, all the problems would naturally be solved. Speaking of the patient, Sun Simiao immediately put on a solemn expression. There's a baby who was infected with cholera? Quickly bring this poor Taoist to have a look. He knew better than anyone else how much of a threat cholera was to a newborn baby. It was very likely that the baby would die within a few hours. It was much faster than an adult's illness. Li Zishuan nodded and brought Sun Simiao to the first courtyard not far from here. In the courtyard, Han Yushi was coaxing the child. Li Jingma and Madame Li were looking at the child with a kind expression. They were chatting and laughing. It seemed that they were very fond of Han Xiaoyun's son. Mei Jun was also there. This kid was trembling in the corner of the courtyard. He had a feeling that his son was going to be snatched away by old man Li and the others. Li, on the other hand, was staring at the little Didi between Huan's legs. She was probably wondering why this thing grew on the child's body. Li Zishuan, who had entered the courtyard, saw the little girl's peeping behavior. He could not help but feel speechless. He secretly hoped that this little girl would not grow up to be a fujoshi in the future. After introducing Sun Simiao and explaining the purpose of his visit, everyone in the courtyard, except for Lan, and Huan, showed a great welcome to Sun Simiao's arrival. After some pleasantries, Sun Simiao took Huan, and placed his hand on the latter's wrist. He closed his eyes and carefully checked the child's pulse. The courtyard fell into silence. Only the sound of birds chirping in the nearby forest could be heard. No one disturbed them. After a while, Sun Simiao's eyebrows twitched. He looked very surprised. After a while, he put down Huan's arm and handed it over to Han Xiaoyun. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, he said, "This child is truly blessed. To be able to survive the cholera is truly a blessing from the heavens. According to my diagnosis, this child's pulse is obviously very weak, but there is another kind of vitality in his body. The vitality is very strong. I guess it's this vitality that has supported the child until now." Strange. This is the first time I've seen such a strange thing in my life. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and explained, "Taoist son, you don't know. Before this, Huan only had one breath left. The situation was very critical. If we rashly used medicine in such a situation, the child might not be able to withstand it. I used Taoist genuine qi to carefully nurse the child's body several times. Fortunately, Taoist son, you came back at this time. As for the possibility that there was a second kind of qi in his body other than genuine qi, Li Zishuan himself called this qi spiritual qi. He did not intend to tell anyone. Firstly, he was not completely sure. Secondly, this kind of thing sounded too strange. Genuine qi? Sun Simiao looked puzzled. He glanced at Li Zishuan. Then, as if he had accepted Li Zishuan's explanation, he said, "No wonder. But no matter what, this child has survived a great disaster. He will have good fortune in the future. At present, he is just a little weak. I'll give him a prescription to replenish his vitality. At the same time, Xiaoxian, you can give the child only 20% of your prescription for cholera. With these two approaches, the child will be fine within 5 days." Chapter 925. The next day, early in the morning, under the escort of Wu Ho, the medical officers of the Imperial Physician Department set up cholera antidote distribution stations on the streets of Chang, and with a relatively large flow of people. Anyone who had cholera in their family could come here to get the antidote for free with a certificate issued by the Fang Zheng or the Li Zheng. When the news came out, the whole city cheered. The people rushed to spread the news. Those who had family members with cholera quickly went to the Fang Zheng or the Li Zheng to issue a certificate and then went to the distribution station to get the antidote. The people outside the city knew the news a little later. After the people who came to Chang and city in the morning heard the news, they had to run back to the village to pass the news to the people who had cholera. Therefore, The first batch of people who received the antidote were mostly people in Chang'an City or people who lived in villages close to Chang'an City. What? There's still a missing ingredient? This medical officer, what is the missing ingredient? Is it expensive? When an old man heard the medical officer from the Imperial Medical Department say that the ingredients were missing, he immediately showed a worried look and quickly asked. The medical officer did not show any impatience or disdain because of the old man's question. He smiled and replied, "It's not expensive, it's not expensive. Every family has it. It's called hearth soil. It's the charred soil at the bottom of the earth stove. Take it down and use a knife to cut off the charred parts and impurities. Put it in the third set of ingredients you just received and fry it together." The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "What? The soil in the earth stove can be used to cure diseases? I didn't hear wrongly, did I?" The medical officer was about to answer, but the people behind him were a little impatient. "Hey, the one in front, if you're done, leave quickly. Don't block the others from getting the medicine. We still have to get the medicine after you're done." Suddenly, there was a wave of condemnation. The old man quickly stepped aside and apologized a few times before leaving with doubts. At the same time, at the entrance of the West Market, the most crowded place in Chang'an City, Sun Simiao and his disciple, who had actually set up a stall here to distribute medicinal ingredients to the commoners. Since Sun Simiao didn't like to be restrained and liked to wander around, Li Er let Sun Simiao temporarily take over the position of the head of the Imperial Physician Bureau. He was in charge of more than 300 medical students, medical officers, and doctors in the Imperial Physician Bureau. However, this temporary head of the Imperial Physician Bureau wouldn't have his freedom restricted. As long as Sun Simiao could come to Chang'an a few times every year, Li Er would be satisfied. "Auntie, have you been prone to relapse recently? Are you short of breath, sweating easily and catching colds easily?" Yes. "Young lady, you are too amazing. Auntie's recent problems were all pointed out by you. Then can I still be cured?" "Auntie, it's just a minor illness. Don't worry, I'll give you a prescription. You'll be fine after you take 3 doses. Don't be too tired." Thank you, miss. I only brought 50 coins with me when I went out." "Miss, do you think you can wait here for me to go back and get some money?" "Auntie, my master and I don't charge any consultation fees. You just need to take the prescription to the pharmacy to buy the medicines." Sun Simiao and his disciple were not only here to distribute the cholera medicine, but also to provide free consultation for some people. In fact, it was mainly Hu Meng who was doing the consultation. Sun Simiao was distributing the medicine while listening to Hu Meng's diagnosis. In fact, he didn't know how many times he had done this kind of free consultation with Hu Meng during their travels. It was also a test and training for Hu Meng. Practicing medicine. If you only stopped at medical books, you would never become an outstanding doctor. During the reign of Sui Kai Huang, Sun Simiao lived in seclusion in Taibai Mountain. He concentrated on studying medical books while he went around to diagnose the diseases of the people. This seclusion lasted for more than 40 years. It was because of his 40 years of medical experience that he finally became a medical grandmaster. Therefore, Sun Simiao understood the importance of medical experience better than anyone else. Since Hu Meng was bent on learning medicine, Sun Simiao had been teaching him medical theory while practicing medicine to help Hu Meng lay the foundation. Of course, the results were also very obvious. After traveling for more than half a year, Hu Meng had cured at least hundreds of patients. In some places, many people called her the little fairy doctor. How can this be? How can you treat a patient for free? The woman who came to see the doctor suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Sun Simiao turned his head at this time and said, "Madam, today is a free consultation. Of course, we can't take any money. You'd better take the prescription and go get the medicine. There are still patients waiting to see the doctor behind you." A cough. "Thank you, Dr. Sunday." "Thank you, miss." The woman quickly said goodbye. The next patient was a middle-aged man. Looking at his clothes, he didn't seem to be from a poor family. Unexpectedly, he also came to participate in the free consultation. Dr. Sun, this old man heard that you are holding a free consultation here and rushed over. Can you take a look at this Meng? The man didn't directly extend his wrist to Hu Meng. Instead, he respectfully asked Sun Simiao. What is the meaning of this? The patients in the line behind began to talk. He doesn't believe in that little girl's medical skills. Hey, actually, I don't believe it either. T, don't look down on people. Although this girl is young, her medical skills are excellent. It is said that when Dr. Sun traveled to Liang province, there was a plague in a village. This girl didn't sleep for 3 days and cured all the people in the village who were infected with the plague. The local people call her the little fairy doctor. Hiss. She's so amazing? Of course. This time, I came specially to find the little fairy doctor to treat my illness. Some people are really blinds. After hearing the middle-aged man's request, Sun Simiao, who was dispensing medicine, turned his head to look at the man. Then, he turned his head back to dispense medicine and said, "Your illness can be cured by my disciple, don't worry." This old man still has to busy himself with dispensing medicine. But, no buts. If you don't believe this old man's words, why bother looking for this old man? The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but he was instantly refuted by Sun Simiao. He had no choice but to sit in front of Hu Meng obediently and extend his arm. Hu Meng wasn't annoyed by being looked down upon. She smiled sweetly and said, "Uncle, don't worry. Even if it's an illness that I can't treat, my master will definitely help." As she spoke, Hu Meng's 2 fingers were already on the middle-aged man's wrist. Chapter 9:26. Uncle, your face is a little pale. Are you afraid of the cold recently? Your limbs are not warm, and you are often in low spirits? After a while, Hu moved her finger away, looked up at the middle-aged man and asked. And yes. The man answered in a muffled voice. Who continued, in addition to these, have your waist and knees been weak recently? Frequent urination and excessive urination at night? The man nodded again. When the patients in the queue saw this, they couldn't help but admire Hu's medical skills even more. At this moment, Hu said, "Uncle, you have a deficiency of yang, and it's a deficiency of yang in the kidney. I will give you a prescription to replenish your yang qi. You have to pay attention to not be too tired recently." Deficiency of yang in the kidney? Ah, so this brother has a deficiency of the kidney. The patients in the queue were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help but laugh. A big man was actually recognized by a little girl as having a deficiency of the kidney. This was indeed very embarrassing. The middle-aged man was laughed at until his face turned red. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Hu's expression was calm. There was no ridicule or any other messy expression on her face. She was like a master who had seen through the world of mortals. In just a few breaths of time, Hu had actually finished writing the prescription. She glanced indifferently at the patients who were laughing behind her. With just one glance, it was as if there was some kind of magic power, and the mocking laughter gradually stopped. Master said that there is no need to be afraid of treatment. Mortals eat grains and miscellaneous grains, and there is no one who doesn't get sick for a lifetime. Everyone, please don't ridicule me for no reason. Don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. Hu said meaningfully. Then, she said to the middle-aged man in front of her, "Uncle, this prescription was developed by my master. It is specially used to treat deficiency of yang in the kidney. Please keep it well." The middle-aged man felt both embarrassed and ashamed. He hurriedly said a few words of thanks and left. Next. Today was Tuesday. Yanhuang College officially started classes today. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin went to the college. Although Li Tai and Sun Zifan had recovered, they were still weak and needed to rest at home. In addition to the few of them, there were a total of more than 30 students in Yanhuang College who were infected with cholera. Li Zishuan sent people to the students' homes one by one to understand the situation. After confirming that no students had died of cholera, he was relieved. Today, Chang and City was distributing medicinal herbs. After breakfast, he rode a horse to Chang and City and happened to be at the entrance of the West Market. Li Zixuan had seen how Hu treated the patients just now. Now, whether it was her temperament or appearance, it was as if she was a completely different person. She used to be a blind farmer girl, but now, she had become the little fairy doctor, who was respected by everyone and had an extraordinary temperament. She had changed a lot. How old Hu has suffered for half his life. Now, the bitterness is finally over and the sweetness is coming. One of his sons entered the college, and the other daughter is studying medicine under Sun Simiao. Both of them have a bright future, and their merits are immeasurable. Li Zixuan was sincerely happy for old Hu's family. Then, he quietly left and walked to the other places where the medicinal herbs were distributed. He wanted to see the effect of the medicine in the other places. The Tang Daily reported that the Imperial Physician Department was distributing the cholera antidote for free today. However, for the people who lived close to Chang and City, they had already heard the news before they saw the newspaper. Therefore, the newspaper was mainly for the villagers who lived far away from Chang and City to spread the news. As for the 6 villages that belonged to Li Zixuan, such as Hanjia Village, Plum Village, and Liujia Village, Li Zixuan would send enough medicinal herbs to all the families with cholera patients. The total amount of money was not much, so he treated it as a benefit to the villagers. Therefore, none of the people who came to Chang and City to collect medicine today were from Li Zixuan's fiefdom. Li Zixuan rode Whitey around almost half of Chang and City. Seeing that there were patients' family members lining up in an orderly manner in front of all the medicine distribution points, Li Zixuan felt slightly relieved. As long as all the people who contracted cholera received the medicine, this sudden outbreak of the epidemic would soon be quelled if there were no accidents. As far as he knew, there had not been a single case of death in this epidemic. It could be said that the epidemic was quelled at the cost of 0 casualties. It was truly a one-of-a-kind thing. At noon, Li Zixuan went to Shi Shiko again. He invited Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing to Zuaxian restaurant for lunch. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Hu Jingjing's personality hadn't changed. She was still quiet and calm. Sitting with this kind of girl, no matter what kind of mood you were in a moment ago, whether it was excitement or sadness, you would immediately calm down. During the meal, Li Zixuan asked Sun Simiao and his disciple about the things that had happened to them during their travels. The epidemic, the free clinic, and all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. There were also some diseases that Li Zixuan had never heard of before. The experience was so rich that it could be written into a book. Young master, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep the whole night when I received a letter from my brother saying that he had been admitted to Yanhuang College. In the beginning, the 2 of us were blind and stuttering. If it wasn't for young master's help, I would probably still be playing cockfighting in the courtyard. I actually proposed a toast to young master. Young master, you have a kind heart. Good people will be rewarded. Halfway through the wine, Hu Jingjing held the wine glass and stood up to thank Li Zixuan sincerely. Although Li Zixuan was now Marquis, Hu Jingjing was still used to calling Li Zixuan young master as usual. After saying that, she raised her head, revealing her white neck, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The little girl's cheeks immediately blushed. Li Zixuan shook his head and smiled. Okay, don't drink anymore. The one who saved you and your brother was Sun Daozhong, not a lazy person like me. Your brother was admitted to Yanhuang College by his own ability. I didn't take care of him. Hu Jingjing opened her mouth and said, Young master and master have done us a great favor. We will never forget it for the rest of our lives. Li Zixuan said, Since you have made some progress in your medical skills, as long as you continue to spread your kindness, it will be the best reward for me and Sun Daozhong. Sun Simiao nodded and said, That's right. As people who practice medicine, we should save the dying and heal the injured. We should save the common people from suffering. Hu Jingjing nodded firmly and said, Yes, I will. After lunch, Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing continued to distribute medicine and provide free medical treatment. On this day, the Imperial Medical Department distributed more than 2,500 portions of medicine for cholera treatment. On the second day, more than 1,800 portions of medicine were distributed. On the third day, more than 950 portions were distributed. On the fourth day, 370 portions were distributed. On the 5th day, 130 portions were distributed. On the 6th day, there were only a few people receiving medicine. At this point, the sudden cholera epidemic had finally subsided. At this time, Li Zixuan suddenly received a piece of good news. Yanhuang College's astronomical telescope was completed. Chapter 927. Ink Girl, I heard that you've made a telescope? Back in the Yanhuang Academy, Li Zixuan was in Yan Xiaoning's office when he saw the couple he hadn't seen for a long time. In the morning, Mo Lingwei sent someone to inform him that the telescope had been completed. Li Zixuan immediately rushed over when he heard the news. Recently, he had been busy quelling the cholera and rarely asked about the matters of the college. He didn't expect Mo Lingwei to create such a big news all by herself. It was really shocking. Li Zixuan had expected that Mo Lingwei would make a telescope, but it was beyond Li Zixuan's expectations that she could make it so quickly. After all, although the principle of the telescope was simple, it wasn't simple to make it. Yes. Yamacho, little Ningzi and I have already made the telescope yesterday. We even tried it last night. We can see the moon very clearly from here. Mo Lingwei said excitedly when she saw Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He said mischievously, Yo! Last night? You two have started to stay out all night to look at the stars and the moon together? TSK, shouting, not bad. You're quite capable. Your progress. Ha. Yamacho, it's not what you think it is. Mo Lingwei, who had always been fierce, blushed at this moment. Yan Xiaoning was also embarrassed by Li Zixuan's words. He pretended to be angry and said, Little Xian, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with this barbaric girl. Who are you calling barbaric? The bashful look on Mo Lingwei's face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy look. Along with her deafening roar, a storm suddenly came. As long as Yan Xiaoning didn't know what was good for him, there would probably be an even more violent storm. Hey. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Why you like this? You're a lady who keeps shouting and fighting. Who would dare to marry you in the future? Yan Xiaoning had obviously suffered from Mo Lingwei's attacks before. He seemed to be prepared. He used Li Zixuan's body to dodge Mo Lingwei's attack and said sarcastically while dodging. Mo Lingwei's lungs were about to explode. She pointed at Yan Xiaoning and said angrily, What does it have to do with you whether I can get married or not? Even if I can't get married, I won't marry a bastard like Yutes. Don't run. Stand if you dare. Yan Xiaoning made a disgusted face and spat, Even if you don't marry me, I don't want to marry you. Don't flatter yourself. I, Yan Xiaoning, would rather be alone for the rest of my life than marry a barbaric woman like Yutes. I'm going to kill Yutes. Mo Lingwei was really angry this time. She took a big step forward and appeared in front of Yan Xiaoning. She wanted to catch this bastard. Who knew that Yan Xiaoning was so cunning? He used Li Zixuan's body to play around with Mo Lingwei. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart for this pair of adulterous couple to show off in front of him. Forget about showing off your love, but you still King ran over to show off your love in front of him. That was unbearable. Li Zixuan didn't say anything. He grabbed Yan Xiaoning and threw him in front of Mo Lingwei like he was throwing trash. Their eyes met, and what followed was a pig-like scream. Li Zixuan didn't have time to care about this. He shook his head, turned around, and walked towards the atrium next to Guanghua Tower. Even if Mo Lingwei didn't say anything, Li Zixuan knew where the binoculars were placed. He opened the metal door and entered the open-air atrium. Li Zixuan saw a long cylindrical object supported by a tall metal frame. It stood on the roof of the building like a sharp sword piercing the blue sky. Hey, it does look like it. I wonder how far this thing can siege. Li Zixuan glanced at the binoculars and mumbled to himself. He then approached the binoculars. When he got closer, Li Zixuan took a closer look. He realized that Mo Lingwei's binoculars were a typical Kepler telescope. She used two lenticular lenses as the objective lens and the eyepiece respectively. The two lenses were combined to magnify distant objects. The structure of the Kepler telescope was relatively simple, and it wasn't particularly troublesome to make. Even so, Mo Lingwei was already very impressive. After all, the industrial level of this era was very high. This girl didn't even know how many lenses she had to grind to make the two most suitable ones. Hey, Yamacho, give it a try. Using this thing to see the moon in the sky is much clearer than using the naked eye. Mo Lingwei didn't know when this adulterous couple had followed them again. Mo Lingwei walked cheerfully to Li Zixuan and shouted. Before she made the binoculars, Li Zixuan had promised her some conditions. Now, of course, she was hoping that Li Zixuan would quickly inspect the project so that he could fulfill his promise. Li Zixuan put his hands behind his back and rolled his eyes. He said, "Ink girl, it's almost noon. Where do you want me to find the moon? I'll come back at night after the moon rises." Astronomical binoculars can't be used for anything other than viewing during the day. What? You want to use an astronomical binoculars to look at the sun? If you have the guts, then give it a try. I guarantee that you'll be blinded by the brightness. The problem now was that Mo Lingwei's telescope was relatively large. It was fixed in the atrium of Guanghua Building, and the lens was pointing directly at the blue sky. Even if Li Zixuan wanted to use this thing to view the sun, it would be very inconvenient. Mo Lingwei also understood that Li Zixuan was telling the truth. She laughed awkwardly and said, Yamacho is right. Then, Yamacho, remember to come over tonight to try this telescopes. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Of course. Mo Lingwei said again, Yamacho, don't forget what you promised Lingwei when the time comes. Li Zixuan asked subconsciously, Huh? What? Mo Lingwei's expression changed instantly. The speed at which she changed her expression was as fast as when she was with Yan Xiaoning. Li Zixuan didn't want to provoke this girl. He instantly recalled something and said, Oh, I remember now. Ink girl, don't worry. As long as this telescope doesn't have any major flaws, I'll definitely do what I promised you. When Mo Lingwei heard this, she immediately smiled and said, Hee, thank you, Yamachos. One moment it was thundering, the next it was raining, and the next it was cloudless. This girl was really incorrigible. Li Zixuan didn't want to get involved in trouble, so he quickly left the atrium. At the same time, he thought to himself, I hope Yan Xiaoning can get rid of this demon as soon as possible. Chapter 9:28. At night. After dinner, Li Zixuan went out and walked towards Yanhuang College. Lan, his little tail, naturally followed him. Speaking of which, during the time that Han Xiaoyun's son, Mei Zhihuan, was in the Li family, Lan had found a new playmate. It wasn't easy to have someone younger than her in the family, and this girl naturally acted as the big sister. Many times, the way she pretended to be an adult always made others laugh. However, as early as the day before yesterday, Mei Zhihuan's illness had already recovered, so the mother and son naturally went home. When the little guy left in the end, he was still a little reluctant and insisted on letting Li Zixuan carry him. Speaking of which, it was strange. In the Li family, this child was not close to Father Li, Madam Li, or Han Yushi. Instead, he was very close to Li Zixuan, who was often not at home. This made Madam Li laugh and scold this child for being a little heartless. The siblings walked on the small path of Yunshan. Although night had fallen, the paths of Yunshan were all cement and could be considered smooth, so they wouldn't trip because of the bumpy road. It was now late autumn, and the cool night wind blew on their bodies, making them feel a chill to their bones. You little girl, when we went out, I told you to wear more clothes, but you didn't. Now you know that it's cold? Li Zixuan saw that Lan Er's legs were still trembling as she walked, so he reprimanded her unhappily. Although he said this, he still took off the cloak on his back and wrapped it around the little girl's body. That's right, it was too long. Lan was rather short, and at most, she could only reach Li Zixuan's waist. If such a long cloak was draped over the little girl's shoulders, half of it would drag on the ground. She might even step on the hem and trip herself. Thus, the cute Lan was wrapped up like a dumpling. Stinky brother, this is so ugly. Take it off quickly. Lan was just about to say, brother is so nice, when she was wrapped up like this by Li Zixuan. How could she, who always liked to be beautiful, stand this and immediately protested? Ugly your head. Let's see if you can still say it's ugly when you get sick from the cold. Li Zishuan knocked his sister's forehead in annoyance and dragged her toward the academy. Brother, can we really see the scenery on the moon later? Perhaps. Let's see if your brother Xiaoning and sister Wire can do it. Awesome? Brother, what do you mean by awesome? It's literally what it means. Smelly brother, you're lying to me again. You definitely didn't mean it literally. Awesome means to be energetic. Then I hope that brother Xiaoning and sister Wire will do their best. Otherwise, Lun would have made a wasted trip. All right, big brother, is there a fairy Chang-yi on the moon? Lun, you'll know soon enough. The siblings chatted casually and soon arrived at Yanhuang College. The two of them went straight upstairs to the atrium. Back then, Li Zishuan designed an atrium between the 4th and 6th floors of the Guanghua building. There was a semicircular glass dome at the top for lighting. Now, it could be used to place astronomical telescopes for astronomical observation. After entering the atrium, Li Zishuan realized that they were not the only ones here tonight. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Cheng Chumo, and dozens of other students were all here. Yamacho. When the students saw Li Zishuan, they all greeted him with even more respect than before. Some of the lower-class citizens might not know that the cholera was quickly suppressed because of Li Zishuan's contribution of the prescription, but as Yanhuang College students, how could they not know? After all, quite a number of them were very well informed. One person spread the news to 10, and 10 to 100. Therefore, they basically all knew that Li Zishuan was the savior of the plague. Especially those who had just recovered from the cholera, they looked at Li Zishuan with eyes full of gratitude. Others were apprenticed to a master to learn, but not only did they learn, but they also saved lives at critical moments. If word got out, who knew how many people would be envious? Have you all eaten? Li Zishuan nodded and said pleasantly. Now that the weather was cold, the students did not have to go for military training. Naturally, they did not have to rush to the bathhouse every day after school, so they still had some time to go out at night before going to bed. It was not that Li Zishuan did not think of introducing an evening self-study system in the academy, but the light at night was too poor. In this era, there were no electric lights, oil lamps, or candles. For a large classroom with 40 students, it was tantamount to the light of fireflies. If he forced an evening self-study system, it would only damage the students' eyes. In a few years, 8 out of 10 students would have similar eyes, and that would not be good. Yes, we have. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, the students all responded at once. At this time, Mo Lingwei walked over from the binoculars and said excitedly, Yamacho, quickly come and see if this binoculars are okay? Just now, the students were clamoring to see it, but I didn't let them see it. She was mainly afraid that the students would carelessly ruin the work she had put in for more than a month. Li Zishuan was both angry and amused. He nodded and walked to the binoculars. He bent down slightly and put his eyes on the binoculars. In this era, there was no plastic and the binoculars were made of iron. It was very cold to the touch. The direction and angle of the binoculars seemed to have been adjusted in advance by Mo Lingwei. Li Zishuan basically did not need to make any adjustments. From the binoculars, he could see a big shining sphere. On the sphere, there were some bumpy grooves and winding mountain ranges. Li Zishuan went to the Capital Planetarium when he was studying at the Capital University in his previous life. He remembered that he had a student ID and the ticket was only about 10 yuan. There was a public observatory in the planetarium. There was a 400mm optical catadioptric telescope inside. It could be used to observe the moon, planets, nebulae, star clusters, and sunspots during the day. Li Zishuan went there at night. That was the first time he saw the moon clearly with his own eyes. The shock it gave him was far from what he could see on the television screen. Now, Mo Lingwei's binoculars were naturally not as clear as the super-large telescope Li Zishuan used in the planetarium in his previous life. However, this was the Tang dynasty. It was already amazing to have a telescope that could see the moon's outline. Not bad, not bad. Although there are a few flaws, they do not obscure the jade. It is worth encouraging. Ink Girl, Congratulations on making the first astronomical telescope in the Tang dynasty. Tomorrow, I will help you persuade Mr. Mo to let you stay at Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan looked at it for a while, then walked down and said to Mo Lingwei, who was beside him with a face full of anticipation. Chapter 929. Cough cough. The title is necessary for the plot, not to start a fight. Female compatriots, please don't misunderstand. Well, that's great, thank you, Yamachos. In the courtyard of Guanghua Building, Mo Lingwei jumped up excitedly after hearing Li Zishuan's words. Although she was the daughter of the Mo family and a female overlord, she was still a woman. Under normal circumstances, she could only stay at home and wait for her father to find a suitable husband for her to marry. Then, she could have children and take care of her husband and children. However, Mo Lingwei didn't want to walk down this old path. She liked to be active and didn't like to be locked up at home every day. Yanhuang College was a good place for her to do that. Therefore, when Li Zishuan promised to help persuade her father if she could build the telescope, Mo Lingwei's heart instantly became active. For more than a month, she dragged Yan Xiaoning along and worked tirelessly. Wasn't it all for the sake of successfully entering Yanhuang College as soon as possible? What about me? I should have a share of the credit if this telescope can be built, right? Yan Xiaoning, who was at the side, said softly. Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up. She pointed at Yan Xiaoning excitedly and said to Li Zishuan, Yes, 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 Yamacho, little Ning also helped a lot when we built the telescope. His skills are not bad, why don't you accept him into the school too? His position doesn't need to be too high, just a special associate professor will do. Yan Xiaoning almost vomited blood when he heard that. That wasn't what he wanted to say. If the she-devil Mo Lingwei wasn't in the school, he wouldn't mind taking up a position there. Other things aside, he had a deep understanding of architecture. It was good to teach students. However, Mo Lingwei entering Yanhuang College was almost a foregone conclusion. Why would he still want to stay here? Wouldn't he be looking for troubles? Also, what did she mean by, his position doesn't need to be too high, just a special associate professor will do? Mo Lingwei was appointed as a special professor, but why was he, Yan Xiaoning, only an associate professor? This girl must be deliberately angering him. I don't agree. I don't want this credit anymore. Little Xian, I'm not feeling well. I'll head home first. Yan Xiaoning hurriedly waved his hand and said a few words. Then he fled, as if he was fleeing. Hey, little Ningzi, stop right there. Mo Lingwei hastily called out, but Yan Xiaoning's figure was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. I'm so angry. Don't let me catch you or I'll teach you a lesson. The last sentence was said in a low voice, as if he was talking to himself. Li Zishuan was speechless. Ink girl, what have you done to Xiaoning in the past month? Why is he so afraid of you? This girl rarely acted rashly in front of Li Zishuan. When she heard Li Zishuan's question, her little face instantly turned red. After hesitating for a while, she said embarrassedly, I didn't do anything? Yamacho, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Li Zishuan shook his head. He couldn't be bothered with this crazy girl. He turned around and carried Lan. He teased the little girl to look at the moon for a while. After Lan realized that there was no fairy Chang'e on the moon, she lost interest and said that she wanted to go home. When the students saw that Li Zishuan and his sister had left, they immediately swarmed over and fought to see the moon. I came first, I want to see it first. T. I was the one who came first. I came first. I came first. Seeing that the fight between the students was getting more and more intense, Mo Lingwei, who was next to them, immediately shouted, Stop. The word, stop, came out of her mouth, and it was deafening. Guanghua Building shook 3 times with it. A few students closer to her felt that their eardrums were about to burst. Li Zishuan and Lan, who had just walked down the stairs, also heard Mo Lingwei's shout. The little girl was puzzled. Brother, what's wrong with Sister Wei? Li Zishuan touched his nose. I don't know. Maybe she's going through menopause? Let's not care about her. Let's go home quickly. The menopausal Mo Lingwei looked at the chaotic students in front of her with a straight face. She pretended to be strict and reprimanded. "What are you squeezing for? All of you line up properly. If you don't line up, you're not allowed to use the telescopes." After saying that, she stood in front of the telescope like an old hen protecting her chicks, separating the students from the telescope. Swoosh! The students immediately lined up. No one turned a deaf ear to Mo Lingwei's words. After all, Mo Lingwei's father was the discipline leader of the physics department. After returning to the villa, Li Zixuan suddenly saw that the lights were still on in Yunshan's second villa not far from the south. He had an idea and let Lan go in first while he walked towards the second villa. The owner of Yunshan's second villa was Yan Xiaoning. When Yanhuang College was built, Li Zixuan found Yan Xiaoning to be the commander-in-chief. As a reward, he gave the second villa to Yan Xiaoning. And this guy was still up so late after escaping from Guanghua Building. What was he doing? "In the past, I had countless friends, but only you were in the depths of my heart. I searched for you thousands of places in the mountains, but when I looked back, you were in the depths of the donkey shed, eating grass, leaning against a tree, with a towel wrapped around your head. Donkey, oh donkey, you're still the most worrisome." Li Zixuan had just approached the second villa when he heard Yan Xiaoning reciting a poem. Oh, it wasn't a poem, nor was it a poem. There were no popular poems in the Tang dynasty. It sounded like he was just randomly reciting. But the content? Li Zixuan almost burst out laughing after hearing it. This guy was actually talking to his donkey. Ahem, good line. Good line. I didn't expect you to have such literary talent, Xiaoning. I'm impressed. Li Zixuan clapped his hands and interrupted Yan Xiaoning's affectionate confession and flattery. Yan Xiaoning paused, turned around, and said, "Little Xian, you're here." Yeah. What's wrong? Xiaoning, are you still angry at Ink Girl? It can't be, right? You're a man. Why are you getting angry at a weak girl? Weak girl? Yan Xiaoning immediately exploded. Have you ever seen a weak girl as fierce as her? Look, the injuries on my arms and waist were all caused by her. Little Xian, let me tell you, don't ever trust women. Women are all drama queens, liars, and pigs. I'm a good example. At the end, Yan Xiaoning almost cried. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. Thinking about Mo Lingwei's hesitant reaction, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, what kind of education did that crazy girl Mo Lingwei receive? She actually destroyed a 7-foot-tall man like Yan Xiaoning to this extent. Women are indeed terrifying when they become unruly. Chapter 930. Xiaoning, did Ink Girl hit you? Li Zixuan glanced at the bruises on Yan Xiaoning's arms and waist and asked. He had thought that the two of them were just quarrelsome lovers who would occasionally quarrel with each other. He didn't expect that domestic violence would be involved. This problem was a bit serious. Yan Xiaoning said angrily, "Isn't it? Xiaoxian, don't be fooled by her harmless appearance. She's very vicious. I don't want to stay with her in Yanhuang College forever." Li Zixuan wondered, "Don't you know how to fight back when she hits you?" Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and looked at Li Zixuan as if he was looking at an idiot. "Do you think I don't want to? But this woman knows martial arts. I'm no match for her." Li Zixuan suddenly understood. When he first saw Mo Lingwei, he saw that her lower body was extremely stable when she walked. He guessed that this girl might know martial arts. When Mo Lingwei showed her strength at the peak of the Grand Master realm, Li Zixuan was even more convinced that Mo Lingwei knew martial arts. He just didn't expect that this girl would use her martial arts for domestic violence. Yan Xiaoning was really miserable. Ink Girl was fine. Why did she hit you? Li Zixuan thought about it and asked curiously. Yan Xiaoning spread his hands and said helplessly, "How would I know? That's why I told you that this woman is the most difficult to understand. This girl is a heartless and unreasonable woman." Li Zixuan still felt that something was wrong, so he asked again, "Ahem, Xiaoning, tell me the details of the few times she's attacked you recently. I can help you with the details." It was rare for Yan Xiaoning to find someone he could confide in. He planned to complain about Mo Lingwei's atrocities. After seriously recalling for a while, he began to slowly tell Li Zixuan the story. One day, Mo Lingwei was tired from grinding the lenses and said, "Hey, little Ningzi, let's rest for a while. Let's talk for a while." Yan Xiaoning, "Say what?" Mo Lingwei, with a shy face, "Just tell me your impression of me." Yan Xiaoning, deep in thought, his eyes lit up after a while. "Do you know? I used to have two hearts, one kind and one evil. But ever since I met you, I only have kindness left." Mo Lingwei, a little happy, but also a little shy. "Then why?" Yan Xiaoning, with his hands on his hips and laughing loudly, "Because I'm so disgusting." Mo Lingwei? That day, Yan Xiaoning's waist was twisted in 7 places, his arms were twisted in 5 places, and his butt was kicked 4 times. Another day. Mo Lingwei, "Little Ningzi, do you think what you did was right?" Yan Xiaoning, pitiful, "No, I apologize. I apologize for what I did wrong. I have a stubbornness in my bones. I couldn't hold it back just now. I'm very sorry." Mo Lingwei, she raised her chin like a winner, "Then tell me, why are you apologizing? What did you do wrong?" Yan Xiaoning, with his head lowered, enduring the humiliation, "Sorry, I was stubborn." Mo Lingwei, furious, "Go to hell. Even if you buy me Beauty Shop's pomegranate jiao, I won't forgive you." Note, Beauty Shop is the biggest rouge shop in Chang, and pomegranate jiao is the most expensive rouge in Beauty Shop. Yan Xiaoning, waving hands, "All right. Then I won't buy it, I won't buy it. Don't be angry." Mo Lingwei? That day, Yan Xiaoning's waist was twisted in 3 places, his arms were twisted in 5 places, and his right foot was stepped on twice. He walked with a limp and only recovered after 5 days. Another day. Yan Xiaoning, "Ha! I finished grinding a lens and clapping my hands happily. Let's go to Zuaxian restaurant for lunch." Mo Lingwei, face full of joy, Okay. Then she touched her purse. Mo Lingwei, "But I didn't bring any money today." Yan Xiaoning, face full of joy, "Are you stupid? It's okay if you don't have money, I'll go alone." Mo Lingwei, angry, "Little Ningzi's." That day, Yan Xiaoning's head was hit in 3 places, his arms were twisted in 5 places, and his abdomen was punched. Another day, night, Yan Xiaoning's office. Mo Lingwei, who was assembling the binoculars and suddenly shivered, "It's so cold." Yan Xiaoning, "Ha! I'm not cold. I told you to wear more clothes." Mo Lingwei, glaring at Yan Xiaoning with endless killing intent in her eyes, Yan Xiaoning, don't stare at me, I didn't mean it that way, After stuttering for a while, Yan Xiaoning took off his cloak. Mo Lingwei thought that this blockhead was finally enlightened. Who knew? Yan Xiaoning threw his cloak on the table and said, "Ha! Are you happy now? I'll be cold with you." Mo Lingwei didn't say anything. She picked up the iron rod in her hand and, that night, Yan Xiaoning's legs were bruised in no less than 5 places, and his butt was bruised in more than 10 places. After listening to Yan Xiaoning's story, Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. He couldn't react at all. He sympathized with Yan Xiaoning before, but now, Yan Xiaoning lost control of his emotions after talking about so many sad past. His eyes were red, and he said with grief and indignation, "Little Xian, help me be the judge. Isn't this kind of woman asking for a beating?" He was being unreasonable and making trouble out of nothing. "When I have the chance, I'll teach this girl a lesson. Otherwise, she'll never know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Li Zishuan opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. What should he say about these 2 people? It was impossible to generalize and say which side was right and which side was wrong. It could only be said that this was the inevitable result of an iron-willed straight man meeting a violent woman. Both of them were King Amazings. "Little Xian, you're good at martial arts. Why don't you help me beat that girl up?" Seeing that Li Zishuan didn't say anything, Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and suggested again. Li Zishuan's old face turned black. Not to mention that he didn't hit women. If he really hit her and Yan Xiaoning got together with Mo Lingwei in the future, wouldn't he turn around and fight with him? Besides, she was the daughter of the Mo family's master. How could he beat her up just because he wanted to? Don't say any more. What kind of stupid thing is this? Li Zishuan waved his hand with a headache and said, Xiaoning, in fact, you deserve all the beatings you've received. You should reflect on it yourself. After saying that, he left without looking back. Yan Xiaoning shouted behind him, Hey, hey, hey. Little Xian, what do you mean? What do you mean I deserve it? *CK. To think that I treated you as a brother. Chapter 931. The next day, Li Zishuan got up early and prepared to go to the morning court. Old Li had sent someone to inform him yesterday. After breakfast, Li Zishuan went out with 2 guards before dawn. They rushed all the way to Yanxing Gate in the east of Chang'an City. At this time, the city gate was not open yet, but there was a long line of people outside the gate. Most of them were peddlers and civilians. Li Zishuan, a high-ranking official in his court uniform, stood out in the crowd. Many people subconsciously made way for him, not wanting to provoke Li Zishuan, an important member of the imperial court. But there were also people with sharp eyes who recognized Li Zishuan's appearance under the dim sky. Marquis, a middle-aged man in his 30s, tiptoed close to Li Zishuan and called out tentatively. Li Zishuan's night vision was good. He looked carefully and recognized the person who called him. It was Lu Dezhuang, who had taken the child to Yunshan to see a doctor. Lu Dezhuang? It's you? Are you going to the city to sell eggs? Li Zishuan sat on the horse and greeted Lu Dezhuang with a smile. He said so because he saw Lu Dezhuang carrying a basket of eggs on his back. Lu Dezhuang scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Hee, eggs are becoming more expensive recently, so I collected all the eggs at home and sold them together. So I can buy some meat for my Xiaoan to eat. Speaking of this, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added, Oh, the last time my family's Xiaoan got cholera, it was all thanks to Marquis's help. Marquis's great kindness to our Lu family is like a new life. I, Lu Dezhuang, am willing to repay Marquis's kindness with the rest of my life. Saying this, he knelt down in front of Li Zishuan and kowtowed 3 times. All of this happened in an instant. Li Zishuan, who was on horseback, couldn't react in time. By the time he jumped off the horse, Lu Dezhuang had already finished kowtowing 3 times. When he bent down halfway, a few eggs rolled out of the bamboo basket. Get up, get up. I told you before, you don't need to repay anything. Go home, farm and live a good life. That's the greatest repayment to me. Li Zishuan hurriedly helped Lu Dezhuang up and scolded him with a stern face. They made such a big commotion, kneeling and kowtowing, how could others not notice? Marquis? This is Mark Yong? It's really Marquis. Why does it sound like this person is implying that the Marquis of Yong and was the one who resolved the chaos? Shouldn't it be the Imperial Medical Department? You don't know about this, right? I heard that the reason why the Imperial Court was able to quell the cholera so quickly was mainly because Marquis Yong and contributed 3 prescriptions. Otherwise, too many people would have died. There's actually such a thing? How come I don't know about this? Nonsense. It's normal that you don't know. That's because Marquis keeps a low profile and doesn't like people to spread the news. If you ask around, you'll find out that the people who contracted cholera drank the exact same medicine as Lu Dezhuang's sons. Second brother Yu is right. I've also heard about this. And it's said that when the Imperial Medical Department distributed the medicine, none of the 6 villages under Marquis Yong An's rule went to collect the medicine. This is because Mark Yong and gave the sick villagers free medicine in advance. That means our Afu's savior is Mark Yong. After a round of discussion, more and more people found out the truth. Dozens of commoners started to surround Li Zishuan. Pang Feiji's right hand was on the hilt of his sword, as if he was facing a great enemy. He was afraid that an assassin would suddenly rush out from the crowd. Thank you, Marquis, for saving our Xiao Yutes. Marquis, you're our saviors. Please accept a bow from this old man. Marquis, please accept a bow from us. The assassin that Pang Feiji was guarding against did not appear. The dozens of commoners all bowed towards Li Zishuan in unison. When the rest saw this, they all followed suit. Although they didn't contract cholera before, it was inevitable that some of their relatives would contract it. When they heard that Li Zishuan was the savior of this cholera epidemic, they were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the people in front of him who were bowing to him in unison, Li Zixuan felt a little touched. He didn't want to make the cholera prescription public, but it was still noticed by some attentive people. What a bunch of simple, hard-working people. Rise, all of you. The cholera epidemic wasn't caused by me alone. If it wasn't for His Majesty's love for the people and his constant concern for them, even if I had the antidote, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to prepare the antidote in such a short time and hand it to every cholera patient. So if you want to thank someone, you should thank His Majesty. Li Zixuan raised his hands and said loudly to the crowd. The cholera epidemic this time had infected more than 3,000 people, and these 3,000 people had close relatives that numbered in the tens of thousands. Li Zixuan felt a little pressured to be thanked by so many people, and also a little. In short, if his reputation was too high, he was worried that people would use this to make an issue out of it and badmouth him in front of Li Er. His Majesty is wise. Marquis is wise. His Majesty is wise. Marquis is wise. The commoners shouted. Rumble. At this moment, the city gate was pushed open from the inside, and 2 city gate officers came out. Under Li Zixuan's persuasion, the commoners lined up again and began to undergo the security check. Yes, that's right, the city gate officers of this era were basically the same as the security guards of modern train stations and subway stations, but they didn't have high-tech equipment. After entering the city, Li Zixuan urged Bai to run a little faster. The 3 of them rode straight to the imperial city, and soon they saw the tall and majestic imperial palace. Li Zixuan left Bai in Pang Feiji's care, and entered the imperial palace alone. After chatting with the officials of the imperial court for a while, a servant came out to inform everyone to enter the Taiji Palace for the morning court session. After listening to Old Li, Fang Xianling, Wei Zheng, and the others discuss national affairs for a long time, it was finally Li Zixuan's turn to take the stage. He heard Li Er say in a deep voice, although the cholera epidemic has been quelled, we should still reward him according to his contributions. I'm sure all of you know that the epidemic situation was very critical. If it weren't for the Marquis of Yong and providing the prescription in time, the entire Chang and city would have experienced a large-scale outbreak of cholera. If that happened, the imperial court would have suffered a great loss. Now that the cholera epidemic has been completely quelled, and not a single commoner has died from the disease, it's a miracle. I intend to reward the Marquis of Yong, and generously. How do you think I should reward him? As soon as Li Er finished speaking, the imperial court instantly fell silent. The officials looked at each other. Reward? How else could they reward him? A 15-year-old marquis with a third-rank official position, how else could they reward him? If they rewarded him more, wouldn't they be invincible? Chapter 932. As for how to reward Li Zixuan had also thought about it for a long time. However, he realized that Li Zixuan was neither short of money nor status. As for his position, this fellow was naturally lazy, and he was even in charge of an academy now. If he was given another position, Li Zixuan would probably quit immediately. That was why he brought this matter to the imperial court. He wanted to see if the ministers had any ideas. However, Li Zixuan was a new noble who had just risen in the imperial court this year. The speed at which he rose was already unprecedented. How could the officials still think of a suitable reward? After waiting for a long time and seeing no one speak, Cheng Yaojin could not stand it anymore. Old Cheng took a step forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Your Majesty, it's not right for me to judge whether the Marquis of Yong and contributed to the cholera this time. However, if he didn't take action, my family's Chonyo might have died because of the cholera. Therefore, no matter how your Majesty rewards the Marquis of Yong, I am willing to take out 100 households of land and give it to him as a token of gratitude." Boom! The moment Cheng Yaojin's words came out, all the officials in the imperial court raised their eyebrows. In this era, not only did it mean an iron rice bowl, it also symbolized the glory of the family. This was especially true for people like Cheng Yaojin who had been promoted to a duke. Normally, if people of their status had made military contributions, Li Er would not give them a promotion. Instead, he would give them an increase in their food. Therefore, to them, living in a fief was a military merit, and living in a fief was glory. Cheng Yaojin's repayment to Li Zishuan could not be said to be not generous. Of course, old Cheng's move was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. He was forcing the other officials in the imperial court and also forcing Li Er at the same time. Li Zishuan saved my son, and I have already shown my sincerity. Do you still have the nerve to be indifferent? Moreover, Li Zishuan also saved your son. As the ruler of a country, don't you boast about being fair in rewards and punishments? If you don't show some sincerity now, how can you show that you are fair in rewards and punishments? As expected, Li Er's expression changed slightly, and he revealed a contemplative look. Cheng Yaojin stood up. How could Yuqi Jingde not have the nerve to come out? Without any hesitation, he stood beside Cheng Yaojin and cupped his fists towards Li Er. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and also saved this old official's son. This old official is also willing to take out 100 households of land as thanks. Your Majesty, please allow it. The court gradually fell into silence. The ministers witnessed the most absurd scene in history. Two Grand Dukes actually took the initiative to transfer a portion of their territory to another person. How strange. When Sun Fujia and Zhang Sun Wuji saw this, they were about to walk out as well. However, Li Zishuan was one step ahead of them. He cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuqi for your kind intentions. However, this nephew cannot accept this gift. Cheng Chumo and Yuqi Baolin are both my nephew's students. When my students are in trouble, as their teachers, I should help them. On a personal level, Chumo and Baolin are my nephew's good friends. How can I stand by and do nothing when they are seriously ill? Even if their illness can only be cured by the 1,000-year snow lotus on the heavenly mountain, I will still step onto the heavenly mountain and find it for them. Now that their illness is cured, how can I accept such a generous gift from my two uncles? Then wouldn't I, Li Zishuan, become a vile person who seeks to repay kindness? Good lad. I, old Cheng, did not misjudge you. You have enough loyalty. It's a pity that you were born 30 years later. Otherwise, I, old Cheng, would definitely become sworn brothers with you." Li Zishuan had just finished speaking when Cheng Yaojin's large palm landed on Li Zishuan's body. Following that, this old fellow's heroic laughter resounded throughout the entire Taiji Palace. The ministers in the palace were all speechless. They secretly thought that this old fellow was really shameless. Zhang Sun Wuji rolled his eyes. After a moment, he stepped forward and said, "My uncle is righteous. However, you have saved my son. No matter what, this old man has to express my gratitude. If you have any requests, this old man will try his best to satisfy them." Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He secretly thought that this old fox was really crafty and petty. What did he mean by, "If I have any requests, I will try my best to satisfy them"? He had already boasted earlier. If he were to demand an exorbitant price from Zhang Sun Wuji, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? Lord Zhang Sun is too courteous. Your son is also my student. Saving him is something that this junior ought to do. Li Zishuan cupped his hands towards Zhang Sun Wuji, and then said in an indifferent tone. Seeing that his ministers were going back and forth, Li Zishuan also couldn't sit still. Oh no, it should be that his face was a little embarrassed. After all, Li Zishuan had also saved his son. Alright. Li Zishuan's contribution to the rapid pacification of the cholera could not go unnoticed. This was a matter of the nation, not a matter of a few beloved officials. Naturally, the imperial court should reward him. Li Zishuan, tell me, what reward do you want? Li Er, who couldn't maintain his face, coughed lightly and said in a deep voice. Only then did Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and the others calmed down and looked towards Li Zishuan. Bestowing a reward was a form of knowledge. Wasn't wanting a reward also a form of knowledge? Furthermore, the knowledge to bestow a reward was undoubtedly even more profound and difficult to grasp. Li Zishuan pursed his lips. Actually, when he received Li Er's notice to attend the morning court session yesterday, he had already guessed what would happen. Thus, he had already thought about what reward he should ask Li Er for. At this moment he stepped forward and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, Quelling the cholera was not the work of this subject alone. Furthermore, this subject is a marquis of the Great Tang Empire. Doing something for the Great Tang Empire is also this subject's duty. This subject does not dare to ask for a reward. One should be humble when needed. After all, if one was humble, this reward wouldn't run away. Li Zishuan loved to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. Li Er said unhappily, "If I want to give you a reward, you should accept it. When did you become so overcautious? Speak quickly." Li Zishuan didn't continue to pretend to be humble. Everything had to be done in moderation. He bowed and said, "Thunderbolts and rain are the grace of the emperor. Logically speaking, this subject should accept whatever your majesty gives me." Hearing this, Li Er frowned. He really wanted to kick this glib-tongued brat. However, he heard Li Zishuan continue, "However, this subject has something to ask of your majesty. I would like to take the opportunity to say it today. I hope your majesty will allow it." This brat had finally returned to his original appearance. Li Er said seriously, "Speak." Li Zishuan said, "This subject wishes to set up a medical school in Yanhuang College. At that time, this subject will train medical students together with the Imperial Medical Department. When the time is ripe, this subject intends to open medical schools all over the Great Tang Empire to relieve the suffering of thousands of people. This subject will let the people of the Great Tang Empire be able to treat illnesses and afford medicine. I hope your majesty will allow it." Silence. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the court immediately fell into silence. No one, including Qing Yaojin, expected Li Zishuan to make such a strange request. Wasn't he wasting the opportunity? Chapter 933. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Li Er heard Li Zishuan's words, he muttered in his heart. He thought to himself, why did this brat suddenly change his personality? He didn't even want to take the advantage that was sent to his mouth? Is this the only request? Li Er waited for a long time and didn't see Li Zishuan continue speaking. He asked uncertainly, "Your Majesty, I only have this one request. I hope that your Majesty will grant it." Li Zishuan said lightly, Shao Xianyu." Cheng Yaojin anxiously glared at the side. He wanted to say something but was pulled back by Qin Xiong. Li Er looked deeply at Li Zishuan and then nodded. He said in a deep voice, "Okay, I grant it." Among the officials in the palace, some let out a sigh of relief, while others sighed. "Thank you, your Majesty." No matter how others looked at him, Li Zishuan still had a calm and at ease look on his face. He had the demeanor of an expert who didn't care about material gains and didn't care about personal losses. Who knew that before Li Er finished speaking, Li Er changed the topic and said, "I have always adhered to the principle that meritorious deeds should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. Li Zishuan, whether it is saving the 3,000 people from the cholera or establishing the medical school in the future, they are all acts of meritorious deeds for the country. They should be rewarded. Mark Yong and Li Zishuan, come forward and listen to the decree." Li Zishuan secretly thought that old Li still had a conscience. His move of retreating in order to advance was not in vain. Putting away the messy thoughts in his mind, Li Zishuan walked to the front under the stunned gazes of the officials. He solemnly bowed and cupped his fists, saying, "This subject obeys the decree." Li Er's eyes narrowed as he scanned the officials in the palace. He then said, "Mark Yong, and has meritorious deeds for quelling the cholera. With the strength of one person, you saved thousands of people from life and death. At the crucial moment, you didn't claim the credit and didn't become arrogant. You are still able to worry about the country. You are truly a role model for all officials. I have decided to grant you 400 households and 100,000 gold. I will also bestow upon your mother the title of Lady Yi and your wife the title of a Korean third-rank noble lady. Your father, Li Jingma, is a secondary 7th-rank winged cavalry officer. Are you satisfied?" Previously, Qing Yaojin had jumped out and said that he wanted to give 100 households worth of land to Li Zishuan. This gave Li Er a little inspiration. Since he could not raise Li Zishuan's title and position, and Li Zishuan did not lack money, he might as well increase his land and land. At the same time, he could also reward his family members with some empty positions. If everything was calculated, the reward would be very generous. In addition to the 600 households that were given to Li Zishuan when he was conferred the title of Mark Yong, and Li Zishuan now had a total of 1,000 households. What kind of concept was 1,000 households? One must know that the Duke of Lu Country, Qing Yaojin, only had 700 households. The Duke of Yi Country, Qin Qiong, also had 700 households. The Duke of Wei Country, Li Jing, only had 400 households. Li Zishuan's current land was almost catching up to the Prince of Hejin County, Li Shaogong. According to the records, Li Shaogong had 1,200 households. Li Zishuan was only a small marquis, but his land had already reached a shocking 1,000 households. It was truly inconceivable. Furthermore, 1,000 households land meant that Li Zishuan was now in charge of the life and death of 400 to 500 people. This subject thanks your majesty for your great kindness. Li Zishuan was also shocked by Li Er's sudden generosity. He had to admit that old Li's all-round, multi-layered reward plan made him very satisfied. Your majesty is brilliant. Cheng Yaojin was overjoyed. He quickly followed behind Li Zishuan and sang praises. Zhang Sun Wuji hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your majesty is brilliant." The Marquis of Yong and cared for the people and even quelled the cholera single-handedly. None of the ancient sages could do this. Your majesty's generous reward is definitely worthy of the Marquis of Yong An's name. No matter what, Li Zishuan had saved his son, Zhang Sun Chong. If he, Zhang Sun Wuji, didn't do anything, it wouldn't make sense. Furthermore, the rewards that Li Er gave were all within the rules. It wasn't too out of line. He had no reason to make things difficult for Li Zishuan on this matter. Instead, he might as well fulfill his wish. Since Zhang Sun Wuji had already agreed, who else in the imperial court would dare to come out and cause trouble for such a small matter? Strictly speaking, Li Er didn't give Li Zishuan a promotion. This was the most important thing. Most people could accept this result. Li Er nodded and said, "Yes, Li Zishuan, I heard that Yanhuang College has made an astronomical telescope. Through this mirror, one can observe the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Is this true?" Once he said that, everyone was shocked. The officials couldn't help but look at each other. They were shocked and speechless. What kind of mirror could observe the sun, moon, and stars in the sky? Why does this sound so much like nonsense? It had to be said that even though these people were higher-ranking officials in the imperial court, they weren't as knowledgeable as most of the students in Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan was already prepared. It should be said that from the moment Yan Shaoning and Mo Lingwei finished making the telescope, he had already expected that Li Er would know about this news soon. Furthermore, he had never thought of exchanging a national treasure like the telescope for money. He would definitely hand it over to the country. At this moment, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and answered, "Your Majesty, the Academy has indeed made an item that can see the moon and stars from hundreds of thousands of miles away. It's called the astronomical telescope. Many teachers and students of the Academy have tried this mirror." Hearing Li Zishuan's confirmation, the officials couldn't stay calm anymore. The quiet and orderly imperial court suddenly exploded like a drop of water in a pot of oil. What? Yanhuang College actually has a magical item that can see the sun, moon, and stars clearly? This can't be right. I wonder what it's like on the moon. Other than these officials who were just here to watch the show, the eyes of many military bigwigs lit up. Pharmacist, since this astronomical telescope can see the sun, moon, and stars clearly from hundreds of thousands of miles away, can it also see enemies from tens or even hundreds of miles away? It can predict the enemy's moves. This is what it means to predict the enemy's moves first. This magical item must not fall into the enemy's hands. That's right. We must fight for this item. This is a national treasure, not a toy. Seeing that the officials were all discussing in private, Li Er coughed lightly and said, "I heard that the astronomical telescope is more effective at night. Is this true?" "Hey, old Li's information is quite complete." Li Zishuan muttered to himself and then replied, "That's true. Your Majesty, the light in the day is too strong. If you use the telescope to look at the sky, It's very easy to hurt your eyes, so the effect is better at nights. Li Er nodded, then made a decision that stunned everyone. Tonight at 5 p.m., all officials of the 3rd rank and above shall follow me to the Cloud Mountain to see the moon. The officials were stunned, but after they recovered from their shock, they all hurriedly cupped their hands and said yes. Your Majesties! Those officials of the 3rd rank and below opened their mouths and had a bitter look on their faces. In fact, they also wanted to go and see it. Unfortunately, they didn't have that fate. Chapter 934. After the morning court session, Li Zishuan finally revealed a proud smile on his face. This morning court session was not in vain. Now, this young master has truly become a big landlord. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. Now, he had 1,000 households. In this era, there were at least 5 people in a household and they owned about 100 mu of land. 1,000 households meant 100,000 mu of land. Although the yield of grain was very low in this era, 100 mu of land is only 300 dan, about 30,000 caddies. It could not cover the total amount of land. 100,000 mu of land could produce millions of caddies of grain every year. Even if he only collected 10% of the tax, he would still have millions of caddies of grain. This landlord could really just sit at home and wait for death. It could be said that with Li Zishuan's family business, even if his descendants did not achieve anything in their lives, it would be very difficult for them to squander the family business. Marquis, is there good news? Pang Feiji saw that Li Zishuan was very excited and came up to him with a smile. Li Zishuan mounted his horse and said with a smile, "And great news. Let's go. Let's go back. The academy also needs to prepare. Tonight, His Majesty and the civil and military officials will go to the academy." What? His Majesty is going to the academy at night? Pang Feiji's eyes widened in disbelief. Ever since the world was peaceful, the emperor had never left the city at night. It was not because of the curfew. Why would an emperor care about that? The main reason was that it was not safe to leave the city at night. After all, there were no street lights in this era. Everywhere outside the city was dark and it was easy for assassins to hide. Pang Feiji did not have time to think because Li Zishuan had already rushed out. He quickly mounted his horse and led his men to chase after Li Zishuan. Yun Mountain. After Li Zishuan returned home, he was not in a hurry to tell his family about the reward that Li Er had given him. This was because he knew that in the afternoon, the imperial edict from the palace would be sent down. When that time came, they would naturally know. Sure enough, someone from the palace came in the afternoon. The person who came to deliver the decree was Zhao Song, Li Zishuan's old acquaintance. The two exchanged some pleasantries. Zhao Song saw that Li Zishuan's family members were all present, so he cleared his throat and took out an imperial edict from one of his followers behind him, reading it aloud. The Emperor of the Great Tang has decreed that we rule the world through literature and subdue chaos through force. Moreover, military commanders and generals were the pillars of the imperial court, the backbone of the country. They were capable of both civil and military affairs, and their contributions to the imperial court could diminish their achievements and not be rewarded with favor. Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Yong, has quelled the cholera and has rendered great service. He has single-handedly saved the lives of tens of thousands of people in Chang, and saving the lives of millions of people from the ravages of cholera. Therefore, he will be granted 400 households and 100,000 gold coins. By the emperor, Li Zishuan said, "This subject, Li Zishuan, accepts the decree." "Thank you, Your Majesty." When Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Han Yushi heard the good news, they were all stunned. This was really good news from the heavens. When Li Jingma came to his senses, he was about to send a servant to fetch the money when Zhao Song took out another imperial edict from the servant behind him. He paused, looked at Madame Li, and said, "The Marquis of Yong and's mother, Madame Yi, accepts the decree." Madame Li's eyes widened. She could not react for a long time. She tugged at Li Jingma and pointed at herself in disbelief. "Old master, is eunuch Zhao talking about me?" Li Jingma hurriedly urged, "Go quickly. Who else could it be if not you?" Madame Li was convinced that she did not hear wrongly. She straightened her clothes and stepped forward. "This old one, Yiyuzhu accepts the decree. Zhao Song continued reading. The Emperor of the Great Tang has decreed that the Marquis of Yong'an's mother, Madame Yi, is virtuous and prudent, diligent and gentle and pure, gentle by nature, and good at educating her son. She will be conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady by the Emperor. Ah! Madame Li was a little confused. A third-rank noble lady, this status was comparable to the wives of important officials in the imperial court. Even a provincial governor would not dare to look down on her. Such a prominent status was bestowed from the heavens just like that? Madam, accept the edict quickly. Li Jingma was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. He urged softly from behind. In fact, he was a little jealous at this moment. His status in the family was low. Now that his wife was conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady, wouldn't his status be even lower in the future? Madame Li hurriedly said, "This old one accepts the edict." "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Zhao Song was not angry because he had to wait a little longer. He handed the imperial edict to Madame Li with a smile and said a few pleasing words. Then, he took out the third imperial edict and said, "The Marquis of Yong'an's wife, Han, accepts the decree." Han Yushi's heart trembled, and her little heart thumped. She walked forward and bowed. "This concubine, Han Yushi, accepts the decree." Zhao Song saw that although Han Yushi's eyes were a little nervous and flustered, her actions were still natural and unrestrained. He could not help but nod and say, "The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that the Marquis of Yong'an's wife, Han, is gentle and virtuous, graceful and elegant, dignified and virtuous. She is conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady, Your Majesty." Han Yushi's heart was immediately filled with great surprise. She bowed and said, "Han Yushi accepts the decree. Thank you for your grace." Li Jingma's face was full of shock. Fortunately, his hand was not on his chin, otherwise, he would have pulled off his beard. Although the title of a noble lady was only a symbol of honor and did not have any real power, two third-rank noble ladies in one family had almost never appeared in the 10 years since the establishment of the dynasty. Even in the previous dynasty, very few people could receive such an honor. It was no wonder that he was so surprised. However, apart from being surprised, Old Man Li could not help but feel a little disappointed. His wife was conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady because of her son, and his daughter-in-law was also conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady because of her husband. As the father, why did he have nothing? Could it be that he did not contribute to the birth of Li Zishuan, this son? Just as Old Man Li was feeling sour, Zhao Song spoke again. "Li Jingma accepts the decree." Li Jingma immediately came back to his senses, and a smile finally appeared on his old face. "I, Li Jingma, accept the decree." Zhao Song recited. The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that a family that accumulates good deeds will have more to celebrate. Those who have not done good deeds will not be affected. How can I be stingy with my praise? Your son, Li Zishuan, has a righteous character and good conduct. He is adept in literature and martial arts. You have taught your son well. I hereby grant you the title of a 7th-rank winged cavalry officer, Your Majesty." 7th rank? Li Jingma was not a novice. He still had some common sense. Even though this winged cavalry captain didn't seem to be of the same rank as a third-grade noble lady, this was a genuine military merit. Normally, only those soldiers with military merits would be able to obtain it. Therefore, Old Man Li was grinning from ear to ear. "Li Jingma accepts the decree and thanks for your grace." No matter what, he would never have thought that he would have the opportunity to become an official at such an age. The wonders of life were truly indescribable. Moreover, the 4 imperial decrees had arrived at Yunshan today. It could be considered as 4 consecutive blessings. Chapter 935. For imperial edicts to reward the same family was a rare sight in the Tang Empire. The fact that Li Zishuan was favored by the emperor made people look at him in a different light. But were these rewards really a lot? Not at all. Although there were 4 imperial edicts as rewards, the real benefits were only 400 households and 100,000 gold coins. The rest were nothing more than empty titles. Compared to Li Zixuan's contributions, these rewards were really not much. Think about it, if Li Zixuan did not help, even if Sun Simiao could rush back in time, it was unlikely that he would be able to produce the antidote immediately. With the epidemic spreading like wildfire, the delay in producing the antidote would increase the number of people infected with cholera. When the number of people could not be controlled, the Tang Empire's capital, Chang'an, would be in great danger. Therefore, the rewards given by Li Er were not much at all. Good. Today is really a day of great joy. After Zhao Song left, Li Jingma laughed heartily. It was rare that Madame Li did not dampen old Li's enthusiasm. She looked at her son lovingly and said, Xian is getting more and more favored by the emperor. Thanks to you, Xian offering the antidote for cholera, not only did you save the people, but you also earned a title for your father. Your father will be happy for a while. Old Li was immediately unhappy. Madam, weren't you unwilling to let Xian help the king of Wei treat cholera? Madame Li said unhappily, I was afraid that our son would accidentally contract cholera too. So you're not afraid now? You're just a 7th-rank winged cavalry captain. How dare you talk back to a 3rd-rank honorary lady? You're offending your superiors. Madam, this is not how things are supposed to be. Seeing their parents quarreling, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi couldn't help but look at each other and smile. This was life. Brother, why are you all rewarded but not Lan? Lan is your sister. I also contributed. The little cutie tugged at Li Zixuan's arm and looked up at him. Overjoyed, Li Jingma and Mrs. Li discussed and decided to return to the Li mansion in Chang'an for a while. According to Li Jingma's father, such a joyous occasion should be celebrated with the servants in the mansion. Although it was comfortable to live in Yunshan, it was not as lively as Chang'an. Before leaving, Madame Li specially called Li Zixuan to the side and said, Xian, you and Yushi have been married for quite some time now. It's time for you to have a child. Mother and your father are going back to Chang'an to stay, and will bring Lan back as well. You and Yushi must hurry up. Mother is waiting to hold a grandson. Li Zixuan was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood why the old couple had suddenly clamored to return to Chang'an. It turned out that they wanted to create a couple's world for him and Han Yushi. Mother, we are still young. What's the hurry? Mrs. Li Zixuan couldn't help but slap Li Zixuan's arm. What's wrong with being young? Look at Mei Jun and Han Xiaoyan, aren't they the same as you? Look at how adorable his Huan is. You and Yushi should hurry up. Li Zixuan didn't want to disappoint his mother, so he didn't say much. He just vaguely agreed. Around 3 in the afternoon, Li Jingma and Madame Li brought Lan, who also missed Chang'an. They dressed lightly and rode down Yunshan in a carriage, rushing towards Chang'an. Li Zixuan asked Pang Feiji to bring a team of personal guards to follow behind them. He entrusted them to stay in Chang'an and protect his parents. As for himself, Li Zixuan felt that he didn't need protection at all. The academy had 3 great grandmasters guarding it, so it was very safe. After watching his parents leave, Li Zixuan didn't have time to spend some alone time with his wife. He was called over by Mo Zhong to Yanhuang College. Li Gang heard that Li Zixuan was going to bring the civil and military officials to the academy to admire the moon with binoculars tonight. He wanted Li Zixuan to return to the academy in advance to take charge of the situation and make arrangements in advance to prevent any accidents. The old teacher had already treated the academy as his home. The students of the academy were his children. If something happened to Li Zixuan in the academy, the entire academy wouldn't have an easy time. Therefore, the old teacher was especially attentive. At 5:45 p.m., the sky gradually darkened. A full moon appeared in the sky, but it didn't look very bright. The civil and military officials who were admiring the moon led by Li Zixuan ascended Yunshan and arrived at the gate of the academy. They saw that there were big lanterns hanging on both sides of the road leading out of the academy. They were hung up every 5 steps, making the entire academy as bright as day even at night. Li Zixuan brought the leadership of the academy to the school gate to welcome them personally. I'm just here to try the binoculars. You're so good, making such a big fuss. I wonder how much money you've spent. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Zixuan pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded him jokingly as he walked. Li Zixuan cursed in his heart, but he said, "Your Majesty and the officials of the imperial court came to the academy to admire the moon. Of course, the academy should prepare in advance. Otherwise, if your Majesty and everyone accidentally knocked or bumped into each other in this pitch-black darkness, wouldn't it be my fault?" "Ha, you're getting more and more glib-tongued," Li Zixuan said unhappily. After exchanging a few more words, they arrived at the courtyard of Guanghua Building. A huge binoculars came into view. Li Zixuan looked at it with interest. He touched and knocked on it for a long time before asking, "How do I use this?" Li Zixuan explained, "Your Majesty only needs to put your eyes in front of the cylinder. Then you'll see a whole new world." The angle of the binoculars had been adjusted in advance. There was no need for Li Zixuan to do anything. He just needed to look. Li Zixuan nodded. Under the gazes of the officials, he bent his knees slightly and put his eyes in front of the binoculars. Suddenly, Li Zixuan opened his mouth in shock. He saw a bumpy sphere in the binoculars. When the attentive officials saw this, they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Even before Li Zixuan ascended the throne, he didn't show his emotions on his face, let alone now that he was the emperor. He didn't show his emotions on his face. But now, Li Zixuan looked so surprised that people couldn't help but think, what kind of scenery could surprise Li Zixuan, the emperor of a country? The more they thought about it, the more eager they were to use the binoculars. But here came the problem. Li Zixuan had been in front of the binoculars for almost 15 minutes, but he still didn't have any intention of leaving. What could the officials do? Could they go up and kick Li Zixuan away? So, they could only wait at the side for Li Zixuan to finish using it. Chapter 936. TSK, I didn't expect the moon to be like this. There's no moon lord, no jade rabbit, and no trees. It looks like there's only barren mountains and dry rocks. The moon lord refers to Chang'e, and the moon star refers to the moon in the ancient language. The Book of Changes states that Tai Chi gives birth to yin and yang, and yin and yang give birth to the four symbols. Yin and yang refers to yin and yang, and the four symbols refers to Taiyang, Taiyin, Shaoyin, and Shaoyang. After the Qin and Han dynasties, they gradually referred to the eastern god Azure Dragon, the western god White Tiger, the southern god Vermilion Bird, and the northern god Black Tortoise. Yanhuang College, Guanghua Building, Atrium. Li Er looked at it for a long time and finally couldn't help but sigh. However, he still didn't have any intention of moving. It seemed like he hadn't seen enough. The ministers all sighed in their hearts. Encountering such a boss who liked to eat alone, they, as little brothers, felt very helpless. Li Zixuan, can you point this telescope somewhere else? I want to see the Milky Way. Well, the origin of the word Milky Way is unknown, but there was the word Milky Way before the Sui dynasty. There were earlier names like Milky Way, and so on. Li Er reluctantly moved his eyes away from the telescope and said to Li Zixuan. All the officials were cursing in their hearts. Li Er was really pushing his luck. They hadn't even seen the moon yet, but old Li wanted to see the Milky Way. He was pushing his luck. Most of the ministers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, there were always one or two brave ones. Your Majesty, why don't you let me see what the moon looks like? I've lived for most of my life and have seen everything, but I've never seen what the moon looks like. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but mutter. Old Li didn't take it to heart. He laughed and said, Jie, there's no hurry. The night is long, and there's still a long time. Besides, it'll be late at night and the moon will rise. You'll see it more clearly, right? Everyone was speechless, thinking that Li Er was really a shameless old scoundrel. Seeing Li Zixuan looking at him again, Li Zixuan had no choice but to bow and say, Your Majesty, this telescope is just a prototype. There are still many imperfections, so it is not enough to see the celestial bodies outside the moon. If you want to see other celestial bodies in the Milky Way, you have to wait for the Academy to make a greater technological breakthrough in the future. To be honest, this telescope was still very crude, and its image was not very clear. It could barely be used to see the moon, but as for other celestial bodies, forget about it. Li Er shook his head and said with a smile, "It's fine, it's fine. I just want to see what's the difference between using this telescope and using the naked eye." When Li Zishuan heard this, he could only nod in agreement. He looked up at the night sky. Fortunately, the weather was very good tonight. He could clearly see a band of light in the night sky. That was the Milky Way. Li Zishuan stepped forward and pointed the telescope at a random location in the Milky Way, then said, "Okay, Your Majesty." Li Er nodded. Under the covetous gazes of the officials behind him, he once again put his eyes in front of the telescope's eyepiece. What he saw made Li Er feel as if he was in a sea of stars, surrounded by boundless stars. Further away, there were dreamy and magnificent nebulae and star clusters, giving people a strong visual impact. In the vast dark space, everything seemed so small. Emptiness, vastness, loneliness, shock, and all kinds of complicated emotions poured into Li Er's heart in an instant, making him, the supreme ruler of the human world, a little confused at this moment. Seeing that Li Er was silent for a long time, the officials couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know what Li Er had seen that made him silent for so long. Cheng Yaojin was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. If the person squatting in front of the telescope was not Li Er, but someone else, old Cheng would probably go forward and kick him away, and take his place to enjoy himself. In fact, Li Zishuan quite understood Li Er at this moment. In his previous life, when he went to the cinema to watch Interstellar, he had been severely shocked. Some movies were not worth going to the cinema to watch. The big screen also exposed the shortcomings. Some movies were born for the big screen. When he went to the cinema to watch Interstellar, he was deeply shocked by the visual effects on the screen. Even after walking out of the cinema for a long time, his heart was still in a state of accelerated heartbeat, and he did not calm down for a long time. It was also because of this that he had specially gone to the capital's planetarium in order to feel the vastness of space and the brilliance of the interstellar. Those who had seen the star chart in space, regardless of whether they were men or women, could not resist its charm. At that time, his dream was really the sea of stars. If a technology company wanted to recruit volunteers for interstellar travel, he really might have given it a try. However, this was just his unrealistic dream at that time. Later, his dream became a house, a car, and money, and he completely became a layman. As a modern person, he was so shocked when he saw space. How could Li Er, an ancient person, be indifferent when he saw space for the first time? After about 15 minutes, perhaps he felt that his legs were a little tired from standing, Li Er finally came back from space. His face was full of absent-mindedness. He walked to the side and stood beside Li Zishuan, giving up the position of the telescope. Cheng Yaojin could not wait any longer. This old guy was afraid that someone would beat him to it. He rushed to the front of the telescope and shouted, "Xiao Xian, quick! Quickly point this guy to the position of the moon. I, old Cheng, want to see if there are any fairies on it." Hearing this guy start talking nonsense, everyone could not help but laugh. Li Zishuan had no choice but to step forward and point the telescope at the position of the moon. Old Cheng smacked his lips and began his journey to the moon. Li Zishuan returned to his original position. Seeing that Li Er was still in a daze, he said, "Your Majesty, what do you think after seeing this Milky Way?" Li Er murmured, "Vast, vast. I feel that I am so tiny in the midst of all the stars in the heavens. Previously, you said that the ground under our feet was a sphere. At that time, I didn't believe it. Tonight, I completely believe it. In the past, I was still complacent about conquering this land, but compared to the universe, this land is probably as small as a speck of dust." After a pause, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan with a burning gaze and said faintly, "Mark Yong, and is it possible for Yanhuang College to let me go to the sky to take a look in my lifetime?" Li Zishuan was speechless. He never thought that old Li's feelings after seeing space were to actually want to go to the sky. Could it be that Li Er wanted to conquer the sea of stars in the future? Wasn't that too ridiculous? Chapter 937. Your Majesty, when engineering is developed to the extreme, it is indeed possible to achieve interstellar flight. However, there is still a long way to go. It could take decades or even centuries. Li Zixuan was speechless for a while. He looked into Li Er's burning eyes and replied. In his previous life, the United States of America, which had been established for more than 100 years, relied on its advanced and complete industrial system to launch the Apollo program, which started in May 1961 and ended in December 1972. They achieved the first moon landing in history. The entire Apollo program lasted for about 11 years and cost more than $25 billion. It accounted for about 0.57% of the United States GDP and about 20% of the United States' total scientific and technological research and development funds. At the peak of the project, there were more than 20,000 companies, more than 200 universities, and more than 80 research institutions that participated in the project. The total number of people involved was more than 300,000. It could be said that the United States of America had mobilized the entire country to complete the first moon landing project. Even a powerful country like the United States of America had done so. For a feudal dynasty like the Tang dynasty, which did not even have a complete industrial system, to complete space travel was tantamount to a fantasy. Not to mention a few decades, even 100 or 200 years would be difficult. A few decades? A few hundred years? Li Er's eyes suddenly dimmed. He muttered, "How I wish to live for a few hundred more years." Li Zixuan thought to himself. If Li Er had heard Han Lei's borrow another 500 years from the heavens, would he also sing a song to his heart's content? Feng Jidai, who was standing behind Li Er, could not help but feel shocked when he heard the conversation between Li Er and Li Zixuan. According to his official position, Feng Jidai was actually not qualified to stand here tonight. However, as the vice minister of the guard, he had the responsibility of accompanying the emperor. Moreover, for some reason, Li Er seemed to be afraid that he would forget and specially sent someone to inform him to accompany the emperor at Yanhuang College tonight. Hence he came. Although he had not used the binoculars before, from Li Er's expression and words, he could roughly imagine what Li Er was describing. After hearing Li Zixuan's reply, he could not help but feel a huge wave of emotions surging in his heart. This was because Li Zixuan did not give Li Er a direct negative answer. Instead, he said that it would take decades or centuries. This was a mission that seemed impossible to ordinary people, but Li Zixuan had turned it into a goal that could be achieved. This had completely overturned Feng Jidai's understanding of the world. During his stay in Chang, he had collected a lot of information about Li Zixuan. The more he read, the more surprised he became. He was even more confused about Li Zixuan. Tonight was the first time he came to Yanhuang College. The majestic college was like an immortal palace standing on the top of a mountain. However, Li Zixuan, a mortal younger than him, seemed to have the ability to surpass immortals. He could talk about interstellar flight, which completely broke his understanding. Feng Jidai felt that Li Zixuan's ability was even more terrifying than the so-called martial arts of the Grandmaster realm. He could win in terms of individual bravery, but what could he use to fight against this kind of power that he couldn't understand? If he made an enemy of such a person, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this moment, Feng Jidai was deeply grateful for his original decision. Li Zixuan was very difficult to defeat, and with the help of someone like Li Zixuan, Feng Jidai felt that if the Feng family had the slightest disloyalty, they would definitely die a horrible death. At the same time, he also rejoiced for his father's wise decision. Earlier on, some of the tribes under the Feng family had tried to persuade Feng Ong to establish himself as the king, but Feng Ong had refused. Now it seemed that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. At this time, Cheng Yaojin had already come down from the platform where the telescope was placed. The other ministers went up to look at the moon according to their ranks and qualifications. Old Sheng kept muttering things like, "There are no fairies," and "no energy." He looked very disappointed. At this moment, Li Er had already recovered a little. He whispered to Li Zixuan earnestly, "Develop Yanhuang College well. Although I won't have the chance to go up and see it in my lifetime, I hope that one day, my descendants can jump out of this land and go to other places to see it." Li Zixuan inexplicably felt a toothache. Old Li said it so lightly, but he didn't want to dampen Li Er's enthusiasm, so he replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." We will definitely not disappoint your majesty. Li Er nodded and looked up at the sky. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the vast starry sky he had seen earlier. That scene would probably stay in his mind for a long time, and he wouldn't be able to forget it. Before Panga died, he turned into the sun and moon. His left eye was the sun, and his right eye was the moon. The mountain and sea scripture. Western scripture of the Great Wilderness also states that Emperor Jun's wife, Xianxia, gave birth to 2 moons. At this time, there were rabbits and toads in the moon. But from what I see, this moon seems to be barren. Sure enough, everything in this world is seen with your own eyes. In ancient legends, the sun and moon were transformed from the eyes of Pangu. The mountain and sea scripture also states that Emperor Jun's wife, Xianxia, gave birth to 12 moons. Emperor Jun was a mythical figure in the Shang dynasty. After looking at the moon with a telescope, Old Fong couldn't help but sigh. Hey, I say, Old Fong, if there are no fairies on the moon, then there are no fairies. You are complaining so much here. Aren't you afraid that sister-in-law will? Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but make fun of Fong Xianling after listening to him for a long time. Everyone roared with laughter. Few people didn't know that Fong Xianling was afraid of his wife. Cheng Jijia, if you continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I won't go to your house and tell sister-in-law what you muttered before? Fong Xuanling's face turned red, and he pointed at Cheng Yaojin angrily. As the saying goes, don't expose a person's shortcomings. Cheng Yaojin was too immoral. While these people were making fun of each other, there was never a shortage of people around the telescope. The courtiers who had never used it came up one by one to try it. After about 2 hours, almost all the courtiers had tried the telescope. At this time, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe walked out of the crowd. He had a jade-like complexion and a graceful demeanor. It was Li Chunfeng. He was only a minor official in the Imperial Historian Bureau. Logically speaking, he wasn't qualified to be here tonight. He heard from the Imperial Historian Bureau that Li Er was going to bring courtiers above the 3rd rank to the Cloud Mountain to use Li Zishuan's newly made telescope to observe the moon. He was curious, so he asked Li Er personally for a spot. When Li Chunfeng met Li Er for the first time this year, he left a deep impression on Li Er with his knowledge of the calendar. When Li Er heard that Li Chunfeng wanted to go to the academy to observe the moon, he thought about it and agreed. At this moment, seeing that this man in a Taoist robe also wanted to use the telescope, Li Zishuan was curious. He couldn't help but ask, "May I know who you are?" Li Chunfeng smiled and bowed. "I am Huang Guanzi. Greetings, ma." Chapter 938. Huang Guanzi? Li Zishuan found the name familiar. It didn't take him long to remember. When the results of the entrance exam of Yanhuang College were announced, Li Zishuan had investigated the families of the top students. Li Zishuan was ranked 2nd among the freshmen. Li Chuanfeng's information was on Li Zishuan's desk. Therefore, Li Zishuan knew a thing or two about Li Chunfeng. Li Chuanfeng's Taoist name was Huang Guanzi. In the first year of Xinguan, he made 18 comments on the Wuyin Yuan calendar written by Fu Rinjun, a Taoist priest. Li Er appreciated his talent and accepted 7 of his comments. Li Chunfeng was appointed to serve in the Bureau of Imperial History. Right now, Li Chunfeng was just a young man who had just made a name for himself in the imperial court. Few people would pay attention to him. However, Li Zishuan, who had transmigrated from the modern world, knew what Li Chuanfeng's name meant. For this reason, he even asked someone to look into Yuan Tiangong's information. He didn't give up until he found out that Yuan Tiangong wasn't in the imperial court. In fact, Yuan Tiangong only entered the imperial court in the 5th year of Xinguan. "Oh, it's Taoist Li. Sorry for the disrespect." Li Zishuan bowed to Li Chunfeng and said politely. Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan seriously. This made Li Zishuan uncomfortable. He felt that Li Chuanfeng's eyes had a penetrating power that could see through everything. Under this kind of gaze, no secrets could be hidden. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly used the Taishan Sutra to maximize his mental strength and stay alert. Li Chuanfeng's face suddenly turned pale. Sorry. I was surprised by Marquis's appearance just now. I couldn't help but look at you a little longer. I hope Marquis won't blame me." Li Zishuan smiled and said, It's fine. You and I are both Taoists, so how can we blame each other? This Marquis has heard that Taoist priest is quite accomplished in calendar, astronomy, and mathematics. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely ask for your advice. I hope Taoist priest won't hold back. Li Chunfeng cupped his fists and said, You flatter me. Marquis has been taught by a famous sect since he was a child. How can my insignificant skills be compared to Marquis? I'm here today to use Yanhuang College's binoculars to verify some of my past conjectures. I hope that Marquis can help me. Confirm some conjectures? It was probably related to the calendar, right? Li Zishuan thought to himself. At the same time, he promised, just use it, Taoist priest. In the future, the door of the academy will always be open for you. If you want to use this telescope, you can come anytime. Li Chuanfeng's face lit up and he said, Marty, are you serious? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course. If I'm not wrong, you probably want to use the telescope to calculate the calendar, right? Since ancient times, the calendar has been very important to the people's agriculture. If this telescope can help you, then it's Yanhuang College's and my good fortune, isn't it? Li Chuanfeng's face turned serious and he bowed sincerely. Marquis, you are a righteous man. This humble Taoist is very impressed. The people of the world will definitely remember your kindness, Marquis. Li Zishuan was right. His main purpose for coming today was to see if Yanhuang College's telescope could help him improve the accuracy of his calendar deduction. Simply put, the so-called calendar was based on the natural law of the changes in the sky to measure the longer time intervals, judge the changes in the climate, and predict the arrival of the seasons. The calendar based on the cycle of the moon's phases, the synodic month, was called the lunar calendar. The calendar based on the cycle of the Earth's rotation around the sun, the solar year, was called the solar calendar. China's ancient calendar used the solar year as the unit of year and the synodic month as the unit of month. It was a combination of the solar and lunar calendars. When the rulers of the dynasties ascended to the throne, they would usually organize officials to revise the calendar. This was because the people's annual spring plowing, autumn harvest, and other agricultural activities were all based on the calendar. The importance of the calendar to the country could be seen from this. Many people who knew about China's lunar calendar would sigh in their hearts. How could the 24 solar terms in the lunar calendar, which had existed for thousands of years, be so accurate in predicting agricultural activities? At the beginning of spring, people would start to cultivate the land to raise seedlings. The rain would weed the wheat, the insects would fertilize the wheat would grow at the spring equinox, and so on. Every mid-autumn festival, the moon would never be round. The creator of the calendar and the discoverer of the laws of the calendar for thousands of years was truly admirable. Compared to it, the modern Gregorian calendar was so weak. In fact, China's lunar calendar used the 24 solar terms to determine the year, the leap month, the leap year, and the lunar moon to determine the month. The 24 solar terms were based on the solar calendar. Thus, it was very accurate in predicting the farming season. Thus, China's lunar calendar was based on the solar calendar. The 24 solar terms were based on the solar calendar. Its cycle was the same as the Earth's revolution. Observed from the Earth, the moment when the sun passed the spring equinox in the ecliptic was the beginning of a new year and the end of an old one. The ancient dynasties set up the imperial astronomer to observe and correct the equinox every year to ensure that the spring equinox was accurate and the farming season was accurate. Li Zishuan felt that giving the telescope to Li Chunfeng was like giving a sword to a hero. This way, Li Chunfeng might be able to perfect the calendar even more. This was something that would benefit the country and the people. Furthermore, if Li Chunfeng discovered the 8 planets of the solar system through the telescope and came up with a heliocentric theory or solar system theory, wouldn't that be a contribution to the Tang dynasty's astronomy? Yumartang, I don't know what tricks you used to make Dr. Sun move to Yunshan, but now you want to use the telescope to poach my man? The two of them were chatting happily, as if they regretted not having met earlier. Li Er walked over from the side and said angrily. He had always been a good judge of character. Li Er had high hopes for Li Chunfeng. I am afraid. I, Li Chunfeng, will always be loyal to your majesty and the Tang dynasty. Perhaps Li Er was joking, but Li Chunfeng had not known Li Er for a long time, so he did not know much about Li Er's personality. As the saying went, being in the king's company was akin to being in the company of a tiger, so he did not dare to treat Li Er's words as a joke. Li Zishuan wasn't afraid at all. He could tell that old Li was joking. He cupped his hands and said helplessly, "Your Majesty, I would like to borrow the Academy's technology to help Li Shilang perfect the calendar. We are both working for Your Majesty, the Tang Dynasty, and the people. How can you say that we are poaching him?" Although Li Zishuan did have this idea, he couldn't say it out loud. Chapter 939. In fact, Li Zishuan wasn't the only person he wanted to poach. He wanted to poach a few other people as well. Previously, he had mentioned in the imperial court that he wanted to establish a medical school in Yanhuang College. This wasn't something he said on the spur of the moment. He truly wanted to contribute to the development of Tang Dynasty's medical science, not only for others, but also for himself. As the saying went, how could people not get sick after eating grains? He had a strong internal energy, so he wasn't worried about getting sick. However, what about his family? What if they got an incurable disease? What could he do with his half-baked medical skills? Sun Simiao had great medical skills, but how could he be in Chang and every day? Therefore, Li Zishuan had to push the development of Tang Dynasty's medical science on the right track, even if it was for the sake of his family's health and longevity. The cholera incident had given him a huge warning. Just think about it. If he didn't happen to know a few prescriptions for cholera, Chang, and might have been hit by a large-scale cholera outbreak. As the saying went, when the nest was overturned, no egg would remain unbroken. When that time came, how would their family be able to stay in one corner of the country? The only way was to develop medical science and establish a medical school. However, establishing a medical school required a large number of medical-related talents. That was why Li Zishuan had made a request to Li Er in the imperial court. He wanted the Imperial Physician Bureau to help Yanhuang College train medical students. Of course, it was not a bad idea to poach a few imperial physicians with excellent medical skills and noble medical ethics into the Yanhuang Academy during the process of nurturing them. The moon viewing event lasted until around 9 in the morning. When they were about to leave Yanhuang College, a group of military officials asked Li Zishuan if the telescope could be used in the military. After Li Zishuan gave a positive answer, the military officials requested Li Er to ban the telescope manufacturing technology in Yanhuang College and put it on the list of prohibited weapons. Only Tang Dynasty's fourth-rank generals and above had the right to own it. Reality had proven that none of these bigwigs who had been able to make it to their current positions in the imperial court were fools. Even without Li Zishuan's reminder, they could imagine just how great of a threat it would be to their side if the telescope were to fall into the enemy's hands. Li Er naturally understood this as well. He didn't think too much about it and agreed to Li Jing, Qin Xiong, and Niu Jinda's request. However, before leaving, Li Er asked Li Zishuan in front of all the officials, "You're now an adult. Do you have a courtesy name?" According to the weekly system, a man will be crowned at the age of 20. However, in order to take control of the country as soon as possible, the emperor and the dukes will do it earlier. Legend has it that King Wen of Zhou crowned at the age of 12 and King Qing crowned at the age of 15. Later generations changed according to the time and place. Among the people, it was held from the age of 15 to 20. Li Zishuan was about to reach the age of 15, so he could be considered an adult. Li Zishuan naturally replied that he didn't have one. Li Er smiled and said, "You're multi-talented and you're proficient in both literature and martial arts." Zhuge Liang once said in the Book of Commandments that a gentleman should cultivate his body with quietness and cultivate virtue with frugality. Without living a simple life, there is no way to show one's aspiration. Without being tranquil, there is no way to reach far. I hope that you can look at the big picture and have lofty aspirations. You'll be ambitious. In ancient times, people not only had names, but also had names and even nicknames. For example, Zhuge Liang had a name called Kongming and was called Crouching Dragon. Another example was Bai Juyi. His name was Bai Juyi and his courtesy name was Ledian. He also had a nickname, Fragrant Mountain Hermit. Therefore, the names of the ancient people should be divided into 3 types: name, courtesy name, and nickname. The name was the official name for oneself, the courtesy name was the continuation of this name, and the nickname represented one's ambition. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Fang Xianling clapped his hands and laughed. Wonderful! Wonderful! In the Zhuan, Zi Pai once said that a gentleman knows the big picture and knows the big picture. A villain knows the small picture and knows the small picture. One knows the big picture and the other knows the big picture. Mahong, and is so lucky. Li Zishuan thought about it carefully for a long time and felt that Li Er's words were not bad. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the words. I will remember Your Majesty's admonition today." Li Er, who liked to trick people, finally didn't trick him this time around. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. The rest of the officials looked at Li Zishuan with envy. This was the first time Li Er bestowed words to a court official. They never thought that this great honor would fall on Li Zishuan, who had just entered the court for less than a year. It really made them feel a little jealous. Li Zishuan, who had a big heart and nerves, was naturally not afraid of the envy and jealousy of others. After Li Er and the ministers left, he returned to the courtyard and spent a rare two-person world with Han Yushi, although there was still Xiao He and Xiao Shi in the courtyard, but these two girls had heard the word bed too many times, so Li Zishuan no longer treated these two girls as outsiders. They shamelessly fooled around until 1 o'clock in the morning before going to sleep. Li Zishuan slept comfortably until the sun was high in the sky the next day before he woke up. Li Zishuan stretched his body and ate the breakfast that Xiao Shi had prepared. He then went to the academy. There were still many things to do there. First of all, he had promised Mo Lingwei that he would persuade her father, Mo Lingwei. However, there were a lot of things to do yesterday. He had to attend court, receive the imperial edict, and receive Li Er and the other big shots who came to the academy to look at the telescope. Therefore, Li Zishuan did not have time to do this. However, since he had promised Mo Lingwei, he had to get it done as soon as possible. Otherwise, when that girl went crazy, not many people could control her. Back then, Mo Lingwei said that the principle of the telescope was proposed by Li Zishuan. She did not want the credit for inventing the telescope. She only wanted a little effort to make Li Zishuan persuade her father to let her stay in the academy. However, from the looks of it now, this credit was undoubtedly more worth it for her. This was because Li Zishuan realized that it was very difficult for his current noble rank and official position to be promoted. Unless he made a very significant military contribution, such as the war that destroyed the country, Li Er would not let him be promoted. This could be seen from the reward given to him for the cholera incident. Therefore, it was better to use the credit of inventing the telescope to exchange for some substantial rewards for Mo Lingwei. This would force old man Mo to agree to let Mo Lingwei continue to stay in the academy. Hurry up and go back. I thought you were just fooling around in Yanhuang College. I didn't expect you to want to stay in the academy for a long time. You're simply fooling around. Sure enough, just as he approached Mo Huai's office, he heard old man Mo's angry roar from inside. Li Zishuan shook his head and quickly pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 940. Father, why can't I study at Yanhuang College? Don't you just dislike your daughter for being a girl? But back then, Grandmaster Li Ying not only became a general as a girl, but she also became the head of the Mo family. Why can't I come to the academy to study? Li Ying, the 42nd generation head of the Mo family, was also the first female head of the Mo family. She fought with the Northern Wei many times and once fought with the Erzhu family and defeated them. She commanded the cavalry and was one of the valiant generals of the Southern dynasty. As soon as Li Zishuan entered, he heard Mo Lingwei arguing with Mo Huai. Mo Huai slammed the table and said angrily, "Bastard! How can the present be compared to the past?" At that time, the 5 barbarians were in chaos and the world was in turmoil. The Mo family was facing internal and external troubles, so Grandmaster Li Ying stepped forward. But now that the world is peaceful, the Mo family has no internal and external troubles. Why do you need a girl to show her face in public? Yamacho. Mo Huai only realized that Li Zishuan had pushed open the door and entered at the end of his sentence. Awkwardness immediately appeared on his old face. After all, This was a family scandal. Li Zishuan smiled and walked to a spot not far from Mo Huai. Then he said, I was looking for Mr. Mo for some matters, but I accidentally came in without permission. I hope Mr. Mo won't blame me. Mo Huai waved his hands awkwardly and said, It's fine, it's fine. It's my daughter who is naughty and has embarrassed herself in front of Yamacho. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Mr. Mo, you're wrong. Also, Mr. Mo said something wrong just now. Mo Huai asked, Oh? May I ask what Yamacho is referring to? Li Zishuan glanced at Mo Lingwei and gave her a look that said, Leave it to me. Then he said to Mo Huai, Mr. Mo just said that now that the world is at peace, the Mo family no longer has any internal or external troubles. Why would they need Ink Girl to show her face in public alone? In the past, Confucius, Li Zishuan said Confucius, not Confucius, in order to avoid provoking Mo Huai. After all, in the eyes of the followers of the school of Mo, there was only one saint, and that was Mozi, said, only women and villains are difficult to raise. Later on, the Western Han Confucian Grandmaster Dong Zhongshu was given an important position by Emperor Wu of Han due to his 3 strategies for heaven and man. Emperor Wu then adopted Dong Zhongshu's theory of heaven and man interaction, the 3 cardinal principles and 5 constant principles, and officially proposed, abolish the 100 schools of thought and respect Confucianism. The result of this was that men were superior to women, and women were inferior to each other. Originally, I thought that the concept of men being superior to women would only exist in Confucianism. Who would have thought that it would also exist in Moism? But Mr. Mo, don't forget that when the Mo family's divine ancestor was recruiting followers of the school of Mo and promoting Moism, did he mention anything about men being superior to women and women not being allowed to show their faces in public? Confucianism has changed a lot since then. I don't want, and I believe that Mr. Mo and the Mo family's divine ancestor don't want Moism to follow in the footsteps of Confucianism, rights? Women's rights. Although Li Zishuan wasn't a woman, he also felt that the excessive concept of men being superior to women was very detrimental to the development of society. Perhaps he could use the Mo family and Mo Lingwei to set an example for women's rights in this era. Moreover, if he let go of women's rights appropriately, it would also help to liberate society's productivity. Good. Yamacho, what you said is too good. Every word that Li Zishuan said was in Mo Lingwei's heart. She also wanted to say these words, but she felt that they weren't as imposing as Li Zishuan's. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Mo Lingwei excitedly clapped and cheered. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. To be able to say such words, it was obvious how much respect Li Zishuan usually had for Han Yushi. What an enviable couple! Mo Lingwei was happy to hear this, but Li Zishuan's words were like a heavy hammer that smashed fiercely into Mo Huai's chest. His expression changed drastically, and his brows were tightly knitted. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to his chin and landed on the ground with a plop. After a long time, Mo Huai spoke. His voice was a little hoarse. Thank you, Yamacho, for your reminder. Mo's legacy has indeed deviated from its original path. Yamacho's words today are like a warning bell. I will definitely keep them in mind at all times. Actually, Mo Huai's feelings for Li Zishuan were very complicated. Cough cough, don't misunderstand. These feelings weren't ordinary feelings. When he first met Li Zishuan, he looked down on this young brat and was slapped in the face on the spot. However, the way Li Zishuan slapped his face made him realize that Li Zishuan had too many similarities with the Mo family's divine ancestor. He couldn't help but treat Li Zishuan as the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. Although Li Zishuan had explained that he wasn't, Mo Huai still subconsciously treated Li Zishuan as the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. It was precisely because of this that he was willing to bring the few remaining members of the Mo family to Yanhuang College. He felt that this might be a better way to continue Mo's legacy. Li Zishuan's words just now made Mo Huai feel that the Mo family's divine ancestor was beating him to his face. That was why his expression changed drastically and he broke out in cold sweat. Li Zishuan saw this and hurriedly said, Mr. Mo, you're too kind. That was just my opinion. If you feel that it's wrong, please don't take it to heart. Mo Huai said with shame, No, no, no. Yamacho is right. This old man brought the Mo family's disciples into the world for several months. I didn't expect that they would be tainted with the vulgarity of the world. I really shouldn't have. Oh, by the way, Yamacho, didn't you say that you wanted to talk to this old man about something? Li Zixuan finally revealed his fox tail at this moment and said, Ahem, Mr. Mo, I'm sure you've seen the telescope upstairs. His Majesty is very satisfied with it. And this telescope was mainly completed by your daughter. I see that your daughter is very talented in this area, so I want to invite her to the academy as a specially appointed professor. What do you think? Mo Huai frowned. Li Zixuan saw this and hurriedly said, Don't worry, Ink Girl will only be responsible for research after coming to the academy. She won't be responsible for teaching students. What do you think? Unexpectedly, Mo Zhong waved his hand and said, Yamacho, you're mistaken. This old man isn't worried about that. This old man thinks that the identity of a professor in the academy is very noble. How can this girl be qualified with her little cleverness? Li Zixuan laughed and said, Mr. Mo, you don't have to worry about that. Ink Girl's knowledge and ability are obvious to everyone. As the saying goes, a hero doesn't care about his background. A person's ambition doesn't depend on his age. The academy needs to promote talent. Ink Girl is completely worthy of the title of a specially appointed professor. Mo Huai couldn't help but feel happy when he heard Li Zixuan praise his daughter. After all, she was still his biological daughter. In that case, this old man has no objections. Mo Huai glanced at his daughter and nodded. Dad, you finally agreed. That's great. You're so open-minded. Mo Lingwei, who had gone through a lot and finally got what she wanted, immediately flattered him without hesitation, causing Mo Huai to roll his eyes. Chapter 941. Yamacho, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have to stay at home and do needlework every day. Mo Lingwei followed Li Zixuan out of Mo Huai's office. The girl caught up to Li Zixuan and smiled sweetly. Li Zixuan shook his head with a smile and said, There's no need to thank me. This is what I promised you. I'm just fulfilling my promise. Yamacho, your businesslike manner makes you very boring. Mo Lingwei complained. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. If I don't do business with you, do you want me to say some witty words to make you laugh and flirt with you? I can't bully my friend's wife. I won't do such a wicked thing. Ink Girl, I know why you want to stay in the academy so much. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to make Xiaoning stay in the academy too. Li Zixuan changed the topic and said with a faint smile. Mo Lingwei's cheeks flushed red. She hurriedly said, Yamacho, what are you talking about? What does it have to do with me whether Xiaoning is in the academy or not? Li Zixuan saw that the girl was not saying what she meant and deliberately teased, Oh, since that's the case, then forget it. Xiaoning doesn't seem to be willing to continue staying in the academy anyway. Don't. Mo Lingwei immediately panicked and shouted subconsciously. Then, she saw Li Zixuan's teasing face and knew that she had been fooled. She said angrily, Yamacho, you're playing with me again. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. But Ink Girl, seeing that the two of you are progressing so slowly, there's something I have to say in my heart. Mo Lingwei asked curiously, What is it? Li Zixuan looked at the girl seriously and said in a deep voice, Since you love him, then teach him well. Time waits for no one, and neither does love. Faced with such straightforward words, Mo Lingwei couldn't help blushing no matter how shrewish she was. However, the meaning of Li Zixuan's words aroused her curiosity and anticipation, making her unable to care about her embarrassment. Train? Yamacho, what is training? Seeing that Mo Lingwei had taken the bait, Li Zixuan's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He said, Well, for example, you have a dog and you play with it all day long. You comb and bathe the dog carefully. When the dog makes a fuss, you play with it. When the dog lies down and doesn't speak, it looks at you. You look at the dog and stroke its head. Everything is going well, but the only thing that makes you feel awkward is that the dog doesn't go to the designated place to pee. It always pees here and there, leaving behind either a wet mark or a small pile of dog poop. Tell me, what should you do? Mo Lingwei stared at him and said with a disgusted expression, if it were me, I would beat it until it doesn't dare to pee anywhere. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, this is the problem I want to talk to you about today. Sometimes, violence, oh no, force, sometimes blindly using force can't solve the problem. Take this dog for example. If you blindly beat it, it might not do as you wish. I have another method here. You can see if it's better. You can first lead the dog to the designated place to pee 5 or 6 times a day for a week. After a week, you can start doing something. When you find the dog peeing at the designated place, you should try to gently hug its neck and stroke its head. Let it know that it will be praised by its owner if it pees here. When you find the dog peeing somewhere else, you should severely reprimand it on the spot. Poke its nose and scold it. After a period of time, the dog will obediently go to the designated place to pee. Mo Lingwei frowned and thought seriously for a while. She said, It seems that Yamacho's method is better. Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course. In fact, this process is training. Training is a reward and punishment. The purpose of training is also very direct. It is to make the other party obedient. Obedient is the so-called obedience. Dogs need to be trained, but some people also need to be trained. If you blindly use force on Xianxia, it will only make him more afraid of you. In this way, the distance between you and him will naturally increase. I believe that you don't want to see this result, right? Mo Lingwei's little face was a bit pale. She was probably frightened by Li Zishuan's analysis. At this moment, the girl nodded pitifully and said, yes, yes. Although Xianxia is usually quite hateful, I know that he has a good heart. Yamacho, did you just say that you want me to train him like a dog? Underscore. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. He resisted the urge to vomit blood and said, cough cough, that was just an example. Mo Lingwei blinked and said, I know. I mean like training a dog. You have to clearly punish and reward Xianxia. This way, he won't be afraid of me in the future. Li Zishuan said in his heart, that's what you mean, but can't you put it in a nicer way? Logically speaking, he was already regretting telling Mo Lingwei these things. He didn't know if it was good or bad for Xianxia. He waved his hand and turned around. All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. If you feel that this relationship is worth cherishing, then manage it well. You can't always let your emotions affect your decisions. When you encounter problems, you have to think for the other party. Things like relationships are not simple at all. I'll leave first. Think about it carefully. Mo Lingwei replied sullenly. She was a little curious as to why Li Zishuan knew so much about relationships. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly chased after him. Hey, Yamacho, I'm now a professor of the academy. Can you give me a courtyard in Yunshan? Li Zishuan's face darkened. Not only did he have to be a relationship consultant for this girl for free, he also had to give her a house? What the F***ck is going on here? According to the rules of the academy, it's like this. Li Zishuan's face tightened as he said sullenly. Mo Lingwei was instantly amused. Then Yamacho, can you give me the third courtyard? Li Zishuan was a little curious as to why this girl wanted the third courtyard, but he couldn't give it to her. He shook his head and said, no, Sun Daozhong just moved into the third courtyard. You'd better choose another courtyard. Mo Lingwei's face was filled with disappointment. Suddenly, she raised her head and said with bright eyes, Yamacho, can you arrange for me to live in the fourth courtyard and then move little Ning from the second courtyard to the fifth courtyard? Li Zishuan was suddenly enlightened, and then immediately retreated. He was completely defeated by this girl who dared to love and hate. Chapter 942. In the end, Li Zishuan didn't agree with the girl's nonsense and slipped away. At this time, he came to the third courtyard, Sun Simiao's temporary residence. The old Taoist was drying herbs in the front yard. Hu Jingyao was also there to help. The little girl was wearing a white dress and had a reserved temperament. Coupled with her smile, she looked a little ethereal and was becoming more and more like the fairy doctor. Young master, You're here. Hu Jingyao saw Li Zixuan at the entrance of the courtyard and greeted him with a smile. Sun Simiao heard and turned around with a smile. Xiao Xian, you're here? Oh no, now that you have a courtesy name, I should call you Xiun. Ha. Li Zixuan smiled. Actually, he hadn't gotten used to the name Xiun yet. If someone else were to call him Xiun next to him, he probably wouldn't know who they were calling out to. Ha, Taoist son, Xiuan is me, Xiao Xian is also me. You can call me whatever you like, I don't mind at all. Hey, are you guys drying medicinal herbs? Li Zixuan greeted Sun Simiao, then looked at the medicinal herbs in the courtyard and asked. Sun Simiao nodded. Yes. A few days ago, I and Xiao Xian picked some herbs on the west side of Yunshan. Since the weather is good these 2 days, let's take them out and dry them. Li Zixuan asked curiously, there are herbs on Yunshan? Sun Simiao handed the bamboo sieve to Hu Jingyao and smiled at Li Zixuan. Heaven and earth have spirits and nurture all things. Every blade of grass and tree can be used as medicine. Yunshan has abundant rain and water, and the west side of the mountain is uninhabited. Of course, there will be many mature herbs. Li Zixuan thought about it. Indeed, very few people went to the west side of Yunshan. According to Second Master Lu, the terrain there was dangerous and there were often some ferocious beasts. At the end of the Sui dynasty, many farmers risked hunting in the mountains in order to get food. There were often casualties when they went to the west side of Yunshan. Thinking of this, he said worriedly, Taoist son, the west side of Yunshan has dangerous terrain and there are often some ferocious beasts. In my opinion, you shouldn't go there to pick herbs in the future. Besides, there aren't any rare herbs there, so why would you take the risk? Sun Simiao waved his hand and chuckled. Ha, it's fine, it's fine. Over the years that I've been traveling the world, I've also picked herbs from various places. Qinling Mountains, Taibai Mountains, Zhongnan Mountains, Mount Shu, and Wudang Mountains. Which of these places is not more dangerous than Cloud Mountain? This poor Taoist has a way to avoid wild beasts, little Xian, you don't have to worry. To be honest, Sun Simiao was still not used to calling Li Zixuan by his courtesy name. Li Zixuan was helpless. After thinking for a while, he suddenly had a bright idea and said, Priest's son, since there are medicinal herbs in this Cloud Mountain, why don't we mobilize the people and let everyone go into the mountain to gather the herbs together? First, it will be safer with more people. Second, the herbs that the villagers gather can be sold to us. For them, it can be considered a considerable income. Third, priest's son, your medical skills are superb. There are countless patients waiting for you to treat, yet you often go out to gather herbs. This is simply a waste of talent and will delay the treatment of many patients. At this moment, Hu Jing looked up and said to Sun Simiao, Master, what the young master said is very reasonable. Previously, Aunt Han's son had an intestinal abscess, appendicitis, and came here to look for you, but you went to gather herbs alone. If you hadn't taught me how to treat this disease, Aunt Han's son might have died. Sun Simiao frowned and looked troubled. He thought for a moment and sighed, How can this poor Taoist not know that what you said is reasonable, little Xian? Many times, saving a life is far more important than gathering a basket of herbs. But if this poor Taoist doesn't go to gather herbs, then I can only go to the pharmacy in Chang and to buy herbs. The prices of all kinds of herbs there are generally very high. This poor Taoist's entire fortune is not enough to treat the people's illness for 3 days. Li Zixuan understood when he heard this. It turned out that old Sun not only did not charge a consultation fee but also did not charge for the herbs when he treated the people. Even if he did charge, it was probably just a token charge, right? How could this be? Li Zixuan, who had experienced all kinds of unreasonable charges in the modern era, felt that where could he find such a good doctor like old Sun? If there really was, even 1,000 of them wouldn't be too much. That, Taoist son, I came here today because I have something to discuss with you. Li Zixuan changed the topic and cupped his hands towards Sun Simiao. It's about the medical school, right? Sun Simiao smiled. Although he was not in the imperial court, he still knew some news about the imperial physician department. Li Zixuan nodded and said, That's right. Since Taoist's son already knows the news, then I'll just say it. It has been more than 200 years since the Imperial Physician Department was first established during the Northern and Southern dynasties. Although the current size of the Imperial Physician Department in Great Tang is much larger than before, how many students are there in total? Only about 300 people, right? But the Great Tang has more than 360 states and counties. These 300 students of the Imperial Physician Department are like a cup of water to the entire Great Tang. Furthermore, the Imperial Physician Department only serves the important officials in the Imperial Palace and the Imperial Court. If the common people want to see a doctor, they can only seek help from the private medical centers. The inheritance of medical skills among the common people is mostly passed down through the family. How can the common people's medical skills improve if they keep it to themselves? Taoist son, although your medical skills are superb, you're still just one person. Once there are more patients, you won't be able to do anything else. My original intention of establishing the medical school is to cultivate thousands of medical experts like you. Then, I'll set up joint hospitals in the various states of the Great Tang, also known as joint medical centers. In this way, not only will the problem of the inheritance of medical skills be solved, but it will also allow the common people to be treated. Taoist son, won't your wish come true? Sun Simiao originally thought that Li Zixuan only wanted to imitate the talent cultivation method of the Imperial Physician Department, cultivate a group of medical students, and then set up a medical center. However, he never expected that Li Zixuan would have such a huge plan behind it. He couldn't help but be shocked. If he really followed this plan, perhaps all the common people would really be able to be treated. Sun Simiao started his medical career at a young age and painstakingly studied medical skills for more than 40 years. Didn't he travel to hundreds of states and counties all for this dream? Little Xian, are you serious about what you said? You have to know that opening medical centers in all the states and counties of the Great Tang will cost tens of millions. Don't tell me you want to earn back this money from the patient's fees? That won't do. Sun Simiao was excited at first, but then he thought of a realistic problem and quickly shook his head. Li Zixuan said seriously, Taoist son, do you think I'm that kind of person? You have a kind heart. Although I'm not as good as you, I'm not evil. Hearing his witty words, who couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Zixuan glanced at the little girl and said, Taoist son, don't worry. I'll find a way to get the money for the establishment of the joint hospital. The purpose of this joint hospital is definitely not to make money. When the time comes, the consultation fees will definitely be cheaper than ordinary medical centers. Sun Simiao saw that Li Zixuan was speaking so confidently. Moreover, based on his understanding of Li Zixuan, he really wasn't a greedy person, so he was relieved. That's good. Little Xian, if you really want to set up this joint hospital, I'll definitely give you a hand. You don't have to worry about the medical center. Since His Majesty has agreed, the doctors of the Imperial Physician Department will definitely help you set up the medical center. I'm afraid there won't be enough time to enroll students this year. Wait until next spring to enroll students. At that time, if I'm free, I can also help teach the students. Li Zixuan said happily, Thank you, Taoist son. Chapter 943. Li Zixuan did not have much confidence in getting Sun Simiao to join them. Now that the results were out of his expectations, he left the third courtyard with satisfaction. Then he prepared to go down the mountain to find his father-in-law, Han Tianhu, to discuss the matter of organizing the villagers to go into the mountains to collect herbs. Recently, he had planned to set up a school hospital department in Yanhuang College. When the time came, he would need to buy a batch of herbs. It would be better to buy them from the villagers. As for the herbs that Yunshan did not have, he would buy them from the pharmacies in Cheng. After all, Yanhuang College was a highly ranked institution. If it did not even have a school hospital, wouldn't it be lacking in style? As for the doctors in the school hospital, Li Zixuan had also thought about it. He wanted to poach some old imperial physicians who were about to retire from the imperial medical department. For doctors, the older they were, the more diseases they had seen and the more experience they had. When the time came, the old imperial physicians would bring in a group of apprentices. Wouldn't the problem of inheriting talents in the school hospital be solved? The master and madam want you to go back to Chang'an. Li Zixuan had just reached the mountain gate when he saw Pang Feiji walking quickly towards him and saying such a strange sentence. My parents want me to go back to Chang? For what? Li Zixuan stopped in his tracks and asked with a strange expression. Pang Feiji's face showed a trace of difficulty. Under Li Zixuan's gaze, he finally answered, Marius, it's your grandfather, grandmother, and uncle who have come to Chang. They are in the mansion now. Li Zixuan opened his mouth and took a long time to recover. What the F***ck? I have a grandfather and grandmother? It was no wonder that he was surprised. In the memories of his predecessor, there was not a single bit of information about his mother's family. After transmigrating for so long, he sometimes wondered why his mother's parents and brothers never came to visit him. It was impossible to say that they were too far away. After all, he was his mother's precious son and had finally returned from Mount Longhu with great difficulty. His body had also fully recovered. No matter how far away his mother's family was, they would still have to come and visit, right? Although he had many questions in his mind, he had never asked them in his long time in the Great Tang, because he was afraid that he would be exposed. What if the previous owner of the body knew about this, but the fusion of memories wasn't complete? Wouldn't that be exposed? Now that Li Zixuan suddenly heard that his maternal grandparents had come to Chang, and he was a little dumbfounded. Hearing Li Zixuan's strange words, Pang Feiji's face twitched a few times and said, Marquis, everyone has a maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and his expression returned to normal. He waved his hand and said, That's not what I meant. I was asking where my maternal grandparents came from. When I left home to go to Mount Longhu, I was still young, so I don't remember some things clearly. This last sentence was purely to deceive others and prevent them from being exposed. Pang Feiji didn't have such thoughts. Besides, he was just a guard. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never think that Li Zixuan in front of him was an outsider who had transmigrated from more than 1,000 years in the future. At this time, when he heard Li Zixuan's question, he bowed and answered, Marquis, your maternal grandparents came from Nanyang. Madam used to be from Nanyang. Nanyang? Li Zixuan was even more puzzled. Nanyang was not far from Chang, and only about 400 li. If they rode a horse carriage, they would arrive at Chang, and in at most 5 days. But his grandson, who had been away for treatment, had returned to Chang, and for so long. Why hadn't his maternal grandparents come to visit him? It didn't make sense. Pang Feiji definitely didn't know the answer to this question, so Li Zixuan was too lazy to ask. He ordered, Feiji, go to the Han family village and find my father-in-law. Tell him to inform the 8 villages under my rule that there are large amounts of herbs in the west of Mount Yunshan. Each village can organize young adults to go into the mountain to collect herbs. The herbs that they collect can be sold in Chang and by themselves, or they can be sent to the academy to exchange for money. The academy recently wants to purchase a batch of herbs. In short, this matter is voluntary and not forced. But you must travel together to ensure your safety. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji bowed and left to receive the order. Li Zixuan turned and walked towards the side yard. He definitely couldn't go back alone and leave Han Yushi here alone. When he returned to the side yard, he explained the situation to Han Yushi. The husband and wife took the 2 young maidservants and boarded the horse carriage back to Chang. On the way, Han Yushi seemed to be very uneasy. Li Zixuan saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Wife, don't be nervous. You're just going to see the 2 elders. They won't eat you. Han Yushi said uneasily, but husband, what if grandfather and grandmother don't like me? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said, my wife is so beautiful, how could they not like her? Besides, we are officially married under the orders of our parents and the words of the matchmaker. Even if they don't like her, what can they do? You're living with me, not with them. Husband, don't say such nonsense. If grandfather and grandmother don't like me, then it must be my fault. How can we say that the elders are wrong? If others hear this, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to your reputation. Han Yushi said hurriedly. In this era, filial piety was greater than heaven. Unfilial people would be despised wherever they went, and it was extremely detrimental to their official career. If someone used this as an excuse to impeach them, they would basically be demoted. Li Zishuan said carelessly, "Filial piety lies in one's heart, not in one's mouth. Besides, grandfather, grandmother, and wife have never met before. How could they not like you for no reason? Wife, don't think too much." Han Yushi nodded and felt a little relieved. In the midst of their conversation, the horse carriage rolled towards Chang'an City. It didn't take long for them to enter Chang'an City. Around noon, the horse carriage entered Yong'an Lane. Looking at the familiar streets and neighborhoods outside the window, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't been back for a long time. Ever since he built Yanhuang College in Yunshan, he spent most of his time in Yunshan and rarely came back here. If this continued, he would probably forget that he was from Chang'an City. It was quite funny when he thought about it. He was born and raised in the capital. Instead of being a rich second generation in the capital, he insisted on running to the suburbs of the capital to start a business. If this happened now, he would probably be called a fool. "Young master? Young master, you're back." While his thoughts were running wild, the horse carriage had already arrived in front of the Lord Protector's mansion. When Sanbao saw the horse carriage, she hurriedly ran out and greeted him. Li Zishuan nodded and asked, "Where are my parents?" "Young master, old master and madam are in the front hall. You should go quickly." Chapter 944. Yongla Lane, House of Marquis. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi's hand and walked toward the main hall. However, he felt that the atmosphere in the house was a little strange. If he had to describe it, it would be that it was oppressive. The house was not like this in the past. With doubts in his heart, the couple came to the front hall. He saw an old man with a dignified face and a slightly plump figure sitting on the left side of the main hall. The old man was wearing a black robe and a hat similar to a Taoist crown on his head. Next to him sat a kind-looking old lady in her 60s. Mrs. Li sat below the old lady and was whispering something to the old lady. Below the old man was a middle-aged man in his 40s who wore a Taoist robe. He had a stern face and a stern look on his face. He looked very serious. Old man Li sat next to the middle-aged man, holding a cup of tea in his hand. His face revealed a trace of an awkward fawning smile. Below Li Jingma sat a handsome young man in a white robe with his hair tied up. The young man looked to be no more than 12 or 13 years old. From his appearance, he looked very young and inexperienced. At this moment, he was sitting upright on the special armchair of the Marquis estate. His eyes were slightly closed, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. There was a kind of calmness and sage-like aura that did not match his age. Li Zishuan had just stepped into the main hall with Han Yushi when he saw this scene. At the same time, he also felt the oppressive atmosphere in the house. "Father, mother, your son is back." Li Zishuan's expression did not change as he entered the house and shouted to his parents. As for the other people's expressions, he did not have the time to care. Rude. Mrs. Li got up and was about to greet her son when she heard a cold snort from the seat above. It was the old man. "Your grandfather and grandmother are here. Why don't you greet them first?" Mrs. Li's expression changed as she hurriedly said, "Father, when you came to Xianxia was still young. Mother, please sit down." Li Zishuan frowned as if he understood something. He stepped forward and interrupted his mother. Then he looked straight at the old man and said, "So, you are my grandfather." "So you're my grandfather. Pardon my rudeness." Grandson left home when he was young and followed master to Mount Longhu to treat his illness. After cultivating for 8 years, there are many things that I don't remember clearly. I hope grandfather won't blame me. After all, I haven't seen you for so many years, and you don't have the label of grandfather on you. Grandson can't possibly call everyone grandfather every time he meets, right? When the old man heard the first half of Li Zishuan's words, he felt quite comfortable in his heart. However, when he heard the second half, his face suddenly changed and he said angrily, "How dare you? What an eloquent tongue. Jade bamboo. Did you hear that? Is this how you talk to your elders? Is this how you and Li Jingma teach your children? I've already told you more than 10 years ago that the two of you aren't suited to be together, but you refuse to listen. In the end, you gave birth to such an unfilial son who's plagued with misfortunes. When Li Jingma heard this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on his teacup. Madame Li reprimanded her son, Xian, don't be rude. Then, she hurriedly said to the old man, Father, Xian, doesn't mean any harm. Please don't blame him. The old woman sitting to the right of the old man finally spoke, Old man, don't be so picky. Let bygones be bygones. Xian has already grown up, and Jade Bamboo and Jingma are also living happily. Why do you have to bring up the past again? The old man's face flushed red. He wanted to say something, but in the end, all he could say was a sigh. The old woman looked at Li Zishuan and said lovingly, Xian, come, let grandmother take a look at you. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. I've missed you so much. Li Zishuan stopped in his tracks and looked hesitant. Madame Li nudged her son and whispered, Xian, go, your grandmother is calling for you. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then finally walked forward and called out to the old woman, Grandmother. Hey, good grandson, come to grandmother's side. The old woman held Li Zishuan's hand, the smile on her face never fading. The last time grandmother saw you, you weren't even a month old. There was one time when grandmother hugged you, and you even peed on grandmother's body. It's been almost 15 years since we last met, and in the blink of an eye, you're even taller than grandmother. You're also in the imperial court, and you're valued by the current emperor. Grandmother can even hear news about you from Nanyang. Grandmother only found out that you've returned to Chang and from Mount Longhu when she heard that you've been conferred a title. Thinking that your body has recovered, grandmother happily ate 3 big bowls of rice that night. After that, I heard that you created some kind of newspaper, so I asked your uncle, Hui Ming, to buy a copy for me every day. There were all kinds of interesting things in the newspaper. Every time I read the newspaper, I would think, is my good grandson happy now? Is he healthy? Does he well? In July, grandmother heard that Xian had founded an academy and was recruiting students from all over the Great Tang Empire. Grandmother originally wanted to send your cousin, Fa Shan, to add to your popularity, but this child's ambitions were not there, so she gave up. Then, grandmother heard that Xian had been conferred a title of Marquis, and she was so happy. Good child. Sighed. It's all your grandfather's fault. Otherwise, grandmother wouldn't have worried about you every day, and not come to Chang and to see you. If you blame grandmother in your heart, grandmother will accept it. To be able to see my good grandson today, grandmother is satisfied. Perhaps it was because she was old that she spoke more than usual. The old woman rambled on for a long time, and by the end of it, her eyes were filled with tears. Beside her, Madame Li was already sobbing. Mother, don't say that. Xian won't blame you, right? Xian, come here and tell grandmother. Madame Li held Li Zishuan's other hand and cried. Li Zishuan had never seen his mother like this, and the hostility in his heart dissipated by half. Moreover, the old woman's love for him came from the bottom of her heart, and it touched him. At this moment he pursed his lips and said, Grandmother, grandson has never blamed you. The sadness on the old woman's face disappeared without a trace, and she revealed a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. She held Li Zishuan's hand tightly and said emotionally, Good grandson, you really are grandmother's good grandson. Xian, don't blame your grandfather, okay? There were some things that you didn't know back then, but your grandfather did it for your mother's sake. Now that we're finally reunited, let's forget about the past. The old woman sighed and said suddenly. When the old man next to him heard this, he snorted softly. He did not think much of it. Sitting below, Li Jingma's face was a little pale. When Li Zishuan heard this, he secretly thought that there were many secrets that he didn't know. He frowned and asked, Grandmother, what happened back then? Can you tell me? Chapter 945. Ahem. Xian, come out with me. I have something to tell you. In the main hall, Li Jingma, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly coughed and said. Li Zishuan nodded and was about to move when he heard the old man sitting at the top snort, What can't you say here? If you don't want to say it, I will say it for you. Li Jingma turned around and said helplessly, Father-in-law, it's not that I don't want to. You don't need to say more. After so many years, Your nature of wanting to save face still hasn't changed. Let me say it for you. The old man mercilessly interrupted Li Jingma again. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said, "You were sick when you were young and followed spiritual master Ling Su to Mount Longhu to recuperate. There are many things you don't remember. I don't blame you. But you don't have the right to blame me." Speaking of this, the old man stood up and walked to Li Zishuan's side and continued, "I am Yi Guizhong, and this is your uncle, Yi Huiming. The Yi family has cultivated for 4 generations and is also a prominent family in Nanyang. Although I didn't have much opinion about family background, I also hoped that my only pearl could find a good husband to entrust her life to. But I never expected that your father, who was just a traveling merchant and a poor boy, would cheat away my beloved daughter's heart. Being poor is nothing. Although the Yi family is not a wealthy family, we still have some money to spare. As long as your father is someone who is worthy of being entrusted with her life, seeing that both of them are in love with each other, it is not a big deal even if this old man marries my daughter to him. But when I first saw your father, I noticed that your father's middle was flat and there was a deep vertical line between his eyebrows. I have cultivated for decades. Although I'm not as good as your master, spiritual master Ling Su, I know that your father's face is the child-killing sword in the study of physiognomy. It's hard for someone with this face to have a son. Even if he does have a son, he won't have a good ending and will most likely die prematurely. At that time, it will be another tragedy of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person's. I only have one daughter, your mother. How can I marry her to someone like your father, who curses children? Even if your father's family is rich and powerful, this old man will never marry my daughter to him. But at that time, your mother was already deeply in love with him and was unable to extricate herself. Even though your grandmother and I tried to stop her, your mother still tried to find a way to secretly meet your father. With no other choice, this old man locked your mother up and arranged another marriage for her. The other party was the son of the Nanyang County chief. He had a dignified appearance and was quite talented. When your mother found out, she resisted with her life. She didn't eat or drink for 6 days and 6 nights. In the end, she fainted in her room. When your father heard the news, he tried to break into the mansion several times, but he was beaten out of the mansion by the servants of this old man. Later, the doctor woke your mother up, but your mother still refused to eat, drink, or take medicine. Seeing that your mother's eyes were gloomy, I was afraid that she was about to die. Your grandmother's heart softened, and she begged me to agree to this marriage. How could this old man agree? But if this old man didn't agree, your mother definitely wouldn't have lived for more than 3 days. In the end, this old man's heart softened. But because of this, your mother was expelled from the family by the elders. This old man was also angry at that time, so I broke off my father-daughter relationship with your mother. We agreed that we would never meet again. But because of this matter, the Yi family also thoroughly offended the local chief. Both sides had constant friction. The Yi family sacrificed a lot of benefits, and their vitality was greatly damaged. However, in exchange for a temporary peace. Fortunately, not long after, Emperor Yang was killed in Jiangdu, and the Great Sui dynasty collapsed. The heroes of the world rose in revolt, and the Central Plains fell into the flames of war. The chief of Nanyang County died in the hands of a group of bandits. The Yi family accumulated virtue and did good deeds. They built roads and bridges, and had a good reputation in the Nanyang area. That was why they were able to survive in this chaotic world and gradually recover. Your mother gave birth to you many years after your father and your mother got married. At that time, your mother remembered that this old man once said that your father was a jinx. She was worried, so she came to Nanyang with your father and asked to see this old man. She wanted this old man to take a look at your face and examine your body. But because your mother and father eloped that year, it brought great losses to the Yi family. Many people in the Yi family hated your mother, and no matter what, they wouldn't let your father and mother take half a step into the Yi family. Later, your grandmother couldn't bear it and secretly went out by herself. She met your mother and you at the inn. After your grandmother returned, she begged this old man again and again, saying that this old man must see you no matter what. This old man couldn't persuade her, so I also went to the inn. But after looking at your face and taking your pulse, This old man only said 2 words, 6 years, and then left. From then on, this old man never saw you, your father, or your mother again. This old man also didn't let your grandmother go to Chang'an, because this old man knew that you definitely wouldn't live past 6 years old. Why should I let her go? If she saw too much, when the time came and you died, wouldn't your grandmother be even more sad? Besides, all of this was caused by your father. This old man doesn't want to see him for the rest of his life. Later, I heard that after you grew a little older, you often fell ill, and your health deteriorated. Your father and mother began to take you everywhere to find a doctor, but all of this was already predestined. Your illness was congenital, so how could ordinary doctors in the world cure you? The facts proved that this old man wasn't wrong back then. Your father shouldn't have been with your mother at all. But later, even this old man didn't expect that spiritual master Ling Su would take a fancy to you and bring you back to Mount Longhu. But even so, this old man still didn't think that your illness could be cured, so I didn't tell this news to your grandmother. It was better to let her treat you as a dead person, so that she wouldn't be happy about it. But this old man still underestimated spiritual master Ling Su's ability. He could actually help you go against the heavens and change your fate. Now your face has already... Your physiognomy? At this point, Yi Guizhong subconsciously looked at Li Zixuan's face. With this look, Yi Guizhong's face suddenly changed. There was shock and even more disbelief. Seeing this, Mrs. Li immediately panicked. She walked over and asked anxiously, "Father, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Xian'er's face?" Li Zixuan also looked at Yi Guizhong curiously. His predecessor had cultivated for 8 years. Although he wasn't very proficient in the 5 Taoist metaphysics, mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination, he had dabbled in all of them. As an atheist from the 21st century, Li Zixuan didn't believe in these things at first. But after merging with the memories of his predecessor, he started to believe. A few days ago, Li Zixuan also stared at his face for a long time, but he was interrupted. Now, Yi Chongyang's expression made Li Zixuan curious. "What's wrong with my face? Why does this old man have such a reaction?" Chapter 946. Marquis Mansion, Main Hall. Yi Guizhong was shocked for a long time before he recovered. He shook his head and sighed. The problem isn't his physiognomy, but that I can't see his physiognomy clearly. Could this be the person of destiny? If this old man came from the modern world, he would definitely scold, "Why the F***ck is your face covered in mosaic?" Yes, Li Zixuan's face is indeed covered in mosaic. Ordinary people can't see it, but if a physiognomist looks, they will find that his fate is gray, as if he is in a fog, making it difficult for people to see through. Mrs. Li didn't understand and hurriedly asked, "Father, what do you mean? What is the destined person? Is this physiognomy good or bad?" Yi Guizhong looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression. He was speechless and said, "The destined one. The destined person is also called the person outside of fate. The person who has this kind of fate is already out of the control of the heavens. In the future, he may conquer the world, intimidate the world, or he may be the enemy of the world and die an unnatural death. In short, it is difficult to predict whether it is good or bad. It is either great luck or great misfortune. It is all up to the destined person to choose." At this moment, the young man who had been sitting quietly on the chair stood up and said as he walked over. Madame Li and Li Jingma were both stunned. They never expected that this unremarkable little fellow would actually say such words that did not match his age. Li Zixuan was also a little surprised. From the moment he entered the room and saw this young boy, he felt that this child was somewhat different. Now it seems that his guess was not wrong. This child is most likely a Taoist, and his cultivation time is definitely not short. While talking, the young boy had already walked in front of Yi Guizhong. He raised his head and stared at Li Zixuan's face with burning eyes. But don't forget, he is only 11 or 12 years old. His face is still childish. Coupled with such a mature expression, it will make people want to laugh and think that he is pretending to be profound. Yi Guizhong's face didn't show any surprise. He was probably used to his grandson's behavior. At this moment, he put his hand on the boy's head with a comforted look on his face. A trace of kindness flashed across his solemn face. At this time, the old lady also stood up and walked over. She took the boy's hand with a smile and said to Li Zishuan, Xiaoxian, this is your cousin, Xiaoshan. Since he was 4 years old, he liked to go to your uncle's study to read books about Taoist cultivation methods and talisman seal scripts. He is always mysterious and always likes to wander. This time, I brought him here to let him see the world in Chang. Xiaoxian, you are familiar with Chang. Take your cousin out for a walk when you have time. After listening to Yi Guozhong's narration, Li Zishuan didn't have much resentment towards his maternal grandmother. Instead, he had a lot of respect for her. It was said that in a big family, there were all disgusting and filthy fights for power. It was already not easy for his maternal grandmother to help his mother time and time again. At this moment, he nodded in response. Well, grandmother, don't worry. I will often take Xiaoshan out for a walk. Then, in order to show the care of an elder brother to his younger brother, he reached out and patted the boy's head. He didn't expect that the boy deftly avoided it. Cousin, please don't call me Xiaoshan. That's what grandfather and grandmother call me. My name is Yi Fashion. Please call me by my name. The boy raised his head and frowned slightly. He said with a serious face. It seemed that he was very dissatisfied with Li Zexu's behavior and the way he called him. The old lady laughed and everyone laughed. Li Zishuan was amused and wanted to laugh too. But after hearing the boy's real name, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Ha, father, mother, Xiaoshan is so cute. By the way, father, what Xiaoshan said about the destined one, is it true? Mrs. Li smiled and returned to the topic she was worried about. Yi Guozhong stroked his beard and said with emotion, Of course it is true. No one can say for sure about this child's future. No one can affect it. Only he can decide. But Yuzhu, you don't have to worry. From the fact that Xiao Xian has been conferred the title of Marquis at such a young age, his future will definitely be smooth. Mrs. Li heard this and felt a little relieved. She smiled and said, Father, mother, sit here. I'll go to the kitchen to arrange the food. The old lady smiled and nodded. At this moment, she saw Han Yushi, who had not made a sound since she entered the door. She smiled and said, Oh, this is Xiao Xian's wife, right? Come and let grandmother take a look. A trace of panic flashed across Han Yushi's face. Mrs. Li saw this and came over to pat her on the shoulder. She smiled and said, Yushi, go and talk to your grandmother for a while. Mother will go to the kitchen to arrange lunch. Yes, mother. Han Yushi nodded reluctantly. Then she walked to the old lady's side and bowed. She shouted, Yushi greets grandmother, grandfather, and uncle. The old lady held Han Yushi's hand and smiled from ear to ear. Yushi, right? Your name is nice, and you're really handsome. You and my good grandson are really a match made in heaven. Yi Guozhong did not show any expression this time. Instead, he nodded at Han Yushi rather kindly. Yi Huiming, who was sitting on the chair, also stood up and nodded in greeting. The old lady of the Yi family looked Han Yushi up and down. The more she looked, the more satisfied and happy she was. She pulled Han Yushi to the side and sat down. She rolled up her sleeves and took off the bracelet on her wrist. She smiled kindly and said, Come. Grandmother came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare a gift. This bracelet has accompanied grandmother for most of her life. Today, I'll give it to you as a greeting gift. I hope that you and Xian heir can give birth to a great-grandson for grandmother as soon as possible. Mother! Yi Huiming was shocked when she saw this. Just as she was about to say something, the old lady glared at her. The expected difficulties did not appear. Han Yushi could not help but heave a sigh of relief in her heart. Facing the bracelet that the old lady had worn for her entire life, how could she dare to accept it? She hurriedly said, Grandmother, Yushi appreciates your kindness, but this bracelet is too precious. What's so precious about it? It's just a dead object. Come. Grandmother will help you put it on. The old lady grabbed Han Yushi's hand without any explanation. Then, she put the bracelet that had accompanied her for decades on Han Yushi's fair and slender wrist. The old lady sighed and said, Beautiful jade matches a beauty. Grandmother is old. This jade bracelet is just right for you to wear. The old lady's eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of reluctance. It happened to be seen by the attentive Han Yushi. She was moved and said, "Thank you, grandmother. Grandmother, you're not old. You look very energetic." Chapter 947. You are Yi Fashion? Seeing that his wife was fine, Li Zixuan looked at his cousin again. He paused and asked in a low voice. "Yes." The young man nodded, his words were as precious as gold. Li Zixuan swallowed his saliva and asked again, "Which dharma is it?" "Which is good?" The young man looked at Li Zixuan strangely and paused for a while before answering. "The dharma is not passed on to others. The best is like water. Water benefits all things and does not compete for the goodness." Li Zixuan was finally shocked. He took 2 steps back and looked at the young man in front of him in horror. He muttered to himself, "Yi Fashion, you are really Yi Fashion." Previously, Li Zixuan still had a trace of luck, thinking that it was possible that they had the same pronunciation but different characters. At this moment, his heart really grasped the grass. He never thought that his cousin was actually Yi Fashion. Yi Fashion. In the Tang dynasty, other than Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, the most famous Taoist priest was Yi Fashion. His disciples were rare in the history of Taoism. According to historical records, Yi Fashion had the skills of nourishment and divination. He was good at writing talismans. He lived in Gaozong, Wuxian, and Zhongzong for 50 years. He often went to the mountains and was summoned to the palace. In the Gaozong dynasty, Yi Fashion completely became the leader of Taoism in the world. Not only did he win the respect of the world, including the emperor, but he also actively participated in politics. He made a great contribution by helping Li Dan to ascend the throne and Li Longji to rise to the throne. He was once titled as the National Celestial Master and Duke of Yu. The status of the Yi family of Nanyang also reached the peak because of this. In the 10th year of Emperor Minghuang's Kaiyuan, Yi Fashion, who was 107 years old, died without any illness. It was said that the courtyard he lived in at that time was full of fragrance and celestial music. It was even more confirmed that Yi Fashion had ascended to immortality. 19 years after Yi Fashion's death, Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty wrote the Inscriptions of Honored Master Yi, describing in great detail Yi Fashion's diving into the water palace, flying into the fire room, cutting open the stomach and cleaning the intestines, cutting open the eyes and selecting the membranes, conscripting the ghosts, running away from the gods and other mystical techniques. Gradually, Yi Fashion became the god worshipped by the Yulu believers. In the official history, Yi Fashion was a human, a noble and virtuous person. But in the folklore, he was a god, a Tao immortal with remarkable abilities. Such an awesome national heavenly master, and immortal of the mortal world, had become his cousin? At this moment, Li Zixuan's brain couldn't wrap itself around the situation. At this time, he couldn't help but feel that his mother was really awesome. She was actually born in such a big family, and she even had such an awesome nephew. Yi Guozhong also noticed the commotion. He walked over and frowned. He looked at Li Zixuan and asked, "Xiaoxian, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the name, Shun?" Logically speaking, the 2 words Shan and Shan were originally based on the Book of Changes and the Taoist principles of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. It took him a lot of effort to come up with the name. How could there be a problem? Li Zixuan came back to his senses and quickly waved his hand. "Oh no. This name is very good, very good. Grandfather, please take a seat first. I'll bring my cousin around the mansion to familiarize himself with the environment." After saying that, he dragged Yi Fashion out without any explanation. "Shan, how many years have you been cultivating? Who is your master?" Outside the house, Li Zixuan didn't bring Yi Fashion around the mansion. Instead, he went to the pavilion in the west courtyard to fish for information from this kid. After all, he was very curious about the legendary heavenly Master Yi. Moreover, most of the historical records about Yi Fashion were too fantastical and legendary. Li Zixuan more or less had doubts in his heart. "Cousin, please don't call me Shan." Yi Fashion frowned and said seriously, Okay, I won't call you Shan." Meeting such a serious kid, Li Zixuan felt helpless. He could only change the way he addressed Yi Fashion. Then, Fashion, how many years have you been cultivating? Who is your master? Yi Fashion then answered, Cousin, I started cultivating when I was 4 years old. Now, I've been cultivating for more than 8 years. However, the Tao that I cultivate comes from my own family. I haven't found a master yet. From next year onwards, I plan to leave Nanyang and travel around the famous mountains to find a master and find a way to transcend the Tao. The 4 generations of Yi family cultivators all used Yin arts and impeachment to save people. It could be said that the family had a long history. Even if Yi Fashion didn't go out, he could still learn the profound Tao. Before Yi Fashion, the Yi family had many famous Taoist priests. For example, his granduncle Yi Jingning was good at Tao, but he was good at literature. When his grandfather was still alive, he was a Taoist priest and a Taoist priest. He had more than 100 disciples. Yi Jingning's status in the Tao world was even higher than Yi Guozhong's. The old Tang book, biography of Zhongzong Wei Shuren, stated, the Taoist priest Yi Jingning was good at charms and restrictions. He often served Qin Ku and was also good at medicine. Guanglu Shaoqing Yang Jun was good at cooking meals. They all went in and out of the palace. Yi Jingning not only obtained the position of Taoist priest because of his knowledge and Tao skills, but also became the favorite of the empress. He went in and out of the palace. His political status was extraordinary. This was really a mature child. Li Zixuan muttered in his heart. He didn't know what kind of education Yi Fashion received in his childhood to develop such a strange personality. This was the Yi family's fortune. At the same time, Li Zixuan also felt that this was Yi Fashion's misfortune. This kind of life meant that he was destined to lose his carefree childhood. Li Zixuan was surprised to hear that this child was going to travel alone next year. He said with a straight face, Fashion, do your father and grandfather know that you are going to travel? Even though Yi Fashion was young and mature, he was still afraid of his father and grandfather. At this moment, he shrunk his neck and showed a rare guilty look on his face. He answered crisply, So what if they know? So what if they don't? My goal is to cultivate and save the world. No one can stop me from going out to search for the Tao. What a stubborn child. Li Zixuan said helplessly, Fashion, have you heard of the saying that parents should not travel when they are alive? You are still young. It is inevitable that you will encounter danger when you travel. Why don't you wait a few years before you consider this? Yi Fashion raised his head and said solemnly, My father and mother are still healthy. It is the best time for me to go out and search for the Tao. Besides, the love of family is just a small love. Saving the world is the greatest love. There are countless people in the world who are suffering from diseases. I want to search for the Tao and come back to save the world. Father and mother will definitely understand me. Alright. Li Zixuan had been in the Tang Empire for so long and was used to seeing all kinds of weirdos. However, he was still defeated by this weirdo in front of him. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when suddenly, Fun's voice came from behind him. Brother, you are here. Chapter 948. Lonta. When Li Zixuan turned around, had already skipped over. Li Zixuan couldn't help but rub the ponytail on his little sister's head. He smiled and said, Where did you go just now? Why didn't I see you after so long? Smiled and slapped Li Zixuan's big hand away. Then she said weakly, was looking for little Gray to play in the backyard. Grandfather and uncle looked very fierce. Didn't dare to play in the front yard. Before Li Zixuan came back, the main hall was occupied with Li Jingma's being criticized special meeting. The atmosphere in the house had always been very oppressive. Children were usually more afraid of this kind of atmosphere, so sneaked into the backyard to play with little Gray. Brother, isn't he that? As she spoke, noticed Yi Fashion standing behind Li Zixuan. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand. At the same time, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her delicate little face. It was very cute. After all, she was bad-mouthing someone's father and grandfather in front of them. How could she not be embarrassed? This is your cousin Yi Fashion. You should have seen him before. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and say, or had an "I know I was wrong" expression on her face. She said to Yi Fashion in a crisp voice, "Nice to meet you, cousin." Yi Fashion wanted to say something, but seeing Lan Er's cute appearance, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. He could only mutter, "Nice to meet you, cousin." "Ha, that's enough. Let's go back to the front yard to eat. Otherwise, mother will come and call us later." Li Zishuan stood up and patted both of them on the shoulder. Let's eat. Lan Er is starving." Mrs. Li was very happy to see her parents after so many years. She was also able to untie the knot in her heart. This level of happiness was almost comparable to the time when she saw her son return from Mount Longhu. Although she had been expelled from the family back then, Mrs. Li understood that being able to be together with the person she loved in such a big family under such circumstances was already the best ending. Haven't you seen other young ladies of noble families fight to the death for marriages they don't like? In the end, their parents are still unmoved and watch coldly as they commit suicide? The living conditions of big clans were good, but most of the so-called big clans were cold-blooded. Yi Yuzhu was able to walk together with Li Jingma in the end because Yi Guizhong was soft-hearted at the last moment. Expelling him from the family was just an explanation to the other members of the family. "Mother, try this mushroom celestial steamed pigeon." Yi Yuzhu picked up a small piece of pigeon and placed it in the old lady's bowl. The Yi family was also considered a wealthy and influential family. What kind of food had they not eaten? However, the old lady had never heard of this dish before. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Yuzhu, why is the name of this dish so strange? This old lady has never heard of it before?" Yi Yuzhu chuckled and said, "Mother, this dish is a new dish that Yushi came up with a while ago. Put the pigeon into a pot in advance, add mushrooms, scallions, ginger, garlic, immortal wine, and salt, and mix it well. After marinating it for 2 hours, put it into a pot and steamed it for 2 hours. This dish is the most nourishing. Mother, quickly try it." The old lady said in surprise, "Oh, it's actually a dish that my granddaughter-in-law came up with? This old lady has to try it properly." After saying that, she picked up the white and tender pigeon and put it into her mouth. Who knew that the pigeon meat would melt in her mouth? It was even more tender than tofu. Moreover, a strong mushroom fragrance and wine fragrance instantly exploded in her mouth. The old lady had lived for most of her life and was not a greedy person at all. At this moment, her eyes widened and she picked up another piece for herself. After eating, the old lady sighed. "And Yuzhu, this pigeon tastes really good. It melts in the mouth, is smooth and tender, and leaves a fragrance in the mouth and teeth. It's simply endless aftertaste. The kitchen maids of the Marquis's mansion definitely can't do this. It should be you who made it, right? I didn't expect my Yuzhu's cooking skills to be so good now. Jimelung and Xianxia have been blessed these years." Mrs. Li smiled and said, "Mother, your eyesight is really good. It's not easy for you and father to come. Of course, Yuzhu has to personally cook a few delicious dishes for you. Actually, Yushi is better at doing this than me. I learned it all from her. If she personally cooks, Mother, you will know what true delicacies are." The old lady smiled and said, Hee, not only is my granddaughter-in-law beautiful, but she also cooks so well. Xiaoxian, you have to treat Yushi well and strive to give birth to a great-grandson for grandmother as soon as possible." "Yes, grandmother." Li Zishuan did not want to dampen the old lady's mood, so he agreed. Han Yushi's face was flushed red, and everyone in the room laughed. Of course, other than the other 2 little fellows who were engrossed in eating. "Mother, you don't know. Actually, the one with the best cooking skills in our family at first was Xian. The new dishes in the Zuaxian restaurant in the West City were almost all made by him at the beginning of the year. But later, this child was put in an important position by the emperor and became busier and busier. He didn't have the mood to think about food anymore. One look and you can tell that she's his biological mother. She can say that her son is lazy so tactfully, naturally, and in a dignified manner. Later on, when Yushi married into our family, this child followed the new dishes that Xiaoxian made in the past and came up with many dishes himself, such as fried chicken with black bean sauce, fresh shrimp with sweet wine, mushroom chicken pot, fried crab meat with rice flavor, shrimp scallops, kung pao shredded taro, abalone mushrooms, colorful beans fried rice cake, snow pear and white fungus stewed meat soup. Hee, all right. Yuju, stop talking. If you continue, your mother's saliva will flow out. The old lady narrowed her eyes and quickly interrupted Yuju's words. She looked at Han Yushi next to her and said with a loving expression, "These dishes, just hearing the names makes grandmother salivate. Yushi, Xiao Xian is really lucky to have married you." Mrs. Li smiled and said, "Isn't that so? Mother, look, Xiao Xian has been married for less than half a year, and he's already a little fat from eating." The old lady smiled and said, "It's good to be fat. It's good to be fat. Xiao Xian is still too thin. He should eat more. Who asked this child to be so lucky to have married such a good wife? It's just that my granddaughter-in-law has suffered." Han Yushi was a little overwhelmed by this fierce praise. She hurriedly said, "Mother, grandmother, this is what Yushi should do. Don't praise me like this. Husband is out handling official business all day long. It's much harder than Yushi. Wife, you don't have to be modest. Mother and grandmother are telling the truth. However, the one who deserves the most praise should be me. Who asked me to have such a good eye to choose you as my wife and marry no one else but you?" At this moment, Li Zishuan, who had silently made a fortune, suddenly began to boast shamelessly and shamelessly. There was a hint of humor in his voice, but it was more of his gratitude to his wife. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the dining table laughed. Han Yushi covered her mouth and her heart was filled with sweetness. At this moment, she felt that all the previous hardships were worth it. Yi Guizhong frowned. He wanted to say that it was not polite to laugh while eating, but then he remembered that this was not his home, so he gave up. In fact, ever since he entered the Li family, he felt that this place was very different. As for what exactly was different, he couldn't quite pinpoint it. If he had to pinpoint it, it was probably happiness. Everyone here, including the servants, was happy. It was the kind of happiness that came from the heart, not a forced smile. He had cultivated for decades and had his own way of seeing through people's hearts. "Mother, it's not easy for you and father to come here. Stay in Chang, and for a few more days. It will be the end of the year in a little more than a month. How about you spend the new year in Chang? It will be very lively here during the new year." After laughing for a while, Mrs. Li looked at the old lady and said. Han Yushi also said, "Yes. Grandmother. It's getting colder and colder, and the road will be difficult to walk. Why don't you and grandfather stay in Chang, and for a few more days? I can take this time to be filial. Husband, what do you say?" The old lady patted Han Yushi's shoulder and narrowed her eyes. Yi Guizhong also looked at Li Zishuan. Han Yushi's last sentence seemed ordinary, but it was actually a question. She was asking if Li Zishuan had forgiven the Yi family for driving Mrs. Li out of the family back then. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Zishuan was in charge of the Li family now, not Li Jingma. Yi Guizhong also wanted to take this opportunity to see Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Yi family. From a father's point of view, what Yi Guizhong did back then was not wrong, and he had never regretted it over the years. But how could the things in the world be measured by a simple right or wrong? As Yi Yuju's son, Li Zishuan certainly had a reason to take revenge for his mother's past. And now, Li Zishuan also had the ability to do so. Although the Yi family had a good reputation in Nanyang, they were not qualified to go head-to-head with Li Zishuan, the Marquis of the Great Tang Empire who was favored by the emperor. But if Li Zishuan really shed all pretense of cordiality, he would also be cursed for being unfilial. In this era, if anyone was labeled as unfilial, then that person's future was basically over. Therefore, it could be seen that the Yi and Li families were in a delicate situation where both sides would benefit if they cooperated, and both sides would lose if they fought. Although Yi Guizhong looked indifferent on the surface, as the former head of the Yi family, how could he really not care? Li Zishuan's choice was directly related to the fate of the Yi family. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Seeing that most people were looking at him, Li Zishuan also put down his chopsticks. He was not wise, so naturally he could understand the key points. There was no doubt that he had resentment towards the Yi family in his heart. Not to mention how well his mother usually treated him. Even if she did not treat him well, he should be grateful to his mother. Because if it were not for his mother's insistence, there would not be a person like Li Zishuan in the Tang Empire, and there would not be a story of spiritual master Lingxiu accepting a disciple. Then, as a person who had transmigrated from the modern era, he might have transmigrated into someone else's body. Anyway, no matter who he transmigrated into, Li Zishuan felt that his identity would not be as perfect as his current one. A rich second generation, a martial artist, and a disciple of a hidden expert. It was really difficult to have such a perfect identity. Therefore, not only was Mrs. Li a good person, but she was also Li Zishuan's great benefactor. In the end, he did not expect that his mother had been expelled from the family many years ago, and his father had been beaten by the Yi family's servants with sticks. How could Li Zishuan not be angry? To be honest, when he first heard about this kind of thing, he even had the thought of burning down the Yi family. But, seeing that his mother looked at him with a trace of pleading in her eyes, Li Zishuan's heart suddenly softened. It seemed that even though his mother had been hurt by the Yi family, she still had a lot of feelings for the Yi family. Also, as the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. His mother, Yi Guozhong, and the old lady of the Yi family were connected by blood. How could it be broken just like that? Forget it, forget it. Li Zishuan sighed silently and said with a smile, "My wife is right. Grandmother, you should stay in Chang, and for a few more days. Yushi knows how to cook a lot of dishes. She can take advantage of these days to cook one by one to show filial piety to you." The heavy atmosphere in the house suddenly disappeared without a trace as Li Zishuan's voice fell. The old lady laughed heartily and said, "Okay. Since my good grandson and granddaughter-in-law like me so much, then I will stay in Chang, and for a few more days to enjoy my life and try my granddaughter-in-law's cooking while I'm at it." Grandmother, don't worry. Yushi guarantees that you won't eat the same dishes every month, and all of them will be delicious. Han Yushi breathed a sigh of relief. She actually understood Li Zishuan's current situation better than anyone else. She was afraid that Li Zishuan would let his emotions affect his decisions. For the sake of the resentment in his heart, he would disregard everything and do the unfilial act of putting righteousness before family. At that time, he would be spurned by the world. Fortunately, Li Zishuan made a wise choice and did not let his emotions affect his decisions. There won't be the same dishes every month? What you're saying makes your grandmother want to stay here forever. The old lady said half-jokingly. Mother, what do you mean by staying here? If you like it here, what's the harm in staying here forever? Yuju can fulfill her filial piety by your side. Mrs. Li heard and hurriedly said, Good. Old master, what do you think? The old lady replied with a smile and then asked Yi Guozhong. Yi Guozhong coughed twice and said reservedly, I think there's nothing going on in the family recently. There's no harm in going back a few days later. However, as the current head of the Yi family, Huiming can't stay outside for too long. After 3 days, Huiming, you will return to Nanyang. As for Shan, stay in Chang, and to accompany me. Logically speaking, although he did not like Li Jingma and had made things difficult for Li Jingma many times in the past, now that Li Zishuan had given him a way out, wouldn't he be too insensible if he still put on the airs of an elder? It seemed that Yi Huiming respected Yi Guozhong very much. She quickly put down her chopsticks, stood up and said solemnly, Yes, father. When you and mother want to go back, please send someone to inform me in advance so that I can come and pick you up personally. Li Zishuan interrupted, Uncle, there's no need. When the time comes, I will send guards to escort grandfather and grandmother. Chapter 949. Cousin, after your master passed away, why didn't you stay at Mount Longhu to continue your cultivation? Why did you return to Chang? Is it because you didn't have a good life at Mount Longhu? The next morning, after breakfast, Li Zishuan planned to bring his cousin to Cloud Yamacho to broaden his horizons. On the way, Yi Fashion asked. From his point of view, Mount Longhu was the holy land of cultivation for all the Taoists in the world. Li Zishuan had been cultivating for 8 years, but he suddenly left to return to Chang. This was something that Yi Fashion, who was determined to use his Taoist skills to save the world, could not understand. When Li Zixuan heard this question, he subconsciously thought to himself, if the original Li Zixuan had really stayed at Mount Longhu to cultivate, how would I have the chance to transmigrate here? I might have already been reported to the King of Hell. Although this was what he thought, he could not say it out loud. He smiled and said, "No, the head of Mount Longhu and junior martial uncle are very good to me. The reason why I returned to Chang is because my parents are getting old. If I don't return to fulfill my filial piety to them, how different would I be from a beast?" Yi Fashion's expression was a little unnatural. He said, "Then cousin, how will you continue your cultivation in the future?" Li Zixuan turned around and looked at Yi Fashion's young face, which was pretending to be mature. He said, "Fashion, I think you have a misunderstanding about cultivation. Who said that you can only cultivate in a Taoist temple? As long as you have the Tao in your heart, where can you not cultivate? What is not Tao? What is not cultivation? The heavenly Tao is not kind-hearted, it is always with good people. The level of a cultivator depends on the depth of their use of Tao. Tao is not the private property of any immortal, God, or true saint. Why should we care about where we cultivate?" Yi Fashion was stunned. After a long while, he bowed to one side and put his hands together in front of his stomach. He bowed from bottom to top and said, "Cousin, you are wise. Fashion has learned a lot." Li Zixuan's expression changed. Yi Fashion's etiquette was very particular. Taoists had 3 etiquettes and 3 kowtows. Towards mortals, they would bow and kowtow. Towards gods, immortals, they would bow and kowtow. Yi Fashion's etiquette was the standard Taoist kowtow. This was usually done towards the elders of the sect. From this, it could be seen that Yi Fashion was really touched by the words just now. Li Zixuan returned the etiquette by cupping his hands and said, "Monk, everyone has their own Tao. Cousin's Tao is the Tao of the mortal world. In the world of mortals, treat your family well and help those around you that you can. Of course, I also hope that you can be a Taoist of the mortal world in the future and not hide in the mountains to cultivate. You don't have to sit and watch the change of dynasties and not think about the people of the world." Yi Fashion bowed again and said, "Cousin, don't worry. Fashion wants to learn the profound Tao and walk the world to save the people of the world. I will not be a blind Taoist who only knows how to cultivate in seclusion." Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. He brought Yi Fashion and continued walking towards the Cloud Mountain. Yes, they were walking. He didn't know what was wrong with this cheap cousin of his. The whole mansion clearly had horses, but he wasn't willing to ride them. Even if there was a carriage, he wasn't willing to sit in it. He said that he wanted to see how the people were living. Although Li Zixuan didn't want to, he couldn't just tie this kid up on a horse, right? Even though he had only spent a day with Yi Fashion, Li Zixuan already knew that when his cousin was stubborn, even 8 horses wouldn't be able to pull him back. Therefore, he might as well accompany this unlucky kid and walk together. Bang bang bang. Use more strength. The soil is still loose. How can you do it? Han Xiaodong, didn't you eat? Second Master Lu, I won't hide it from you. I really didn't eat this morning. Hey, you little rascal. You only know how to talk nonsense with me. Motherf asterisk cur, work harder. The weather is getting colder. If we can't fix it by the time it freezes, we will delay Marquis's important matter. Look at the construction team of the 4th Regiment. How fast are they progressing? After they left the city, they walked through a section of the official road and arrived at the small path leading to the Cloud Mountain. They walked forward for about 2 or 3 miles. Then, they heard a series of loud crashing sounds as well as the noise of some people. Yi Fashion looked over curiously. In the end, he was blocked by a small hill. He asked, "Cousin, what's going on over there? Why is it so lively?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "The construction team of the academy and the villagers are repairing the road. We will see it after we turn this corner." Repairing the road? Yi Fashion thought to himself. How could there be such a big movement when they were repairing the road? However, even though he was doubtful, he still lowered his head and quickened his pace. After a while, the 2 of them had circled around the mountaintop. What entered their eyes was a dense mass of people. Some were hammering the ground with large hammers, some were shoveling soil to fill holes, some were pushing carts to dump sand and stones, and some were dumping mud onto the flat road. However, the mud was greenish-gray in color, which made Yi Fashion feel surprised. "Cousin, what is that slurry thing in the carriage?" Li Zishuan looked in the direction of his finger and replied, "That is cement. In the beginning, it can be shaped like mud. However, it will solidify after a period of time. Once solidified, it will be as hard as a rock. Even if it is raining, it will remain in its original states." "Oh? There is such a magical thing in this world? Why have I never heard of it before?" Yi Fashion could not help but feel that the capital was indeed different. A small place like Nanyang could not be compared to it. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Cement has only been around for half a year. It has not spread to Nanyang yet. It is normal that you have not seen it before." While they were talking, the two of them had already approached the road construction site. A hale and hearty old man with white hair and a white beard walked towards them. It was Master Lu. "Yo, Marquis, you are here? Why did you not ride a horse today?" "And this is..." Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "I wanted to train my legs, so I did not ride a horse today." "All right, Master Lu, this is my cousin. He just arrived in Shang and yesterday. He wants to visit the academy today." Yi Fashion saw that when Li Zishuan spoke to the old man in front of him, he did not put on any airs like Marquis. His tone was also not arrogant and condescending. Instead, there was some respect for an elder. Yi Fashion was surprised but did not show it on his face. He saluted Master Lu and said, "Greetings, Master Lu." Master Lu was flattered and said, "Hey, little Langjun, you are too courteous. Since you are Marquis' relative, I should be the one greeting you." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "What are you saying, Master Lu? You are my elder." "All right, Master Lu, this road looks like it is almost finished, right?" Master Lu wiped his sweat and said, "Hey, Marquis, it is almost over, almost over. There are only about 3 miles of road left to be repaired. It will take about 10 days to completely repair it. It is just that I am ashamed to say that we farmers are not very good at repairing this kind of cement road. We are dragging Regiment Commander Gong and the others down." When Li Zishuan first divided the construction corps, he set up 5 regimental commanders. They were Hu Hanyun, Master Lu, Chao Xiaofu, Gong Minyong, and Enai Taifeng. Later, in order to repair the cement road and the academy's project was almost completed, Li Zishuan disbanded 2 construction regiments, with a total of nearly 5,000 people. One was the 2nd Regiment of 2nd Master Lu and the other was the 4th Regiment of Gong Minyong. Master Lu's prestige in this area was still very high. Later, the farmers who came to help repair the road were also under his command. In this way, Master Lu's 2nd Regiment now had more than 3,000 people in name. However, these farmers who came to help had not experienced the big project of Yanhuang College. Naturally, they lacked experience. As a result, although Master Lu's 2nd Regiment had more people, the overall progress was not much different from Master Lu's 4th Regiment. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's okay, there is no rush. Don't let the villagers be too tired. By the way, Master Lu, I asked my father-in-law to inform everyone to go into the mountains to pick herbs. Do you all know? It was out of good intentions that the farmers were willing to help with the road repairs." At first, Li Zishuan wanted to pay the workers who came to help, but the farmers refused to accept it no matter what. It was only after he changed the wages to a bucket of rice that the farmers reluctantly accepted. The price of a bucket of rice was much lower than the wages of the construction site. Facing such a group of kind-hearted farmers, what else could he complain about? Master Lu heard Li Zishuan's question and grinned, "Marquis, we all know. In the afternoon, it is said that each village will organize some young men to be guards. Even if they encounter wild beasts, they will not be afraid. Then, each family will send one person to go into the mountains to pick herbs. Heh, it is a pity that I am not free now. Otherwise, I would also go into the mountains to hunt wild beasts and let the kids in the village see Master Lu's archery skills." Li Zishuan could not help but laugh and said, "Other people's treasured swords are not old, but Master Lu's divine arrows are not old." Master Lu said proudly, "Of course. Back then, the villagers were hungry and wanted to go to the west of Yunshan to hunt. Master Lu went as well. I met a big tiger with white forehead. Master Lu began to explain the heroic deeds of the past to the two of them. Li Zishuan was also happy to rest at the side. Yi Fashion, on the other hand, was frowning deeper as he listened. Half an hour later, they bid farewell to Master Lu and continued to walk on the wide and flat cement path towards Yunshan. Yi Fashion suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Cousin, if the farmers go into the mountains to pick herbs, then just pick herbs. Why do they have to fight wild beasts in the mountains? Everything in the world has spirituality. Wild beasts are also living creatures. That mountain forest originally belonged to them. Let's not talk about the farmers taking over the magpie's nest. Why do they have to search and exterminate them? Cousin, as a Taoist, not only did you not stop them, but you even secretly encouraged them?" When it came to killing, many people would think of benevolence like sweeping the floor for fear of harming the lives of ants and covering the lamp with gauze to protect the moths. However, some Taoist priests did eat meat. The Taoist doctrine did not support killing, but it did not forbid it either. Li Zishuan was inexplicably stunned. He did not expect Yi Fashion to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, he said in a deep voice, "Fashion, you are not wrong. Everything that is bloody has spirituality. That is to say, they have Taoism. There are early and late stages of enlightenment, and there are also differences in the speed of cultivation. Wild beasts are also living creatures. Logically speaking, they should not be killed easily. But sometimes, killing is to protect them. When a wild beast wants to attack a person, what should you do? Or use your Taoism to influence it? The people are just mortals. They only care about food, clothing, and taking care of the old and young. Everything they do is for survival. Is there anything wrong with that?" Li Zishuan remembered that during the War of Resistance against Japan in his previous life, Taoists held guns in one hand and incense in the other. After killing the Japanese, they also worshipped the gods. Compared to those Taoist priests who only knew how to cultivate in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests, and did not care about the suffering of the people, such Taoist priests were the ones he admired. Killing is to protect them? Yi Fashion muttered under his breath and fell into deep thought. When the sun was about to reach the top of their heads, the two finally reached the top of the Cloud Mountain. When they stepped through the mountain gate and saw the tall and majestic Yanhuang College building, Yi Fashion was still greatly shocked even though he had mentally prepared himself. That small face of his that liked to pretend to be mature was now filled with shock and astonishment. "How is it? Fashion? Cousin, this college is not bad, right?" Li Zishuan saw that Yi Fashion finally showed a rare look of shock and was somewhat proud of himself. Gulp. "Yes, it is not bad." Yi Fashion swallowed his saliva and said, "This was more than just not bad. It could be called a celestial palace." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Let's go. I'll show you around the college." After that, he led Yi Fashion into the college. They visited the red building, the auditorium, the sports field, the cafeteria, the student dormitory, the laboratory building, and so on. Finally, the two returned to Guanghua building and went to the courtyard where the telescope was placed. He did not expect to meet Li Chunfeng here. "Oh, Taoist Li is here too?" Li Zishuan walked up to him and said with a smile. Li Chunfeng was focused on fiddling with the telescope. When he heard the voice, he quickly turned around. When he saw that it was Li Zishuan, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Marquis, please don't blame me. I've discovered a few celestial bodies recently, so I've been using this telescope more frequently." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Isn't this thing made for humans to use? Use it as you please. Oh, the light is so strong now. Aren't you afraid that it'll hurt your eyes?" Li Chunfeng shook his head and said, "I can't use it now. I could use it when the sun was just rising. Oh, who is this little friend?" It was then that he noticed Yi Fashion behind Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan introduced him. "This is my cousin Yi Fashion, from the Yi family of Nanyang. He has been cultivating for more than 8 years. Fashion, this is Taoist Li Chunfeng, currently working in the Taisha Bureau. He's an expert in Taoism and has a noble character." Yi Fashion walked up and saluted, Greetings, Taoist Li. Li Chunfeng returned the salute and said in surprise, "The Yi family of Nanyang? Are you the Yi family of Sanzhou? Who is Yi Jing to you?" Yi Fashion answered, "Yes, the Yi family of Sanzhou. The person you're talking about is my granduncle." Li Chunfeng mumbled, "Granduncle? You're the descendant of Elder Yi. What a coincidence." Chapter 950. The Yi clan of Nanyang had a long history. They were the descendants of Yi Wang, the founder of the Yi clan of Jiangnan. Yi Wang was originally from Yi County of Nanyang Commandery, now part of Hunan. He was once the governor of Yanmen and became the Guanglu minister at the end of the Han dynasty. In the second year of Jian, and he came from Qingzhou to Jiangnan and lived in Danyang Zhurong, now Zhurong, Jiangsu. He was the founder of the Yi clan. Yi Ju was the governor of Qiantang, now Hangzhou, Zhejiang. He loved the people like his own children and was known as Father Yi. Yi Ju settled down in Qiantang under the persuasion of the people and became a prominent family there. After Yi Ju passed away, he was buried on the right side of Mao Mountain in Songyang of Ko Prefecture. He was known as the founder of the Yi clan of Ko Prefecture or Mao Mountain. Yi Ju had 4 sons. The second son, Yi Jianshi, was promoted to General Zhichong and stayed in Songyang. Yi Jian's descendants lived on the right side of Mao Mountain. Because of the long history of the temple, they were known as the Yi clan of Mao Mountain. Yi Fashion was Yi Ju's 19th descendant. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that Yi Fashion was from the Yi clan of Ko Prefecture. "Taoist master, you know my granduncle?" Yi Fashion heard Li Chunfeng's mumbling and was confused. His granduncle Yi Jingning was in his 70s. Li Chunfeng looked like he was in his 20s or 30s at most. Logically speaking, he should not have any connection with his granduncle. When your granduncle was still the chancellor of the Imperial College, I had a relationship with him. However, your granduncle might not remember it clearly. Li Chunfeng smiled but did not want to go into details. Yi Fashion did not want to force him. The 2 Taoists who had left a deep mark in the history of the Tang dynasty talked for another hour. Seeing that it was almost noon, Li Zishuan invited the 2 to Yanhuang College's cafeteria. Li Chunfeng could not help but sigh at the grandeur of Yanhuang College when he saw the clean and luxurious cafeteria. Yi Fashion was not surprised because this kid had just visited the cafeteria. The students were still in school and there were no students who dared to skip classes to eat in advance. So the cafeteria was not crowded. Only a few teachers who did not have classes in the morning. When they saw Li Zishuan, they hurriedly greeted him. Li Zishuan greeted them with a smile and did not say much. The 3 of them ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine. They found a seat by the window and began to drink. "Taoist Li, my cousin plans to travel the world to seek Tao next year. You are his elder in this regard. You should teach him well." Li Zishuan took a sip of wine and a bite of soaring success. Then he looked at Li Chunfeng and started talking about serious matters. He had only known Yi Fashion for a little more than a day. Logically speaking, they weren't close enough to worry about him, but he couldn't help but worry. Perhaps he, who had transmigrated from the modern world, knew that Yi Fashion was destined to be extraordinary, so he couldn't help but worry. Marquis, you are worried that your younger brother will be in danger when he goes out, right?" Li Chunfeng took a sip of wine and looked at Li Zishuan as if he could see through the world. He smiled and said, "Actually, Marquis, you don't have to worry. When I was 9 years old, I left home to travel the world. I went to the Calm Cloud Temple in Nantua Mountain to learn Tao. I didn't meet any bad people along the way. Moreover, your younger brother's forehead is high, his eyebrows are raised, and his forehead is full. These are the signs of wealth and wealth. He won't encounter any accidents in a short period of time." Li Zishuan realized that this Taoist priest in front of him was even more powerful. He started to travel the world when he was 9 years old. He couldn't help but think to himself, are all the people in the ancient times so powerful? Thank you for your kind words. Li Zishuan felt a little relieved. At the same time, he felt a little enlightened. If Li Chunfeng could see Yi Fashion's face, how could Yi Guozhong not see it? No wonder that old man was not worried at all. Everything was probably under his control. I should be the one thanking Marquis. I'm afraid that my son has caused trouble for Marquis in Yanhuang College. Li Chunfeng said politely. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "You must be joking. Your son has always been one of the top students in the college. How could he cause any trouble? The college would like to thank you for your good upbringing." Cultivators were also humans. Even though Li Chunfeng's heart was as calm as still water, he couldn't help but smile when someone praised his son. He raised his wine glass and said with a smile, "Ha! It's boring to keep thanking me. Let me toast to Marquis to thank you for your hospitality today." Li Zishuan nodded and drank his glass with a smile. Suddenly, Li Chunfeng said, "Marquis, I found a celestial body that is very close to us. Although it's a little farther than the moon, it's much closer than the stars in the night sky. But what I find strange is that this celestial body can only be observed in the morning. It's impossible to find it at night. And there's a circle of light around this celestial body. It's very beautiful. I've looked through all the astrological maps left behind by our ancestors, but I couldn't find any record of this celestial body. It's really strange." Astrological maps were not the patent of modern people. The ancient people of China had been observing the heavens for a long time. They had made many achievements that modern China was proud of. They invented astronomical tools such as the celestial sphere, and many others. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, people combined astrology and numerology, and the astrological theory was born. It was based on the idea of heaven and man as one, and used the changes of the stars to predict the good and bad luck of people. By observing the changes of the stars in the sky, people could predict the good and bad luck of people. The 3 enclosures and 4 signs, the 28 mansions, the 7 political systems, and the 4 miscellaneous elements were the basis of the astrological theory. After Li Chunfeng finished speaking, Yi Fashion's eyes widened. He never thought that the cylinder with a support frame in the courtyard of Guanghua Building was actually used to observe the stars. Furthermore, from what Li Chunfeng said, it was to observe the stars during the day. Why did it sound so mysterious? Li Zishuan was secretly shocked. Based on Li Chunfeng's description, it was very likely that he had found Saturn by accident. Saturn could be regarded as one of the more peculiar planets in the solar system. Through a telescope, its appearance was like a straw hat. The existence of the halo made Saturn the most beautiful planet among the stars, causing the viewers to exclaim in admiration. At first, people thought that Saturn was the only planet in the solar system with rings. However, from the late 1970s to the late 1980s, the discovery of the rings of Uranus, Jupiter, and Neptune changed this view. The telescope made by Mo Lingwei did not have a large aperture and magnification, so the imaging effect was not good. Therefore, it ruled out the possibility that the celestial bodies Li Chunfeng saw were Uranus, Neptune, and Jupiter. Compared to these celestial bodies, Saturn's rings were more obvious and easier to find. If one was lucky, they could see Saturn's rings with their naked eyes even without the help of a telescope. Congratulations, Taoist priest. You have found a new planet. In time, you might be able to perfect the existing astrological map. By then, your name will be recorded in history. Li Zishuan clasped his hands together and smiled. He did not tell Li Chunfeng about the 9 planets in the solar system. Oh, it should be the 8 planets. Some things were too easy to get and people would not cherish them. Sometimes, it felt good to be a quiet prophet and let people discover things that they already knew. Li Chunfeng quickly waved his hand and said, "This is not my credit. If it wasn't for the help of Yanhuang College's telescope, I wouldn't have found this. Besides, there is still one thing I don't understand. Why can't I see this planet at night? And why is there a ring around it?" At this time, Li Chunfeng was talking about his new discovery. He forgot about the rule of not talking when eating and sleeping. Although Li Zishuan had never shown any talent in astronomy, Li Chunfeng's intuition told him that Li Zishuan must know something. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Taoist priest, you can think about it. Why can't you see the moon during the day but only at night? The principle of the celestial body that can only be seen during the day might be similar to the moon. The angular distance between Saturn and the Sun was smaller than that of Mercury. Saturn basically rose and set with the Sun. Therefore, when the sun rose in the morning, as long as the weather was clear and the air visibility was high enough, Saturn's rings could be clearly seen with ordinary telescopes. This was how Galileo discovered Saturn in the past with his self-made telescope. As for the ring around the planet, as long as you understand why the moon shines, you will know what the ring is. Saturn's ring was formed by the debris of comets and asteroids colliding with the larger moon Saturn. The ring could contain a lot of water. It was made of ice and snowballs with diameters ranging from a few centimeters to a few meters. Under the sunlight, these substances formed the light belt that people saw through the reflection of the sun. Li Chunfeng fell into deep thought. After a while, he cupped his fists and said, "Marky, you're really knowledgeable. I've learned a lot. You're too kind. When the telescope is improved in the future, I believe that you will be able to find more planets. We will celebrate for you then." Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning were rushing to produce a batch of military telescopes for the military. Therefore, the improvement of the astronomical telescope was temporarily put on hold. However, Li Zixuan believed that as the telescope technology in the workshop became more mature, the telescopes produced would be more advanced. By then, Li Chunfeng might be able to find all the planets in the solar system with the help of the telescope. In that case, Li Chunfeng might bring up the heliocentric theory. However, he did not know if he would be seen as an outlier. After all, when the theory was first brought up in the West, many people suffered because of it. Yi Fashion was stunned as he listened to their conversation. In the past, he was proud of his knowledge. Of course, he had heard a lot about Li Zixuan. He thought that his cousin was quite capable since he was able to reach such a high position with his own efforts. However, he did not expect him to be so knowledgeable. There were many things that he had never heard of, but Li Zixuan was able to talk with his cousin. This was the difference between them. At this moment, Yi Fashion was even more determined to go out and seek Taoism. If he did not step out of the house, he would be a frog at the bottom of the well for the rest of his life. The lunch lasted for almost an hour. When the students were about to leave school, the three of them finally left. After lunch, Li Zixuan went back to the Yunshan residence to rest for a while Yi Fashion meditated in the backyard. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan prepared to return to Chang, and with Yi Fashion, who had gone out to collect wind and had a bountiful harvest. Originally, he wanted to bring his cousin to the west of Yunshan to see if the farmers would encounter any beasts when they were gathering herbs. However, Yi Fashion could not bear to see the beasts killed, so he gave up on the idea. When they came to Chang, and Li Zixuan did not want to continue walking. He felt that it was a waste of time, so he borrowed 2 horses from the guards of the academy. Each of them rode 1 horse and rushed back to Chang. Da-da-da. All the horses of Li Zixuan's guards were equipped with horseshoes. When they walked on the hard and flat cement road, the sound of the horses' hooves hitting the ground was particularly clear. Not only did people like to walk on the cement road, horses also liked to walk on it. Once they were on the cement road, they could clearly feel that the horses were running faster. At this speed, it didn't take long for them to reach the end of the cement road. After another quarter of an hour, they finally left the small path and walked onto the main road. Who would have thought that they would be greeted by a large group of soldiers? It was a grandiose group of about a few thousand people. Whoa! When Li Zixuan saw the leader of the group, he hurriedly stopped his warhorse and jumped off to greet him. "Your Highness, are you leading the soldiers to the south?" Li Zixuan asked. Yes, the person was Li Xiaogong. There were dozens of officials behind him. When Li Xiaogong saw that the person who had come was Li Zixuan, he had the army move forward slowly first. He would catch up with the officials in a while. Then he replied to Li Zixuan, "That's right. Now that the prototype of the Department of Shipping has been completed and the officials of the key departments are in place, His Majesty is in a hurry, so this prince can only bring them to Guangdong in such a hurry." It was obvious that Li Xiaogong did not want to go to the south at this time. After all, it would be the new year in a month. If Li Xiaogong went to Guangdong now, it was very likely that he would have to spend the new year there. "Your Highness, please be careful." Li Zixuan cupped his fists and said, "Oh, this little guy is?" Li Xiaogong saw Yi Fashion and asked curiously. Li Zixuan introduced, "Your Highness, this is my cousin Yi Fashion. He is from the Yi family in Nanyang. He just arrived in Chang and yesterday. Cousin? Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment and said, "Oh, your mother's family is willing to come and find your mother? Ha, I know a little about your mother's matter. I didn't expect the Yi family to give in the end, ha." Li Zishuan was speechless. Hearing Li Xiaogong's words, he already knew about the Li and Yi families. However, this guy was really tight-lipped. He had never mentioned it before. He was really cunning. "Ah, by the way, Xiaoxian, take a closer look at my team. Is there anyone you know?" Li Xiaogong suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously to Li Zishuan. Chapter 951. On the official road outside Chang and City. Li Zishuan's mysterious words had piqued Li Zishuan's curiosity. He had been so focused on talking that he hadn't noticed the lineup Li Xiaogong had brought with him to the south. He calmly glanced behind Li Xiaogong. Although Li Zishuan didn't know the names of these officials, he had seen them all in court before. There were officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Appointments. When he saw the gloomy-faced official at the back of the line, Li Zishuan almost laughed out loud. Who else could it be other than Cui Shanfu? Speaking of which, Li Zishuan hadn't even had the time to take revenge on the old fellow when Cui Shanfu had urged the diplomatic corps to go to Yanhuang College to watch the military training exercise. He hadn't expected Li Xiaogong to be so supportive, silently bringing this old fellow to Lingnan. Let's see how this old fellow can jump around once he's there. Oh, isn't this Minister Cui? You've been promoted. Congratulations. When dealing with villains, one had to beat them while they were down. Li Zishuan wasn't willing to give up such an opportunity. He walked over to Cui Shanfu and cupped his hands with a smile. The officials turned to look in Li Zishuan's direction and saw Cui Shanfu's old face as black as the bottom of a pot. The Marquis of Yong, and is taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. I'm afraid you've lost your status as a marquis. At this point, Cui Shanfu felt that there was no need to pretend to be nice, so he snorted coldly at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was surprised, and said, "Taking pleasure in other people's misfortune? Why would Minister Cui say that? This marquis was clearly congratulating you on your promotion and wealth. All my colleagues here can testify for me. How can you slander me? Assistant Minister Wang, please be the judge. Was this marquis taking pleasure in other people's misfortune?" Li Zishuan pulled over an assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights and asked. That assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights had originally been doing well as an official in the capital. Inexplicably, he had been pulled in by Li Xiaogong. However, this fellow was also a smart person. He knew that on this trip to Lingnan, their fates were completely in Li Xiaogong's control. Furthermore, Li Xiaogong's relationship with Li Zishuan was probably known to everyone in Chang. How could he stand on the wrong side at this time? Cui Shanfu? Cui family? 5 surnames and 7 hopes? No matter how big it was, could it be bigger than his own future? Assistant Minister Wang opened his mouth and pretended to be stunned. With an exaggerated expression, he said, "Ayaya. Minister Cui, the Marquis of Yong, and is clearly congratulating you with good intentions. How can you not recognize his good intentions? As His Majesty's subjects, we have to share His Majesty's burdens. Although Lingnan is a barren land, if His Majesty wants us to go there, we have to serve His Majesty without hesitation. Being able to serve His Majesty is a blessing for us subjects. Therefore, we have indeed been promoted. Your attitude isn't right. My fellow colleagues, don't you think what I said is right? That's right. Going to Lingnan this time, we are serving His Majesty. It is indeed the same as being promoted." That's right, that's right. Minister Cui, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by gloating? We are going to Lingnan to serve His Majesty. Where is the talk of calamity? Assistant Minister Wang's words had just landed when the surrounding officials instantly began to denounce Cui Shanfu. This kind of matter was related to political standing. If they didn't know how to choose, then they had really lived for so many years in vain. Cui Shanfu's face instantly turned even darker. Shameless. Extremely shameless. A bunch of vile people who invert black and white. This old man disdains to be associated with use. Saying that, Cui Shanfu flung his sleeves and walked to the other side of the road. Minister Chui, what you said is wrong. How are we shameless? That's right. That's right. Minister Chui, you are clearly flying into a rage out of humiliation. The officials weren't willing to be sinister vile people and immediately began to stab Chui Shanfu. Every stab stabbed into his heart, making Chui Shanfu almost vomit blood. All right, everyone, get on your horses and catch up to the army. At this moment, Li Xiaogong roared. Everyone hurriedly acknowledged. Speaking of which, when it came to Lingnan, the sky was high and the emperor was far away. Li Xiaogong held a large number of troops in his hands and represented the imperial court. Even the local emperors like Feng Ang and Tan Dian in Lingnan had to be respectful to him. Therefore, these officials were truly obedient to Li Xiaogong because their lives were all in Li Xiaogong's hands. Although Chui Shanfu was unwilling, he didn't dare to say much. Presumably, he had resisted before but later realized that resistance was futile. Now, he could only accept his fate. Little Xian, this prince will be leaving. Help me look after that stinking brat Huiran. If you need to beat him, beat him. Don't be courteous to this prince. Li Xiaogong urged his horse to go to Li Zishuan's side and smiled. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said, Your Highness, don't worry. I will keep an eye on Huiran. The mountain is high and the road is long. I wish Your Highness a smooth journey. Li Xiaogong laughed. I'll count on your auspicious words. But if there's an emergency at the Bureau of Shipping, you, as the right commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping, can't refuse. Li Zishuan hastily replied, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. But then he suddenly remembered something and whispered, Your Highness, the Bureau of Shipping deals with an enormous amount of money every day. You must prevent the people below from being corrupted and forming factions. After saying this, he meaningfully glanced at Chui Shanfu's back. Li Xiaogong's lips curled into a cold and profound smile. Don't worry about that. This king was worried that he wouldn't jump around. His Majesty has already made arrangements. Otherwise, how could one of the 9 ministers be moved by this king? Li Zishuan instantly understood. At this moment, he was completely at ease. Since Chui Shanfu had already been targeted by Li Er, he wouldn't be able to cause any waves in the Great Tang. For the rest of his life, he could only obediently live out his days. The moment he made a move, he wouldn't even need to do anything. Li Er would probably use this chance to eliminate him. The imperial treasury was now plentiful and had many soldiers and generals. Even the great clans weren't afraid. Moreover, Li Er had the time bomb, Li Zishuan at his side to intimidate them. The great clans didn't dare to act rashly, because Li Zishuan was a true bomb. Feng Jidai had been able to see the clues in the overnight destruction of Snake Spirit Mountain, so how could those old foxes not see it? This was also why the Chui clan didn't dare to retaliate when the second young master of the Chui clan, Chui Yunhan, had been exiled to Cheongzhou because of Li Zishuan. This was because they were afraid that Li Zishuan would do the same thing to their clans as he had done to Snake Spirit Mountain. If that happened, who the hell would be able to bear it? Since Your Highness and His Majesty have already made arrangements, then this little nephew won't say anything more. Once again, I wish Your Highness a safe journey. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and cupped his fists. Until we meet again. Hiya. Li Xiaogong laughed out loud and spurred his horse to leave. Chapter 952. In the Sweet Dew Hall of the Imperial Palace. Xiaogong's group should have left the city by now, right? Li Er softly asked from his throne. Your Majesty, His Highness has already left the city. Zhao Song bowed and replied. Li Er's eyes narrowed as he muttered, whether or not the Great Tang's treasury can withstand the war with the Turks will depend on whether Xiaogong's Bureau of Shipping can shoulder the burden. And also, the Chui clan, Chui Shanfu. Earlier, when Prime Minister Aluo Nazhun of the Jianri dynasty wanted to marry the Great Tang Princess for King Jianri, Li Er was naturally unwilling. Changel was his most beloved daughter. How could he marry her off to a barbarian? But as the sovereign of a country, he could not let his emotions affect his decisions. Even if he was just going through the motions, he still had to listen to the opinions of his officials. In the end, Li Zishuan's bravery and righteousness had satisfied him, but Cui Shanfu supported the marriage of the great Tang princess and vigorously advocated for a peaceful marriage between the two countries. At that time, Li Er had wanted to kill Cui Shanfu, but he had never found a good opportunity. He had never imagined that Cui Shanfu's name would be on the list of officials selected to go to Lingnan that Li Xiaogong had brought a few days ago. Logically speaking, Cui Shanfu, as an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies and one of the 9 ministers, should not have been sent to Lingnan. But when Li Er saw the name Cui Shanfu on the list, many thoughts flashed through his mind, and so, the final list of the Bureau of Shipping shocked everyone. After all, Cui Shanfu was not only an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, but also the successor of the Cui clan of Qinghe. Did Li Er not take the great clan seriously by making such a decision? But on second thought, many people realized that Li Er really did have the confidence to not take the great clan seriously. In the past, the great Tang did not lack good generals, nor did it lack elite soldiers, but it lacked money. If a war broke out, the great Tang's supply of provisions might run into problems. But now, the imperial court's treasury was abundant. It did not lack soldiers, generals, or provisions. If the great clans dared to be impudent, they would have to consider whether or not they could withstand Li Er's thunderous strike. Would the great clans dare to be impudent? Of course not. Since Li Er had dared to make this decision, it meant that he had already made preparations for the counterattack of the great clans. If the great clans made any strange movements, they might just be playing right into Li Er's hands. After all, for Li Er, stabilizing the rear before dealing with the Turks was not a bad choice. Because of this, East Commandery Duke Cui Junchuo, who had not been to court for decades, came to Ganlu Hall with a walking stick to plead for Cui Shanfu. Of course, Li Er did not neglect, but he did not agree. In the end, he sent Cui Junchuo back with the reason that Cui Shanfu's trip to Lingnan is only temporary. Once the Department of Shipping is on the right track, he will be summoned back. Just like that, under Li Er's strong insistence, the matter of Cui Shanfu following Li Xiaogong to the south was completely settled. However, even Li Er did not understand why Li Xiaogong would write Cui Shanfu's name on the list. If one were to say that this old man was talented, there were many ministers in the imperial court who were more talented than him. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed that Li Xiaogong had deliberately written Cui Shanfu's name. But what enmity did Li Xiaogong have with Cui Shanfu? Li Er was not too sure about this. Recently, pay more attention to the Cui family. If there are any strange movements, immediately report to me. A cold light flashed in Li Er's eyes as he instructed in a deep voice. He was now really confident because the Ministry of Works research on gunpowder had made great progress. If the great clans chose to make a strange move at this time, he did not mind giving them another round of justice from the heavens. Marquis, I have found the information you wanted. At night, in the study of the Marquis's residence in Yongla Lane, Li Zishuan stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. Pang Feiji cupped his fists behind him. Oh, tell me about it. Recently, he had not paid attention to the situation in the imperial court. After meeting Cui Shanfu on the road today, he had the heart to ask Pang Feiji to find out more information. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and reported, Marquis, according to my investigation, Cui Shanfu was in the first batch of officials selected by the regional prince to go to Lingnan City. Many people in the imperial court were against it, but I did not expect His Majesty to agree in the end. After that, the Cui family's ancestor, the East County Duke, personally went to the palace to plead for leniency, but it did not seem to have any effect. That is why Cui Shanfu went south with the regional prince today. I see. Li Zishuan suddenly understood and then asked doubtfully, but why did the royal prince want Cui Shanfu to go to Lingnan? He doesn't seem to have any enmity with Cui Shanfu, right? Pang Feiji's expression was a little unnatural as he said, This? I asked young Master Huiran. He said that the regional prince did not like Cui Shanfu for a long time, so, did not like him? Li Zishuan was stunned. This reason was so strong and so willful. Well, I just don't like you and want to do you. What's wrong with that? People from the royal family are really awesome. In fact, Li Xiaogong's dislike of Cui Shanfu mainly came from the time when the prime minister of the Jianri dynasty proposed marriage for King Jianri. When he saw Cui Shanfu shamelessly insist on marrying the Tang princess to a distant country, Li Xiaogong felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. He did not know why, but when he saw Cui Shanfu's face later, he felt that this old man wanted to marry his daughter to another country. Perhaps this is the fate of the heavens. In history, Li Xiaogong's daughter, Li Shuiyan, was married to Tubo thousands of miles away because of a political marriage. Although she left behind the beautiful story of Princess Wencheng came to Tubo, who knows the pain of the separation of father and daughter and the inability to see each other again. Marquis, I inadvertently found out a piece of news about young Master Huiran. Pang Feiji glanced at Li Zixuan cautiously and said in a low voice. What news? Tell me. Li Zixuan's interest was piqued and he quickly asked. Pang Feiji said, according to the news I found out, young Master Huiran was very famous in the Nanyang area since he was young. He was even called the fairy child. Seeing that Li Zixuan was very interested, Pang Feiji continued, it is said that young Master Huiran's mother had a dream during the day. She dreamed that a meteor entered her mouth and swallowed it. When she woke up, she was pregnant and gave birth to young Master Huiran 15 months later. This has become a legend in the area. When young Master Huiran was 7 years old, he accidentally drowned in the river and disappeared inexplicably. His uncle only found young Master Huiran's clothes by the riverbank. 3 years later, young Master Huiran returned home. His uncle asked him where he had been all these years, but young Master Huiran said, the fairy child led me to drink the cloud juice, so I did not leave any ears. Marquis, do you think this is amazing? Young Master Biao must have met a boy by the side of a deity. The more Li Zixuan listened, the deeper his frown became. In the end, he said with a straight face, don't talk about strange things. Just some hearsay and you're scared to this extent. The monk is just a mortal. Don't talk nonsense. Get lost and go to sleep. Yes. I will take my leave. Chapter 953. Your Majesty, this is the first batch of military binoculars developed by the Academy. Would you like to try it? On the afternoon of the second day, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning were personally escorted by Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. They brought the binoculars to the home mansion and handed them to Li Zixuan. Since there was nothing to do in the afternoon, Li Zixuan brought the binoculars to the Imperial Palace. Li Er, who was in front of the dragon desk, was immediately energized. He quickly walked down and said, so fast? Let me see. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan handed the binoculars to Li Er. Li Er took it and said in surprise, so small? Can you see it clearly? Brat, are you cutting corners for me again? He had personally played with the telescope in the academy before, but the one in his hand was only a little bigger than his palm. Compared to the big one in the academy, it was completely dwarfed. Li Zixuan said helplessly, Your Majesty, you have wronged me. This kind of military binoculars is specially designed to spy on the enemy during war. Of course, it has to be portable. If it's too big, how can it be brought to the battlefield? Don't be fooled by its small size. Its ability is not much different from the Academy's telescope. Is it? Li Er did not believe it. He looked at the binoculars in his hand and said, Follow me upstairs to take a look. After that, he took the lead and walked outside. Taiji Palace was the main palace of the Tang Empire, so it was also called the Inner Palace. It was usually the place where officials gathered. Of course, it was also Li Er's office. Taiji Palace occupied a large area, including Taiji Palace, Yin and Yang Palace, and Ganlu Palace. Taiji Palace was not a group of palaces on the first floor, it had a second floor. Li Zixuan and Zhao Song followed behind Li Er and came to the corridor on the second floor of the Taiji Palace. At this time, the sun had already set halfway down the mountain. Standing at their position, they could see the gorgeous red clouds on the horizon. The sky was dyed a deep red by the sunset glow, like a magnificent Red Sea. It was very spectacular. It was really, such a scene should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one see it in the human world? Li Er narrowed his eyes and looked at the magnificent sunset for a while. Then, he picked up the binoculars and held the binoculars in front of his eyes. In order to protect the lens, Mo Lingwei added rubber to the edge of the lens. Compared to the hard and cold iron frame, the soft rubber was undoubtedly more comfortable for the eyes. Li Er raised the lens and looked at the front. Suddenly, a head wearing armor appeared in his field of vision. He could even see the hair on the person's face clearly. Although Li Er had killed many people in his life, he couldn't help but be startled by the sudden appearance of a head. Li Zishuan could clearly see Li Er's wrist tremble slightly before returning to normal. "Your Majesty, how is it? The effect of this military binoculars isn't bad, right?" Li Zishuan laughed secretly, but asked softly. It's okay." After adapting to the ultra-long vision provided by the binoculars, Li Er was now using the binoculars to look for other sceneries. How could he have the time to comment on Li Zishuan? Therefore, he only gave a short reply and went back to playing. In fact, the effect of the binoculars was not only okay, it was simply too good. When Li Er was playing with the astronomical binoculars, he could see the moon and stars hundreds of thousands of miles away. Those stars were originally far away, so he didn't have much of an intuitive feeling about the magnification effect of the binoculars. But now, it was different. Standing here, he could even see the appearance and clothing of the people on Vermilion Bird Avenue outside the Imperial City. It was exactly the same as the scene he couldn't see when he stood next to those people. This kind of intuitive visual impact shocked Li Er. For a moment, he was addicted to playing with it. "Ahem. Your Majesty, it's getting cold." After a full quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan estimated that Li Er should have seen everything that could be seen from this angle. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew from the west. Zhao Song could not help but let out 2 dry coughs. Li Er reluctantly put down the binoculars and said, "Let's go back to the Ganlu Palace." After a while, the 3 of them returned to the Ganlu Palace. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan with a face full of smiles and said, I'm very satisfied with this binoculars. Just based on this, my full support for you to establish Yanhuang College was not in vain. This binoculars was produced by the Chitsu Pavilion Workshop, right?" Li Zishuan replied, "Your Majesty, this binoculars was made by Yan Shaoning and Mr. Mo's beloved daughter, Mo Lingwei. The workshop can now mass-produce them based on the technology they provided." "Mo Lingwei?" Li Er muttered once, then suddenly seemed to remember who Mo Lingwei was. He smiled and said, The idea of this binoculars was originally thought of by you, right? You still want to use them to fool me?" Li Zishuan said helplessly, "Your Majesty, this was indeed the idea that I provided. However, the work after that was completed by Shaoning and Ink Girl. The fact that this binoculars could be produced so quickly is due to the 2 of them." Li Er smiled and did not waste his breath on this issue. He paced 2 steps with his hands behind his back and said, "Your workshop will produce another batch of binoculars like this. Medicine Master and Jijia have mentioned this to me more than once." Li Zishuan nodded and said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. However, how much does Your Majesty want? After all, the production of this thing is extremely complicated and the materials are also extremely expensive." Li Er said with a toothache, "You brat, don't try to fool me. How would I not know that the most important part of this binoculars is the 4 pieces of colored glass? As for the colored glass in your workshop, it is all made from sand." Li Zishuan never expected old Li to know so much. He quickly coughed dryly and said, "Your Majesty, don't think that the materials are cheap. However, the process is complicated. To turn a bag of sand into colored glass, it requires dozens of processes. To grind the colored glass into the lenses of the binoculars, the workshop's old craftsman would have to grind it for several days. Furthermore, it might not even succeed. This is the cost." "Shut up. Then tell me, how much are you planning to sell this binoculars to me for?" Li Er said with a black face. Li Zishuan stretched out 5 fingers and carefully said, Your Majesty, I'll give you a friendly price. 500 strings of coins for 1. How about that?" 500 strings of coins? Li Er stared and sneered. 500 strings of coins, you brat, aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? At most 150 strings of coins. Get the workshop to make 50 for the imperial court as soon as possible. Don't try to bargain with me. This is my bottom line. Li Zishuan said with a pained expression, Your Majesty, you are cutting my flesh. Sigh, fine. 150 strings of coins it is. Just treat it as my contribution to the great Tang Empire. Chapter 954. After finishing the deal for the binoculars, Li Er sat back on the throne in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this deal, and so was Li Zishuan. The price of 500 strings of cash that he quoted to Li Er was just a bluff. He had already expected Li Er to bargain with him. Although the final price of 150 strings of cash was not high, it was not low either. The workshop could make a small profit from this deal. At this moment, Li Er narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Zishuan. He said, This binoculars is a national treasure. The technology used to make them must not be leaked. In order to prevent people from sneaking into the workshop, I will send a team of Imperial Guards to guard the workshop. Do you have any objections? Li Er had fought in wars all his life. He understood the importance of binoculars in battle. Because of this, he knew better than anyone else that if the enemy had binoculars, it would be a great misfortune for the Tang army. That was why he was so concerned about the safety of the workshop. Li Zishuan thought for a while and gritted his teeth. He said, I don't mind if your Majesty sends Imperial Guards to guard the workshop, but your Majesty's men are not allowed to interfere with the daily operations of the workshop. Otherwise, I would rather close the workshop. Li Er narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a dangerous light. The hall immediately fell into silence. Zhao Song could not help but reveal an anxious expression as he silently blamed Li Zishuan for daring to say anything. After a moment of silence, Li Er suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said angrily, Bastard! Do you think that I will swallow your workshop? Ridiculous! I have the wealth of the world. Do you think that I lack your workshop? In fact, he knew better than anyone what was most valuable about the workshop. It was Li Zishuan's endless and amazing ideas. Without Li Zishuan, the workshop was worthless. That was why he had never thought of swallowing the workshop and taking it for himself. I have misspoken. I hope that your Majesty can forgive me. When Li Zishuan heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately cupped his hands in surrender. Although his words just now were suspicious of gauging the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick and might have even infuriated Li Er, he had no regrets. There were some things that had to be made clear from the start. He did not want his workshop to be a tool for the imperial court to make money. His workshop was to represent the most advanced productivity of the Great Tang. You brat, you're getting bolder and bolder. I will remember this and settle it with you in the future. Li Er snorted coldly, venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. Then, he suddenly changed the topic and said, You know about Chui Shanfu, right? Li Zishuan was suddenly confused. He didn't understand why Li Er would suddenly mention this. Your Majesty, I happened to meet Chui Siqing outside the city yesterday. I didn't expect that Chui Siqing would follow Commandery Prince Hejian to the south to serve the country after not seeing him for a month. I admire you very much. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then pretended to be confused and said in a strange tone. Li Er widened his eyes and had the urge to curse. He secretly thought that this brat's mouth was getting more and more despicable. If Chui Shanfu heard this, he would probably be angered to death. However, he didn't know that Chui Shanfu was almost angered to death by Li Zishuan outside the city. According to my investigation, the reason why the Nanyang envoys suddenly wanted to visit Yanhuang College last time was because of Chui Shanfu's instigation. He probably wanted to embarrass you in public. This person actually disregarded the imperial court's reputation because of personal grudges. He really deserves to be killed. If it weren't for the old commandery Prince Chui's face, I would definitely kill this person. What do you think? What do I think? Stand and watch. Li Zishuan mischievously said in his heart. In fact, when he heard Li Er say this, he was quite shocked. He didn't expect Li Er to know about this matter. After thinking about it, he cupped his hands and replied with a serious face. Your Majesty, I think that the country is the country. Only when there is a country can there be a home. The country is first and the home is second. At any time, The country's interests are above everything else. Although I don't know how I offended Cui Siqing shouldn't have disregarded the Tang Empire's reputation to seek revenge on me. His intentions are truly deserving of death. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan with a faint smile and nodded. Yes, so I sent him to Lingnan. I hope that he can properly reflect on himself. Your Majesty is wise. The ruler and the official chatted for a while more before Li Zishuan took his leave. Outside the palace, pedestrians hurried to and fro on Vermilion Bird Avenue. It seemed that they all wanted to rush home before the curfew. Li Zishuan rode on his horse and happened to meet an old acquaintance. Yo, Dr. Qin. You just came out from the Imperial Physician Bureau and are preparing to go home? That's right, it was the doctor from the Imperial Physician Bureau, Dr. Qin, who had attacked Snake Spirit Mountain with Li Zishuan and tested the poison with his own body. So it's Marquis. I've seen Marquis before. Marquis, how have you been recently? This old man has just been dismissed from the Imperial Physician Bureau and is about to go home. Dr. Qin hurriedly greeted with a smile. Li Zishuan dismounted and stood beside Dr. Qin. The two walked side by side. Li Zishuan said as he walked, Dr. Qin, we are people who have been on the battlefield together. There's no need for you to be so polite. I wouldn't dare. Dr. Qin shook his head and laughed. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Oh right, Dr. Qin, this Marquis intends to establish a medical school. In the next few years, I will establish public medical centers in all the states of the Tang Empire. The Academy's medical school will cultivate medical talents for these medical centers. Dr. Qin's medical skills are superb and your medical ethics are noble. I wonder if you can recommend some similar talents to this Marquis? To fill up the Academy's medical faculty. Well, this was a rather old-fashioned way of recruiting people. He just had to wait for the willing to take the bait. Public medical centers? Marquis is indeed bold. I admire you. But I've been in the Imperial Physician Bureau for most of my life. I'm afraid that those friends of mine are no longer practicing medicine, right? Dr. Qin praised and then said regretfully. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Since there's no one else to recommend, Dr. Qin, why don't you come to Yanhuang College yourself? Don't you want to pass down your lifelong medical skills? Now that Priest Sun has a disciple, Dr. Qin said in surprise, Is Priest Sun also in Yanhuang College now? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Yes. And not only that, when the medical students officially enroll, Priest Sun will occasionally substitute for them. At this time, Sun Simiao was the idol of many medical students. Dr. Qin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, Good. Since Priest Sun has already entered Yanhuang College, what's there for me to hesitate? Just as well, I'm getting old and I'm planning to resign from the Ministry of Personnel in a few days. When the time comes, don't look down on my old bones. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Why would I? The Academy's doors will always be open to Dr. Qin. Chapter 955. Oh, I'm a little tired of eating fish and meat every day. I'll get the kitchen to buy more vegetables and fruits for a change of taste. On this day, Li Zishuan was eating lunch and subconsciously complained when he faced the table full of fish and meat. Although Han Yushi and the kitchen maid at home were very good at cooking, no matter how delicious they were, they couldn't rely on eating meat every day. Moreover, a healthy life required vegetables. These days of eating fish and meat every day had been going on for more than a month. Li Zishuan couldn't bear it anymore. Child, have you been too busy recently? It's already winter. Where do you want the servants to go to buy vegetables for you? You don't want to eat pickles. It's already good enough to have meat to eat. Mrs. Li knocked on the bowl. Her eyes were full of love and helplessness. Han Yushi also said, Yes. Husband. In this season, other than the warm soup bureau, there are vegetables and cold melons in other places. Husband, why don't you make do for a while? The so-called Warm Soup Bureau was a department set up by the Tang Dynasty Palace to cultivate off-season fruits and vegetables. Don't be surprised. Off-season fruits and vegetables were not the patent of modern people. Off-season fruits and vegetables had already appeared as early as the Qin and Han dynasties. Back then, Qin Shi Huang planned the burying of Confucianism incident because of this. According to the historical records, Qin Shi Huang secretly planted melons in the warm place of Li Mountain's Mausoleum Valley. The melons were ripe and he ordered the scholars to say it. People said different things, so the order was different. In the end, these Confucian scholars didn't know the reason. After seeing that the melons were rare in winter, they were all killed. In the Han Dynasty, the royal vegetable base, Taiguan Garden, began to use the method of storing fire to grow off-season vegetables on a large scale. At that time, there was an official named Zhao Xinchen. He said that off-season vegetables were illegal food and couldn't be eaten. It would hurt people if they ate it. However, these words were obviously to fool people. His real purpose was to persuade the royal family not to be too extravagant. However, the Taiguan Garden, which produced and supplied off-season vegetables for the royal family, was not abolished during the Han Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty, the Warm Soup Bureau replaced the Taiguan Garden and began to provide off-season vegetables for the royal family. However, the cultivation method of vegetables at this time was obviously more environmentally friendly. They provided heat to the vegetables through hot springs instead of storing fire. Warden of Warm Soup? After hearing what his mother and wife said, Li Zishuan finally remembered the era he was in. But when he heard about the Warm Soup Bureau, he subconsciously understood. After all, this guy had read a lot of Tang Dynasty novels in his previous life, so he knew what the Warm Soup Bureau was. Then I'll go back and ask Qin Ke for some vegetables. I'm sure he has some at home. Everyone was speechless. How could a teacher snatch food from a student? Li Zishuan's skin was really thick to the extreme. Actually, this fellow also wanted to get his own greenhouse vegetables, but distant water could not quench his immediate thirst. He would first get some vegetables from Li Tai to quench his thirst. As for the greenhouse vegetables, he would also get them. Put it here, put it here. You guys, go to the front yard and help me move those brackets in. Li Zishuan was never careless when it came to his diet. In the afternoon, he asked someone to buy a batch of materials and planned to build a greenhouse in his yard. Young master, why do you need so many oilcloth and wood? Xiao He looked at the open space in the yard, which was full of coarse cloth and wooden sticks, and couldn't help but wonder. Li Zishuan smiled. He, I'm going to build a house. Build a house? Young master, why do you want to build a house? Isn't the house enough for us to live in? Xiao He was even more puzzled. You'll know when the time comes. Li Zishuan didn't explain much and ordered the servants to start building the house. First, in an open space in the west courtyard, according to the length and width of the greenhouse that was designed in advance, the 4 corners of the greenhouse were determined. After making the 4 corners at right angles with the law of the Pythagorean string, positioning piles were placed, and positioning lines were drawn between the piles. Then, the foundation of the bamboo frame was leveled and compacted along the lines. Then he let the servants use shovels to flatten the ground, followed by drilling holes and inserting wooden supports into the ground. In a short period of time, the sound of pile driving in the west courtyard resounded throughout the entire Li residence. Such a big movement naturally alarmed Li Jingma, Madame Li, and the Yi family. Xian, what are you doing? Although Father Li had already retired and didn't care about the family's affairs, he couldn't help but frown when he saw his son destroying the house's courtyard. Li Zishuan saw that the main members of the family were basically all present, and understood that his movement was too big. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Father, I'm planning to build a house specially used to grow vegetables in the winter. When the time comes, if our family wants to eat vegetables, we don't have to beg others. Build a house? Grow vegetables? Li Jingma's eyes widened, and then he scolded with a straight face. Nonsense. I've lived for so long, and I've never heard of growing vegetables in a house. You've been following your master since you were young, and you've never been involved in farming. Now you're actually doing such a ridiculous thing. It's simply wishful thinking. If this gets out, it'll be a joke. Li Zishuan wasn't convinced. Father, you haven't tried it. How do you know this method won't work? Besides, it's not like no one has ever tried growing vegetables in the winter. Can't you just do it in the hot spring department? Li Jingma said angrily, there's a hot spring in the hot spring department to keep it warm all year round. How can it be the same? Stop fooling around and get them to remove these things as soon as possible. In fact, if it were any other time, Li Zishuan could do whatever he wanted at home, but now Yi Guizhong and the others were still living in the Li family. When Li Jingma saw his son fooling around like this, he felt a little embarrassed. If he didn't do it well, he would be reprimanded by his father-in-law again. Li Zishuan didn't have as many twists and turns as his father. He waved his hand and motioned for the servants who had stopped next to him to continue working. Then he turned to Li Jingma and said, "Father, since you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If I grow vegetables in this house, will you eat them or not?" How could Li Jingma believe Li Zishuan's nonsense? He stroked his beard and said proudly, "Humph! Don't try to deceive me. If you can grow vegetables in the winter, I won't eat a single one even if I starve to death." "Humph! You old man have nothing better to do. Why are you being so serious with your son? When your son really grows vegetables, I'll see if you'll eat them or not." Mrs. Li, who was next to them, couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw that the old man and the young man were actually betting. In her opinion, although her son's actions seemed ridiculous, countless facts in the past had proven that her son was always right. Chapter 956. Madam, I'm not being serious. Why don't you ask your parents-in-law if they've ever heard of planting vegetables in a house? Madam Li's words were obviously biased. Li Jingma was immediately dissatisfied. Speaking of which, he could be considered an official now. Why was his status in the family still so low? This was intolerable. Yi Guizhong saw that Li Jingma had turned the topic to him. He thought for a moment and said, "It didn't exist in the past, but it doesn't mean it won't exist in the future. Little Xian has been good at creating miracles in the past year since he returned to Cheng. Jingma as his father, how can you not believe in your own son?" It was rare for Yi Guizhong to actually speak up for Li Zishuan. Old Madame Yi smiled and said, "Old master is right. Little Xian doesn't look like someone who would boast casually. Jingma, if you speak so confidently now, you'll have to starve in the future." Old Madame Ye's words immediately made everyone laugh. Or clapped and said, "Hee, Daddy is going to starve. But Daddy, don't worry. Lun will send you food when the time comes." "Send food? Your father, I am not going to jail. Do I need a little girl like you to send me food?" Li Jingma's old face darkened. Everyone laughed again. While they were talking, 2 rows of wooden sticks of the same height were inserted into the ground in the courtyard. The top of the 2 sticks was supported by a curved bamboo strip. It really looked like the frame of a house. Li Zishuan didn't have time to chat with his father at this time. He personally went down and ordered the servants to tie the custom-made white tarpaulins one by one to the supports. There was no plastic in this era. Li Zishuan thought about it and could only use tarpaulins instead. Although it was white tarpaulins, how could they remain white after being soaked in tung oil? It looked dark yellow, but even so, it was much better than black. After all, black tarpaulins absorbed light and didn't transmit light. It was not conducive to the growth of vegetables. These tarpaulins were specially made by Li Zishuan. There were 2 lengths of rope attached to them at specific intervals, which were used to tie them to the brackets that were inserted in advance. The winter in the north was especially cold. To be safe, 1 layer of tarpaulin was not enough to solve the problem. Li Zishuan made the greenhouse into a structure with 2 layers of tarpaulin. This way, the greenhouse would be even more insulated. Of course, in addition to this, Li Zishuan also prepared a thermal insulation plan, which was the natural heating method. The so-called natural heating was not an increase in temperature for no reason, but the effect of a mysterious substance, which was the fermentation agent. The specific method is, when preparing the ground, making beds, or making seed beds, the soil is filled with cow dung, pig dung, fresh garbage, manure, and crushed straws, then an appropriate amount of wheat koji or xiaoziu is added to make fermenting agent, and finally the soil of the vegetable garden is filled, so that the microorganisms in the fermenting agent can use the raw materials to work. These raw materials can slowly release heat, gradually increasing the temperature of the soil and the air to ensure the normal growth of the plants. Although Li Zishuan had never farmed in this life, don't forget that he was born into a farmer's family in his previous life. At that time, his family had built a greenhouse, and at that time, they used this method of releasing heat through fermentation to ensure the greenhouse's temperature. Reality proved that the effect was quite good. However, the fermenting agent they used at that time was also an industrial fermenting agent, so the effect might be slightly better than wheat koji or xiaoziu. More than 20 servants used more than 2 hours to build the greenhouse that was less than half a mu in size. It was the first time Lan saw such a long house, and she was extremely excited. The little girl shuttled back and forth in the greenhouse, not knowing the meaning of tiredness. She could not be dragged out, as if she wanted to make this her new home. However, when Sanbao came in with a load of dung, the little girl ran out at her fastest speed without needing anyone to say anything. "Stinky Sanbao! Why did you bring 2 buckets of dung over for no reason?" It stinks, you're so disgusting." Covered her nose and scolded as she ran. "Miss? Young master asked me to." Sanbao looked wronged. Actually, he did not want to pick such smelly things. Wasn't it Li Zishuan's request? "All right, Sanbao, quickly get someone to evenly fill the fields with horse and cow dung, then sprinkle wheat koji over it. Then, plant the seeds of water spinach, cold melon, leeks, and shepherd's purse." Li Zishuan interrupted Sanbao and ordered. Speaking of which, the excrement was not ordinary excrement, but fresh horse and cow excrement. It was not easy to obtain such excrement. Dozens of servants and Pang Feiji's personal guards went out together and took away almost all the cow and horse excrement in the mansions of every household in Chang. The reason why they used cow and horse dung instead of human dung was mainly because cows and horses were herbivores. Their dung contained undigested residues, which were easier to ferment. Moreover, the fermented products were better for the vegetables. "All right, young master," Sanbao responded and led the other servants to work in full swing. In an instant, the west courtyard was filled with the stench. Li Jingma, Madame Li Yiguozhong, and the rest could not stay any longer. They hurried out of the west courtyard. Although Li Zishuan could hold his breath and was not afraid of the stench, his wife, Han Yushi, was afraid. Hence, he also pulled Han Yushi out. "Cousin, are you really confident that you can grow vegetables in this house?" Yi Fashion followed behind and asked Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled confidently and said, "Of course. If nothing goes wrong, Fashion, you should be able to eat the vegetables here during the new year." "You won't be able to eat these fresh things during the new year at Nanyang." "It's all thanks to you, cousin." Yi Fashion smiled and said. Then he continued to ask, "Planting in the spring and harvesting in the autumn is the way of the heavens. Cousin, aren't you going against the heavens by planting vegetables in the winter?" Li Zishuan looked at the unlucky child and said in a speechless manner, "Fine, fine, fine. There's no need for so many rules. Your cousin just wants to eat some of the vegetables he grew. How is that against the heavens? Fashion, don't be so rigid all the time. It's life. If you want to live a good life, you have to. You can't be so calculative. Think about it yourself." After that, he patted Yi Fashion's shoulder and turned to Han Yushi and said, "My wife, I'm going back to Yunshan later. Do you want to come along?" Han Yushi thought for a while and nodded. I'll go too. Who knows, I might be able to help you." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "All right, I'll get someone to prepare the carriage." Chapter 957. Around 5 p.m., Li Zishuan and Han Yushi arrived at Yun Mountain in a carriage with a large group of servants. The carriage was filled with oilcloth and wood. They were planning to grow vegetables in greenhouses in Yun Mountain. Speaking of which, more than 90% of the roads in Cloud Mountain had been repaired. This greatly reduced the travel time. In the past, it would take more than an hour for a carriage to travel this long path. Now, it would only take a little more than 15 minutes. More importantly, the road was wide. In the past, if 2 carriages wanted to stagger, they had to be careful for fear of bumping into each other. Now, the cement road was wide enough to accommodate 4 carriages side by side. Compared to this, the official road outside the city was like a small road. "Sanbao, bring them here and build me a greenhouse that is exactly the same as the one in the residence. I have something to do outside." Li Zishuan said to Sanbao as he marked out an empty space behind the courtyard. In this era, There were no strict management methods for abandoned land like in the modern era. Usually, the land would belong to whoever developed it. Besides, Yanhuang College was built on Yun Mountain. The entire mountain was basically Li Zishuan's private territory. He could plant wherever he wanted. Yes, young master. Don't worry and go. San Bao took on the responsibility without hesitation. As Li Zishuan's #1 henchman, this was a piece of cake for him. Li Zishuan nodded and left with his wife. He wanted to go to his father-in-law's house. He wasn't going to monopolize the vegetables in the greenhouses. Planting vegetables was just for fun and to satisfy his appetite. He didn't plan to use it to make money. However, it was a good idea to let the villagers in his fief take care of it. As for Han Tianhu, due to his relationship with Li Zishuan, he was now the head of one of the 8 villages in Li Zishuan's fief. The Han family manor's position among the 8 villages was skyrocketing. Only Plum Village, which was close to Yun Mountain, could compete with them. The other 6 villages were envious of these 2 villages. However, their villages were now part of Li Zishuan's fief. As long as they followed Li Zishuan's footsteps, their good days wouldn't be far away. Previously, when Li Zishuan mobilized the villagers to gather herbs in the mountains, the villagers were unusually enthusiastic. If there wasn't a quota, they would have brought their entire families into the mountains. It's Marquis. Hello, Greetings, Marquis. Since Cloud Mountain wasn't far from Plum Village, Li Zishuan didn't choose to take a carriage. The couple hadn't gone far when they saw a group of villagers carrying bamboo baskets on their backs heading towards the 3rd courtyard in an endless stream. When the villagers saw Li Zishuan, they stopped in their tracks and bowed. Their faces were filled with excitement. Yes, you're going to look for Dr. Sun? Some of them were familiar to Li Zishuan, while others were unfamiliar. However, when he saw the herbs in their bamboo baskets, Li Zishuan guessed that they were here to sell herbs. We're all going to Dr. Sun to sell herbs. Why don't you go to the pharmacy in Chang and city to sell? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. When he decided to set up a school hospital in the academy, he put a sum of money in Sun Simiao's place for him to purchase herbs. The purchase price of herbs here wasn't much better than the big pharmacies in Chang and city. Some herbs were even cheaper than the ones in Chang and city. The main reason was that Sun Simiao didn't think it was worth the money. This old man had always been frugal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have collected herbs himself to treat patients. When the man heard this, his face suddenly changed. He straightened his neck and said, "Marquis is kind-hearted. He pointed out a way for us to make money. Why would we do such a treacherous thing? Wouldn't that be like being criticized behind our backs?" An old man next to him also said, "Xuanzi is right. Marquis, you're kind-hearted. Besides, Dr. Sun doesn't charge for treating the poor. The herbs we collect don't cost anything. It's just a little effort. Even if Dr. Sun doesn't pay us, we have no reason to give these herbs away. Who knows, these herbs might even be used by divine Dr. Sun on us in the end. Yes, although we're poor, we can't let others criticize us behind our backs." The old man's words immediately gained the approval of many people. Li Zishuan's kindness to the people of his fief and Sun Simiao's kindness to the poor had been widely spread in the area near Chang and city. People's hearts were made of flesh. In the face of good people like Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao, how could they only recognize money and not care about feelings? It had to be said that the feelings of kindness in this era were quite strong. If this situation was in modern times, it would be hard to say. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan, her heart full of love. She was happy that her husband had won the hearts of the people. Li Zishuan patted the man's arm and said, Good. I appreciate your kindness. Since you are now the people of my fief, I will definitely take you to live a good life. Marquis is righteous. Marquis is mighty." The people had been looking forward to this promise in their hearts. Now that they finally heard Li Zishuan say it personally, they were suddenly very excited and shouted. Li Zishuan smiled and chatted with the people around him. Then, he took Han Yushi down the mountain. The villagers didn't go into the mountains to pick herbs every day. Now, the unified arrangement of the villages was to organize a group to go into the mountains every other day. Therefore, When Li Zishuan and his wife arrived at the Han village, Han Lijing didn't go out. Instead, he was playing chess with old Hu in the courtyard. It was the slack period now. If Li Zishuan hadn't arranged a job to go into the mountains to pick herbs, Han Lijing would probably be even more free now. At this moment, the two bad chess players were happily playing chess on the stone table in the courtyard. Father-in-law. Han Yushi and Li Zishuan entered the courtyard. The two of them called out one after the other. Yo, Yushi, Xiaoxian, you're back? Han Lijing heard and quickly stood up. His face was full of warmth. Old Hu also put down the chess piece in his hand and stood up with a smile. Hey Han girl, young master, you're here. He didn't call Marquis, nor did he call Marquis madam. However, this kind of address made Li Zishuan and Han Yushi feel very close. Yes, Uncle Hu, you're playing chess. Li Zishuan smiled. Old Hu patted his head and said resentfully, Hey, I was about to win just now. Alright Lijing, you lost this round. Chapter 958. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, how was the west side of Yunshan? Did you encounter any danger yesterday? After exchanging greetings for a while, the four of them sat around the stone table. Han Yushi brought 4 cups of water from inside the house. Li Zishuan took a sip and looked at Han Lijing and Hu Hanyun. Han Lijing smiled and said, We didn't encounter any danger. There were so many of us. No matter how strong the beasts were, they would be scared away. We didn't even encounter a tiger. Hu Hanyun interrupted, That's right, it was so boring. I remember that there were many tigers in the west side of the mountain in the early years. Yesterday, I was planning to hunt one back and use its skin as a mattress on my bed. In the end, we didn't even find a tiger's hair after searching for half a day. How infuriating! In the modern era, using tiger skin as mattresses was usually done by the rich. That was because tigers were protected by the country and were rare, so tiger skin was naturally even rarer. But in this era, even a farmer like Old Hu had a tiger skin, let alone a real rich family. Li Zishuan looked at Hu Hanyun and couldn't help but say, Uncle Hu, it's a good thing that there are no beasts. At least there won't be any casualties, but we can't let our guard down. Father-in-law, even if we don't encounter any beasts in the future, we must have a group of young men accompanying us every time. Otherwise, we can't let farmers go into the mountains to pick herbs without permission. Many times, danger happens when people are not paying attention. Han Lijing stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiaoxian, don't worry. I will arrange it well. By the way, apart from this matter, this son-in-law has something else to tell father-in-law. Li Zishuan changed the topic and said, Young master, I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first. Although Hu Hanyun looked rough, his heart was not rough at all. He realized that what Li Zishuan was going to say to Han Lijing next might not be suitable for him to hear, so he quickly got up and took the initiative to leave. Uncle Hu, it's not a secret anyway, and it's also related to you. Sit down. Li Zishuan knew what Old Hu was thinking, so he quickly dissuaded him. Then Old Hu will listen. When Hu Hanyun heard this, he laughed awkwardly and sat down again. Li Zishuan then told him about his plan to popularize greenhouses and use this method to cultivate vegetables in winter. When Han Lijing heard this, his eyes widened. He said in disbelief, Little Xian, is this method of yours really feasible? This old man has lived for so long, but I've never heard of anyone growing vegetables in their house. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Hu Hanyun interrupted. Hey, Li Zheng, it's not right for you to ask this question. Since the first time young master came to our manor at the beginning of the year, when has he ever said anything wrong? From what I Old Hu see, although this method sounds unlikely, but since young master said it, then it will definitely work. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. Uncle Hu, don't praise me. How can I be as amazing as you say? Coincidentally, I've just built a vegetable shed in the side yard. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, why don't you come with me to take a look and learn how to build it and cultivate it? Later on, you can teach the other farmers in our manor who are willing to learn. When the vegetables are ripe, it will bring in a decent amount of income for the farmers, right? Good. Han Lijing said excitedly, Little Xian, this is not just a decent amount of income. It's simply a huge amount of income. You might not know how precious vegetables are during winter in Chang'an City. This is truly a priceless commodity. If this method of yours really works, then the few manors around our Han Manor will really make a killing this time. That's right. Young master, you really have a lot of ideas. The farmers in our manor must have cultivated good karma in their previous lives to be able to look forward to your arrival. Old Hu laughed heartily. Han Lijing didn't even lock the door and followed Li Zishuan up Cloud Mountain with Hu Hanyun. Although the security wasn't so good that Tubu couldn't pick up his belongings, with the villagers around to look after them, Han Lijing wasn't worried at all that his belongings would be stolen. The four of them hurried along and arrived at Cloud Mountain's first courtyard in a little more than 15 minutes. At this time, a dark yellow tarpaulin shed about 10 feet long and 10 feet wide was revealed in front of them. San Bao and the servants were in the midst of finishing up the work. Young master, you're back? This place will be ready soon. Please wait a moment. San Bao saw that Li Zishuan had returned so quickly and quickly came over to inform him. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. No rush. San Bao, you did well. San Bao immediately grinned. Hee. It's all because you taught me well. Li Zishuan smiled and turned to Han Lijing and Hu Hanyun. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, this is the shed I told you about just now. It's specially used to grow vegetables in winter. This shed is covered with 2 layers of tarpaulin. I'll add some fertilizer inside. When the time comes when the door is closed, no matter how cold it is outside, it'll still be warm inside. Why would the soup bureau provide vegetables to the royal family in winter? Isn't it because it's warm there? If we use this, we'll most likely be able to achieve the same effect. Han Lijing's eyes lit up and he nodded. Xiao Xian, after hearing what you said, this method is quite promising. Perhaps we can really try it out. After saying that, he immediately frowned and hesitated, but with so many tarpaulins added together, I'm afraid it won't be cheap. I just don't know if the farmers will dare to take this risk. What Han Lijing said was true. After all, Li Zishuan's method of growing vegetables out of season had never been tried before. The capital invested in the early stage was not a small amount for the farmers. It would depend on whether the farmers believed in Li Zishuan or not. Hu Hanyun waved his hand carelessly and said, Hey! Those who aren't willing don't have the life to earn this money. Lijing, no matter how much you force them, it's useless. Anyway, I, Old Hu, believe in young master. I'll go to Chang, and tomorrow to buy tarpaulins. My family will build 10 of these big sheds. Anyway, there's a lot of land that's uncultivated now. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Old Hu had been reborn. His son and daughter both had their own achievements. Now, not only were they no longer the burden of the family, but they had also become the pride of the family and even the entire Han family manor. Because of this, the Hu family was getting richer and richer. At this moment, Old Hu seemed to be rich and overbearing. He directly said that he wanted to build 10 of these sheds. But sometimes, honest people also had their blessings. It wouldn't be long before Hu Hanyun would be thankful for his current decision. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu's words are rough, but they are reasonable. When the time comes, the farmers will be free to build the sheds. If they don't want to, we won't force them. Chapter 959. Little Xian, you can't do this. In the Yunshan residence, Han Lijing listened to Li Zishuan and Hu Hanyun's conversation and quickly said, Little Xian, you might not know the situation of the other villages. Take the Liujia village for example. Their village just joined your fief not long ago. During the previous autumn harvest, they still paid rent according to the previous landlord's request. In addition, this year's harvest is generally not good, making things worse. Their place is not rich to begin with. It's already not bad that they have enough food to eat. If you ask them to get so many oilcloths, even if they sell all the food in their house, it won't be enough. Little Xian, since you thought of this method to help the villagers increase their income, then you must also want all the villagers to receive this favor, right? Therefore, father-in-law still hopes that you can consider this matter carefully. After Li Zishuan heard this, he was silent for a while. He secretly thought that he had taken things for granted. The price of cloth in the beginning of the Tang dynasty was very cheap. The price of a spool of fine silk was the price of a bucket of rice. That is, 3 to 4 copper coins could buy a spool of silk cloth. As for the coarse oilcloths used to build the greenhouses, it was even cheaper. The cost of a greenhouse was actually only 2 to 300 copper coins. Li Zishuan's family had a ready-made clothing store, so he naturally knew the current price of cloth in Cheng. It was because he knew that he subconsciously thought that the commoners could grit their teeth and bear the cost of a greenhouse. 2 to 300 copper coins was equivalent to a few $1,000s in the modern era. If a family squeezed together, they should be able to gather together. But he neglected a problem. The extent of exploitation of the farmers by the landlords of this era was far from comparable to the modern era. In this era, people who could not afford to eat enough and wear clothes were everywhere. Was 2 to 300 copper coins really a small amount? For some families, 2 to 300 copper coins could be enough for their family to eat for a year. Father-in-law is right. This son-in-law has indeed not thought it through. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and took the initiative to admit his mistake. He continued, "How about this? This son-in-law will take out 1,000 strings of money and leave it with father-in-law. If the villagers are willing to build greenhouses and have difficulties at home, they can come to you to borrow a sum of money. Each family can borrow at most 500 copper coins. They don't need to pay interest as long as they can repay the principal within a year. Father-in-law, what do you think about this?" Capital loans were not unique to modern times. In ancient times, this was not a new thing at all. The reason why Meng Changjun, one of the 4 young masters of the Warring States period, was able to raise 3,000 retainers and recruit talents from all walks of life was because of the business of lending money and collecting interest. According to historical records, there was a year when Shui Di failed to pay interest. Meng Changjun sent people to collect interest, but they still received an interest of 100,000. It could be seen that the scale of lending money was very large. Compared to that, Li Zishuan was not lending money at all. He was doing a good deed. After all, he did not charge any interest. Han Lijing said with a smile, "That's great. In this way, little Xian, you are truly working for the well-being of the common people." "Young master, you are so kind. The banks in Chang and city lend money to people, and they ask for 10% interest every month," Old Hu said with a grin. To be honest, he was a little tempted by this preferential offer. Regarding private lending, the Qin and Han dynasties was the first time in China's history that usury was at its peak. After the Tang dynasty, private lending developed even more rapidly. Various banks and pawnshops were set up in Shi City. Hence, it became the earliest financial street in China. Of course, in order to suppress usury, the imperial court also imposed many restrictions on private lending. There were clear records that the legal interest rate during this time was 10% per month and 120% per year. Compared to the interest rate during the Qin and Han dynasties, this interest rate was more friendly. However, to the common people, this interest rate was still relatively high. Hence, when Old Hu heard that Li Zishuan wanted to lend money to the villagers without paying interest, he could not help but be tempted. After all, if he borrowed money from the banks, he would have to pay back 600 in interest a year later. In this way, borrowing money was profiting. Li Zishuan smiled and changed the topic. "Uncle Hu, father-in-law, take a closer look at this greenhouse. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. In the next few days, this greenhouse will be promoted to all the villagers. When the time comes, I will have to trouble you." Han Lijing nodded and said, "Okay. Old Hu and I will take a closer look." Although he and Hu Hanyan had an unruly time when they were young, later on, they obediently stayed at home and farmed. They could be considered as genuine farmers. Imitating others to grow vegetables was a piece of cake for them. The next day, Old Hu went out early in the morning. Today, he did not follow the village's young men into the mountains as a guard. He had more important things to do, and that was to buy cloth. There was no ready-made oilcloth, so he bought coarse cloth and then some tung oil and went home to make it himself. When he went there, it was an empty ox cart. When he came back, it was full of coarse cloth, and there were 2 barrels of tung oil hanging on the side of the cart. "Oh, isn't this Old Hu? Why did you buy so much cloth?" Are you making clothes for your son? That's not right. Why didn't you buy silk cloth, but so much coarse cloth? On the way, it was inevitable that he would meet some acquaintances. Old who usually laughed and said carelessly, "Ha! Recently, the family is short of firewood, so I bought some coarse cloth to burn at home." If it wasn't someone from the village, Old who was determined not to reveal the secret of growing vegetables in the greenhouse. It was just that his response was a little too shocking. Buying coarse cloth to burn as firewood? Hearing Old who's response, people all suspected that Old who's brain was fried. Although the situation of Old who's family was much better this year, it was not to the point of being extravagant enough to burn coarse cloth as firewood, right? My son's mother. I'm back. Come out and help me carry the things. The road from the Chang, an official road to the Han village, was now flat and wide. After a while, Old who returned home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Hey, master, you're back so soon?" When Lu Yui heard the noise, she hurriedly ran out of the house. When she saw the mountain of coarse cloth on the ox cart, she was stunned. This, husband, how much did you buy these cloth for? Hu Hanyun wiped away his sweat and said with a grin, "Hey, it's only 3 strings of coins worth of cloth. The shopkeeper said that if I bought more, he would give me more, so I bought more. It's not a loss, not a loss." It's not a loss? What did you say when you left? You only bought 2 strings of coins worth of cloth. Now that you've bought such a big cart, what are you going to do with the extra cloth? Lu Yue said angrily. Do what? Burn. I'm going to grow vegetables. Old Hu answered this question too many times along the way, so he couldn't help but say that word directly. Chapter 960. Hearing Hu Hanyun say burn, Lu Yu was so angry that smoke almost came out of her head. Husband, we've built so many greenhouses. What if we lose money? After all, growing vegetables in winter doesn't sound very reliable. Hu Hanyun glanced at his wife and said in annoyance, "What does a woman like you know? Young master is the son of a god. How can he be wrong? If it weren't for young master, we would still be living in this rundown house. We would still be cooped up at home with them. You don't have to believe other people, but you have to believe everything young master says." Although Lu Yu liked to take advantage of others, she wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. In this kind of situation, she was still able to distinguish between right and wrong. "Understood, husband." Hu Hanyun said with satisfaction, "Take down these coarse cloths and dip them in tung oil to dry. I'll go to the mountains to chop some wood. We'll go build the greenhouses in the afternoon." Lu Yui agreed and said, "Then, husband, go quickly and come back quickly." But at the same time, the news of Li Zishuan's intention to promote greenhouses to grow vegetables began to spread among the 8 villages. Of course, what was more attractive was Li Zishuan's interest-free loan, which ignited the hope of many poor people. "Wife, tie up the old hen at home. I'll bring it to the Han village later and borrow 500 copper coins from Han Lijing. Our family also wants to follow Marquis and build greenhouses." In a dilapidated courtyard in the Liujia village, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a thin figure suddenly seemed to have made up his mind. He stood up abruptly and said to the house, "Husband, you're going to borrow so much? What if we can't pay it back when the time comes?" A woman in coarse clothes walked out of the house and said anxiously. The man gritted his teeth and said, "We have to pay it back. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to pay it back. Wife, think about it. As long as we can use these greenhouses to grow vegetables, let alone 500 copper coins, we'll have a few thousand copper coins. You know Old Hu from the Han village, right? It was said that his son was cured by Marquis. Who knew that he would be admitted to Yanhuang College a few months ago? He was really lucky. Our Huzi isn't young anymore. I have to hurry up and get him a package so that he can go to school to learn something. If he can also get into Marquis' Yanhuang College in 2 years, then our family's ancestral graves will be smoking." In ancient times, it was a kind of gift given to each other by superiors and subordinates, relatives and friends. In ancient times, when students and teachers met for the first time, they would first present gifts as a sign of respect. This was known as a gift. It had already been implemented during the time of Confucius. In the Tang dynasty, schools still used the ceremony of paying tuition, but many poor families could not afford to pay tuition, so naturally, they did not have the life to study. The woman hesitated and said, But husband, what if Marquis's method doesn't work and we can't grow vegetables? In fact, this woman's thoughts represented the thoughts of a considerable number of people. Most of the farmers who were still hesitating were not sure whether Li Zishuan's method could grow vegetables in winter. The man was suddenly speechless. After a while, he stamped his feet and said, It definitely can. Since Marquis dares to promote this method to us, then he must have confidence. You didn't see how rich the Han village and Plum village are now. That's all because of Marquis's help. Besides, if we really can't grow vegetables and can't pay back the money, then I'll sell my life to Marquis to repay the debt. After saying that, he resolutely turned around and walked out of the courtyard. His steps were so firm and his back was so bleak. However, hey, husband, you forgot to take the chicken. Do you still want the old hen at home? Chung, and City, Yongla Lane, Li Mansion. After Li Zishuan finished his business in Yunshan yesterday, he came back directly. His father-in-law was in charge of the farm, and Li Gang and Yen Silu were in charge of the academy. He was very comfortable as a hands-off boss. Xiao, I heard that you want to let the people in your fief grow vegetables with you? When it was almost noon, Yi Guozhong found Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes, grandfather. Yi Guozhong frowned and said, Are you 100% sure that this method will work? You have to know that the people are not rich. If they can't grow vegetables, you'll be doing bad things with good intentions. In the end, this old man was still worried that Li Zishuan's good reputation, which he had painstakingly built, would be ruined because of a greenhouse. At the same time, the people who followed Li Zishuan to grow vegetables in the greenhouse would also be ruined. Grandfather, don't worry. I tested this method of growing vegetables with my master when I was at Mount Longhu. As long as it's done properly, we'll definitely be able to grow vegetables. Li Zishuan didn't want to keep talking nonsense, so he directly brought out his omnipotent master. When Yi Guozhong heard this, he was suddenly speechless. As a cultivation family, Yi family was certainly clear about spiritual master Lingshu's magical power and his status in Taoism. Since these greenhouse vegetables had been verified by spiritual master Lingshu, what else could he say? A kind-hearted person will be rewarded with good fortune. A family that accumulates kindness will have more to celebrate. Xiao, you have to always remember this. People follow the laws of the earth follows the laws of the heaven follows the laws of the Tao, and the Tao follows the laws of nature. Taoism emphasizes karma. Your good deeds today will definitely be rewarded with good results. Grandfather is very pleased to see that you treat the people in your fief so well. Yi Guozhong came over and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said with deep meaning. Old man Ye's words could be said to Li Zishuan's heart. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Grandfather, you flatter me. After lunch, Li Zishuan's uncle, Yi Huiming, carried a small bag of luggage and prepared to leave Chang and then return to Nanyang. Father, mother, take care of your health in Chang. I'll go back first. Yi Huiming bowed and cupped his hands. Good. Huiming, you also have to be careful on the road. Take the official road, don't take the small roads, so as to avoid encountering bad people. The old madam of the Yi family nagged. I know. Yi Huiming responded and looked at Yi Fashion. He really didn't know what to say to this son of his who had been like a sinner since he was young. After thinking for a while, he decided not to say anything. In the end, he looked at Li Jingma and Yi Yuzhu. Yi Yuzhu quickly said, Big brother, don't worry. I will take good care of father, mother, and Fashion. Yi Huiming nodded and whispered, Don't resent father for what happened in the past. He did it for your own good. Then he turned and got into the carriage at the door. With the coachman's go, the carriage gradually drove out of Yongla Lane and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 961. Okay, Lu Mang. Put your thumbprint here and you can borrow these 500 coins. Han Village, Han family's courtyard. There was a long line in the courtyard. Han Li was setting up a table in the courtyard. Beside him stood a middle-aged scholar. At this moment, Han Li was smiling as he spoke to the dark-skinned man in coarse hemp clothing. This man was the father of Liujia village's Huzi. He was the one who came here to borrow money but forgot to bring his hen. However, even if he brought it, it would be a waste because Han Lijing would not accept it. Hey, I will press it now. Lu Mang did not look at the content of the paper. He responded and without hesitation, bit his thumb and put a red thumbprint on the paper. Han Lijing's character was well known by everyone in the surrounding area. Therefore, Lu Mang was not worried that Han Lijing would cheat him. Besides, even if he did not believe Han Lijing, how could he not believe Li Zixuan? After all, Han Lijing was helping Li Zixuan. Okay, here are 500 coins. You better count them carefully. Han Lijing nodded. He took out a string of coins from the wooden box behind him and handed it over to Lu Mang. Lu Mang took it with both hands. He wanted to count but he was a bit embarrassed. Han Lijing saw this and laughed. It is best to count the coins face to face to avoid any misunderstandings later on. Thank you, Han Lijing. Lu Mang was moved. He moved 2 steps to the left to give way to the line. Then he stood on the side and counted the coins face to face. Han Lijing shouted. A young man in his 20s came over. Han Lijing found him unfamiliar and asked, "Little brother, which village are you from?" Han Lijing, my name is Wang Qingyuan. I am from Shirley village. Last month, my village was annexed to Marquis' fief. The young man quickly replied. Han Lijing looked at the middle-aged scholar beside him. He saw the scholar open the book on the table to a certain page. After looking at it for a moment, he nodded and said, "There is indeed this person in Wang village." Han Lijing nodded and asked the young man, "Wang Qingyuan, how much money do you want to borrow? Why do you want to borrow money?" Wang Qingyuan replied, "Han Lijing, I want to borrow 500 copper coins. I also want to build a greenhouse to grow vegetables." Han Lijing nodded and took out a piece of paper with a document written on it and said, "Just like Lu Mang, put your fingerprint here." "I understand," Wang Qingyuan said excitedly. At this time, Lu Mang, who is next to him, has already counted the copper coins. He scratched his head and somewhat embarrassedly asked Han Lijing, "Han Lijing, how should we build this greenhouse? I want to learn." Holding the heavy 500 copper coins, he felt a huge pressure in his heart. If he couldn't grow vegetables, then his family would be completely finished. His son wouldn't be able to go to school, and he was afraid that even eating would be a problem. Therefore, before he set up the greenhouse, he had to learn the technique well. Otherwise, the borrowed 500 copper coins would be wasted. Thus, Han Lijing, where should we go to learn how to build a greenhouse? The other people also looked at this side. The question that Lu Mang asked was also what they wanted to ask. Those who made up their minds to borrow money actually wanted to use this opportunity to completely improve their family's situation. No one didn't want to be able to grow vegetables in their greenhouse. Han Lijing raised his head and said to everyone, "If you want to learn how to build a greenhouse after you get the money, I can take you to Old Hu's house to have a look. His house has already built a greenhouse. At that time, if you have anything you don't understand, be sure to ask on the spot. Old Hu will also teach you some planting techniques. If you want to learn, you can wait for a while on the side." Lu Mang grinned and said, "Hey, that's fine. I will wait for a while on the side. Thank you, Han Lijing." There are so many people. At this time, Li Zixuan came in from outside the courtyard. Looking at the long line in the courtyard, he was surprised. In the afternoon, after he sent his uncle away, he remembered the situation in the village and immediately rushed over. Things like greenhouse vegetables, for many people, were entrusted to their family's livelihood. If he didn't come personally to teach, in case something went wrong, it would be a big sin. "Marquis? Marquis is here. Greetings to Marquis." Greetings to Marquis. Among the nobles of the Great Tang, Li Zixuan was one of the more down-to-earth nobles. He often interacted with the people of the lower class, so there were many people who recognized Li Zixuan. The moment he entered, many people recognized him, and the people in the procession instantly grew excited and enthusiastically bowed. Li Zixuan nodded his head to greet them one by one. He walked to the front of the line. The middle-aged scholar from before hurriedly straightened his clothes and quickly came over to salute. Lowly official Xiaohai greets Marquis. Yuan Shikai? Li Zixuan was taken aback subconsciously. Could it be so coincidental? I actually met Yuan Datu in Tang Dynasty? The middle-aged scholar looked embarrassed and said carefully, Marquis, that lowly official is Xiaohai, not Yuan Shikai. At this time, Han Lijing said to Wang Qingyuan, who had finished pressing his fingerprint, and handed over a string of copper coins. He hurriedly came over and said, Xiaoxian, this is County Deputy Yuan from the county government. I invited him here today to be a witness. It's more reliable this way. Li Zixuan suddenly understood. He had also heard that in ancient times, it was often necessary to find a well-respected middleman to act as a witness. Generally, commoners liked to find a judge from the county government to act as a witness. This way, it would be easier to file a lawsuit. He had to admit that his father-in-law was very considerate. At this time, he also realized that he had misheard the name just now. He said apologetically, Oh, it's County Deputy Yuan. I didn't pay attention just now and misheard the name. I'm really sorry. County Deputy Yuan, please forgive me. Xiaohai hurriedly waved his hand and said, Mark, you're too serious. You didn't mean it, and I didn't take it to heart. Li Zixuan nodded and smiled. That's good. Then he looked at Han Lijing and asked, Father-in-law, how many people came to borrow money? Han Lijing replied, In the morning, there were already more than 70 households coming to borrow money. Looking at the situation in the afternoon, there should be nearly 200 households coming to borrow money today. Li Zixuan was shocked. He didn't expect that there were so many farmers who couldn't afford to build greenhouses. He secretly thought that it was fortunate that his father-in-law had reminded him. Otherwise, according to the previous policy, many people would be unable to build greenhouses even if they wanted to. Well, father-in-law, have you arranged for the farmers to train them in building greenhouses and how to plant vegetables? Li Zixuan asked again. Han Lijing nodded and smiled. Yes, I have. I'll take them to Old Hu's house later. Old Hu's house has already built the greenhouses. I'll take them to the site to have a look. As for the farmers who came to collect money in the morning, I've already told them to go to Old Hu's house in the afternoon. Li Zixuan was slightly relieved. He looked at the wooden table in the courtyard and the big box containing the copper coins. He turned around and said to Pang Feiji, Feiji, go to Yanhuang College now and ask Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg and Kashirqing to come over and wait here. Yes, Margaret. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and accepted the order. He immediately turned around and left. Han Lijing didn't understand and asked, Xiaoxian, Li Zixuan said, Father-in-law, there are so many farmers. You can't handle it alone. Iron Egg and the others will come over later to help you count and distribute the money. Now, bring the farmers and follow me to Uncle Hu's house to have a look. If Uncle Hu makes any mistakes, I can point them out from the side. Han Lijing heard and felt that it was reasonable. He replied, That's good. We'll go and have a look first. As he finished speaking, he called out to the villagers, intending to follow Li Zixuan to Old Hu's residence. Beside him, Ma Yinghai suddenly didn't know what to do. Should he follow along? Li Zixuan hadn't invited him. If he didn't go, what would he do if he stayed here alone? Moreover, there was still a pile of huge money in the courtyard. If he didn't have enough money, how could he explain himself? County Deputy Yuan, if you're willing, you can come with us. Fortunately, Li Zixuan didn't forget about him. Hu Shihai hurriedly said, I'm willing, of course I'm willing. However, the farmers were a little unwilling. They were afraid that Hu Shihai would steal their knowledge and teach the technology of growing vegetables in the greenhouse to outsiders. However, the technology of growing vegetables in the greenhouse was Li Zixuan's. Since Li Zixuan didn't say anything, they naturally didn't have the right to say anything. They could only keep their unwillingness in their hearts. In fact, Li Zixuan wasn't worried about the technology leaking because he didn't have the intention to monopolize the business of growing vegetables in the greenhouse from the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught the technology to the farmers. He just wanted his farmers to be the first batch of farmers to grow vegetables in the greenhouse and be the first batch to taste the sweetness of growing vegetables in the greenhouse. This technology wasn't difficult to learn. After a period of time, it was inevitable that other farmers or other dignitaries would learn it. If he didn't want to leak it, he shouldn't have made this technology public. Since he planned to teach it to the farmers, it would definitely leak one day. However, the good thing was that there were basically no vegetables in the market now. The farmers under his rule could enjoy the first batch of dividends brought by growing vegetables in the greenhouse, which was also a huge profit. As more and more people grew vegetables in the greenhouse in the future, the price of vegetables in the greenhouse would correspondingly decrease. Naturally, the profit wouldn't be as big as it was now. Mikey, you're here. Under Han Lijing's guidance, Li Zishuan and his group came to a field in the south of the Han village. This field was actually beside the Han village and was very close to the village. Li Zishuan didn't expect that there would be a large group of people in the field. There were people from the Han village and Plum village. Second Master Lu was also among them. Although the old man was old, his eyes were very good. He was the first to notice Li Zishuan coming over. Second Master Lu, you're here too. Li Zishuan smiled in surprise. Aren't you here to learn? Not only me, but basically every family in Plum Village is here. Second Master Lu said with a smile. When Han Lijing informed the 8 villages that Li Zishuan wanted to promote Dapeng vegetables, the people from the other villages might have hesitated a little. However, the people from Plum Village and the Han village basically chose to join without hesitation. This was because Li Zishuan had helped them chase away the bullies, Lu Shiren and his son. It was Li Zishuan who led them to live a prosperous life today. Li Zishuan was a god in their hearts. They believed in Li Zishuan unconditionally. These 2 villages were under Li Zishuan's management at the beginning of the year. The people in the villages were basically considered wealthy. When others were thinking about whether to build a greenhouse or where to borrow money to build a greenhouse, they had already taken action. Most of them went into the city this morning to buy the coarse cloth and tung oil. When they were free in the afternoon, they ran over to Old Hu to learn the skills. Young master, you're here. Old Hu, who was not far away, hurriedly put down his work and ran over. Uncle Hu, your shed is not bad. Li Zishuan glanced at the greenhouse in the field and smiled. Old Hu scratched his head and said, Hey! It's still a little lacking compared to young master's greenhouse in the other courtyard. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, It's not bad, not bad. Uncle Hu, tell them about the techniques of building a greenhouse. I'll walk around and see if there are any flaws in your greenhouse. Old Hu naturally agreed. This was something that had been agreed upon earlier. He led everyone to the side of the greenhouse and began to explain, Actually, building a greenhouse is very simple. I'll explain it to you once. You'll definitely know how to do it. If you want to build a greenhouse like this, first, Old Hu led the farmers into the greenhouse and explained as they walked. Li Zishuan wandered around the outside of the greenhouse. He was checking the airtightness of the greenhouse. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a small patch of yellowish green in the mound not far away from the greenhouse. When he took a closer look, he found that there was a small patch of mung bean sprouts growing in the mound. Oh, to be precise, it should be called mung bean sprouts. Those that sprouted in water were called bean sprouts. Those that grew in the ground were called bean sprouts. Damn, why didn't I think of making bean sprouts? Seeing this, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something. He could not help but pat his head and said regretfully, Bean sprouts? Marquis, what's a bean sprouts? Ku Hai, who had just walked over and wanted to talk to Li Zishuan, could not help but be stunned and asked. Oh, nothing. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and turned to look at Ku Hai. He changed the topic and said, Why didn't you go in with us, County Magistrate Yuan? Ku Hai smiled bitterly and said, This greenhouse cultivation method was created by Marquis for the farmers under his rule. As an outsider, how can I eavesdrop? Li Zishuan looked at this person in surprise. He did not expect this county magistrate to be a gentleman. It's just a folk art. It can't be considered a secret. Since I've taken it out, I don't want to keep it a secret forever. If County Magistrate Yuan is interested, you can go in and listen. Villains were born in troubled times, while gentlemen were born in prosperous times. It had to be said that ever since Li Zishuan transmigrated to this world, he had met more good people than villains. He had a good impression of people like Ma Yinghai. Kuhai said happily, "Marquis is so righteous. Actually, I've always been curious about how this greenhouse is used to cultivate vegetables in winter. Since Marquis has given me permission, it would be impolite of me to refuse. But don't worry, Marquis. Before I get permission from Marquis, I won't talk nonsense." Chapter 962. Li Zishuan hurriedly left after pointing out a few small mistakes in the shed that the Han family manor had built for Hu Hanyun. "Wife, do you have soybeans or mung beans at home?" Li Zishuan asked Han Yushi when he returned to his home in Chang. Yes, he wanted to get some bean sprouts to eat. Although the greenhouse vegetables could provide vegetables on a large scale during the winter, distant water could not quench the immediate thirst. At the very least, they would have to wait for close to 2 months before they could eat them. The vegetables that they ate yesterday were all taken from the Prince of Wei's residence. It was not a big deal to take it once or twice, but it would not be good if they took it too many times. The small bean sprouts in the Hu family's field in the afternoon made Li Zishuan's eyes light up. It took a long time for greenhouse vegetables to mature, but bean sprouts did not. In this season of shortage of vegetables, crisp and refreshing bean sprouts tasted much better than fish and meat. "Hubby, there should be lioli, same pronunciation as green, beans at home, but what is yellow bean?" When Han Yushi heard this, she thought for a moment and asked curiously. Mung beans and soybeans had a history of thousands of years of cultivation in China. They existed before the Western Zhou dynasty. The ancients called mung beans. Although they had different characters, they had the same sound. Therefore, when Li Zishuan said mung beans, Han Yushi could understand what he meant. But soybeans were different. At this time, there was no such thing as soybeans. Later generations generally believed that the word soybeans first appeared in the Tang dynasty's Kaiyuan Zhanjing. The book was written between 718 and 726, and Yuyang Zizu. Before that, they all used the word soybeans. There was also an interesting story about soybeans. During the reign of Emperor Wenzong of the Tang dynasty, a strange thing happened in the capital Chang. The price of soybeans, which were originally an agricultural product, soared overnight. 1 stone of soybeans was sold for 10 taels of gold. It was said that Emperor Wenzong loved women with big breasts. There was a palace maid surnamed Wang who became a phoenix just because one of her breasts was unusually prominent. She was promoted to Jiaoyi and became the favorite of Emperor Wenzong. With this successful precedent, the imperial concubines in the harem began to buy and store soybeans in large quantities. They would eat them every meal. According to the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, soybeans had a certain breast enlargement effect. With the help of the imperial concubines, the price of beans in Chang rose faster than the price of houses in modern times. It's soybeans. Wife, do we have soybeans at home? Li Zishuan patted his head, recalled the memories of the previous owner of this body, and quickly corrected himself. Yes, there was. What do you want to do with soybeans and black beans? Han Yushi replied. Li Zishuan chuckled and said, "Hey, wife, you'll know when the time comes." After saying that, he rushed to the kitchen excitedly and asked for a ladle of green beans and a ladle of soybeans from the cook, Auntie Zhao. He then soaked the 2 types of beans in clear water. In his previous life, Li Zishuan's grandmother often made bean sprouts, so he was quite familiar with the steps of making bean sprouts. Soaking the beans in water was only the first step. According to his grandmother's experience, the beans had to be soaked for at least 8 hours before the next step could be done. Husband, why are you soaking the beans? Could it be that you want to grind tofu? Han Yushi followed in and couldn't help but ask after seeing what Li Zishuan was doing. Li Zishuan heard and turned around. He looked at Han Yushi's chest and said with a naughty smile, "Husband, I only know how to take advantage of tofu. I don't know how to make tofu." "Husband, what are you talking about? Auntie Zhao is still here." Han Yushi's cheeks blushed and she said angrily. Although she didn't understand what taking advantage of tofu meant, she guessed the general meaning when she saw the naughty smile on Li Zishuan's face. She secretly thought that her husband sometimes looked like a gentleman, But sometimes he was perverted and naughty. He was really special. Auntie Zhao, who was outside the door, quickly coughed and walked away. Li Zishuan saw Han Yushi's shy face and couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He went back to the topic and said, I soaked the beans to let them sprout. Although we have 2 greenhouses to grow vegetables, it will take at least 2 months to eat the vegetables inside. After the beans sprout, take the sprouts and stir-fry them in the pot. It can be considered a delicious dish. Before the vegetables in the greenhouses come out, this dish is a very good substitute. Han Yushi was obviously not the kind of young lady who didn't eat food and didn't know about farming. She frowned and said, Husband, these beans have been soaked in water. I'm afraid they won't sprout. Instead, they will become smelly. Li Zishuan said with a smile, Of course, I won't let them soak in water all the time. There are still many steps later. When tomorrow morning comes, I will take out the beans and put them in a bamboo sieve covered with wet gauze. The bamboo sieve will then be placed in a basin filled with water. The basin shouldn't be too big. It will be enough for the beans to breathe. Another wet gauze needs to be covered on top of the bamboo sieve. Finally, a slightly heavier bowl needs to be pressed on top. The weight of the bowl can make the bean sprouts thicker. After that, the beans have to be drenched 3 to 6 times every day to maintain the moisture of the beans. After the drenching, you have to continue covering them with wet gauze. By the 5th day, the bean sprouts at the corners will have grown out. Moreover, they will have roots. Then they can be eaten. Han Yushi listened attentively. In the end, she asked, Husband, how do you know so much? Have you made them yourself before? It was mainly because Li Zishuan said it in such a serious manner that she couldn't help but wonder if Li Zishuan had made bean sprouts before. That was why he was so surprised. Li Zishuan touched his nose. Although he hadn't made them himself, he had seen his grandmother make them many times. You can say that. Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said vaguely, In short, wife, you will be able to see what these bean sprouts look like in 5 days. Moreover, you will be able to taste this delicacy. Han Yushi put her hand into the water basin and gently stroked the soybeans in the basin. She raised her head and said, Husband, the farmstead and Yanhuang College need you. You still have a lot of things to do. Leave this matter to me. I have remembered all the steps you mentioned earlier. Since it's not a troublesome matter, I will definitely do it for you. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and nodded. That's good. Thank you for your trouble, wife. He was very confident in his wife's ability to do things. In some matters, Han Yushi's attentiveness even made him feel inferior. The wife he married seemed simple, but in fact, she wasn't. Husband, father already knows that you want to promote greenhouse vegetables in the farmstead. He said that since you are confident that you can cultivate vegetables in winter using this method, then use this to make our other 6 farmsteads rich